Let me ask you a question about that, because I know nothing about the business. All right, so he made them a lot of money, and that's enough to be like, all right, good job, even though they're not repping him anymore. I'm assuming.
I don't know.
You don't know
what his current representation is.
Yeah.
However, yeah, I know some of the numbers. I wouldn't know everything, but like.
What's the blowback is my question. Is there any blowback for Gringo Poppy or the Showtime thing?
That's a good question.
Showtime execs, are they in a gulag somewhere that greenlit this, or what's going on?
The main thing that I remember was because cluster B types always have to look outwards to reflect, project. It's this person's fault, right?
Right.
There's no reflection, therefore no accountability, therefore no ability to shift course or change or, even get better. Like, for instance, I'm good friends with Chappelle. He looks at his material every single night that he performs and scrutinizes, So that's garbage, right?
Yeah.
Garbage. But
Pretty good. Sounds good.
He was under the impression that like his agents weren't doing a good enough job. Like, I'm not getting more opportunities because my agents are pitching me for the wrong things, and it's like, well, what do you do?
Yeah.
Are you a host? You can't even speak English, and it's seemingly he burned a bridge. It's like if you worked for Bravo or whatever. And this is funny because I remember Ariel Hawani beef started because they were like, he said something like,
oh yeah,
everyone hates
me. Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
No.
Oh, sorry. It's like speech music, but don't worry about it.
Oh,
I turned it off. But sorry.
I love speech music. Because I'll give a speech.
I thought it was the hawk noise.
Yeah. He was always convinced. He's like, man, and he like didn't arguments over like, yeah, technically didn't book at my deals. He used the phrase, I eat what I kill, because he didn't want to give a percentage.
Thanks, Jake.
His stand-up weekends to the agents when they just kind of like booked the show that he could have done on his own or whatever. So
they have a question for you, Jake, Billy Geeks. How much Adderall was you always get?
3 to 4 30 milligram tabs. Yeah. Well, I would only know
the exact answer.
To me, I'm like, you went through that many in this short a time,
Mark, we got some regulars here. We got Janae, Bud Deasy, Man Lehman, and Elizabeth Marsden. Pissed myself laughing.
This is, by the way, your community is by far the most supportive community.
Oh, there you go, guy.
Versus, I revisited some revenge this thing before because like from years ago when I did the AMA and I mentioned them and they were like, oh, he knows about us, and they attributed some opinion of like, they're like, oh, he's repeating. I'm like, no, that was just the logical conclusion of, it's like anybody can have that thought or analysis. They were convinced, and I was like taking their ideas, watching their content, and also I remember being like, because in this episode, they're like, oh, let's extend it olive branch. Sure, you're a douche and an idiot and blah, blah, but I'm like, do you think I'm the idiot? You guys took this whole clip of me, like, doing a bit where I was being sarcastic. No, literally. Because if you watch something where someone's being sarcastic and you mock them as if they're being serious, who's the idiot?
Can I be honest with you, though?
Yeah.
You fucked up. You read the comments. No. Don't ever read the comments. I've never read the comments. But let me just shout out 2 more people. Successfully, this dude goes viral in our Reddit. You gotta talk to Margot. Go viral on his podcast. Okay. What's up to Ryan? Patreon. All right. Shout out to the Patreon. Thank you, Ryan Hardy, for being a Patreon. Sorry. You should not read comments.
Any girlfriend's cars.
Oh, drug flynn.
But I saw that video recently. Because I'm probably going to take it down because it actually affects my fucking job too. That's but whatever.
What was that?
I was arguing with Luana about the angle that I was like, you were backing me up into like this wall. She's like, no, it wasn't. We were having a logistical argument about like what position her car was in when she was backing up into me. So I was like literally debating.
She was going to run you over with a car?
You can't. It's hard to see in the video, but she was reversing into.
Oh man!
But the whole thing is taken out of context.
Yeah.
She's acting. She posted it and let people believe that she's theme from the P. Diddy party up. No, you had my shit in your car, was about to leave for like a, you know, it was a whole day of arguments, and then she has my keys in the lockdown, right? So
She asked you to wear a mask, and you were just doing what you needed to do.
actually, during COVID, we had so many arguments because she's neurotic. I don't know how you guys feel about COVID, but in age of lie, just on a personality trait level is like, I'm super low neuroticism. Something falls under, I believe it. I'm not scared about things that don't agree. And I don't falter because the media made it seem like COVID was the most dangerous thing. But if I went to work out of the park, she'd like, you know, sanitize my whole body. It was like,
Okay.
Come in and like,
She loves you.
she was just very concerned. But I'm like, being me, I go, shut the fuck up, it's not a big deal. And she's like, no, it's life or death. And so we had all these conflicts already over like COVID. And like how to properly clean yourself.
Me and Gerardo never had that issue because we both are deep in the methylene blue. We both done double placebo blind tests. You better drink that scorpion venom now.
He's one of the best fucking
Put that in that fucking
clips
thing.
where Brian, I like how Brian, as he's gradually regaining power in this dynamic, you notice that you're back. And now that he really doesn't give a fuck, because of the power dynamic, which Brendan exploited for many years when he knew that Brian couldn't leave no matter how bad he could live. And that's also the test of like, if you're somebody who enjoys sadistic supply, you know, you're either a sociopath or narcissist. I would watch him enjoy like torturing and humiliating Brian, and I am viscerally uncomfortable with how you're treating this person. I've never witnessed something like this in the podcast. You know, take pride in putting this person down and convincing them that what they're doing is boring and unfunny when in reality it's a way. By the way, Mark, how was the?
I'm sorry, yeah, I can't multitask, but
That's wild.
I just wanted to do a poll. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit like Shaz, even more than Gerardo is. But
I assume people mostly don't listen
no,
to
so no, I want to listen to everything you're saying, but I can't multitask. I just did a poll. Which is best? Doctor's advice, methylene blue, scorpion venom, or double blind
Apparently,
placebo
I
range?
got a scorpion dick with gills. Brendan literally told the whole job. It's so funny. I want to also make that public because I was looking at my expenses. We had arguments over like, I'm like, hey, you know, after like arguing about what engagement means with like, you know, for 3 hours. And like 11 p.m. I'm like, hey, it's weird. Like, can I just tell you I've been feeling increasingly disrespected over the past few months? Am I crazy? Or can you acknowledge this? Yeah. He's like, how? And I'm like, I literally listed off like 30 fucking things, you know? And I'm like, one of those was, I've now had to hear this joke about how I said shitty dick pics as the opening of your joke.
Oh, yeah.
Your whole set. Like, that you could name anybody's name, but like for some reason I just don't. I get like awkward talking, roasting each other, but I go, I'm not on stage. I gotta get you back. I can't like that.
Oh, yeah, you have no.
Yeah, so it's but I'm forced to be in the audience. It's not just like, are you teaching me like what's going on or whatever? Yeah, I wouldn't hire Mark. He has no skills and he's obsessed with me. I'm like, I'm sorry, was I doing a joke in 80 different cities about your dick?
Dude, oh, thanks, Sam. It looks like they're asking you a question.
Mark, if you were around when Bob Rothschild was around, how did you take that loss playing with you?
I was not around there, but I mean, Brendan's ability to do mental gymnastics is, of course, incredible. However, privately, like, he will front as if something doesn't bother him until he needs to play the victim in order to make you feel bad about setting boundaries, right? Which I, you know, we have many examples of this, but he is not, he likes to pretend that nothing bothers him. Of course, the comments that bother me. Travis getting the shit beaten out of the boyfriend of a girl that used to date who's way bigger and more successful than you.
Oh, Rondo, yeah.
Narcissistic,
Right? Yeah.
For someone like Brendan. Like, he can pretend whatever he wants, but getting your passed me by a guy in a title elevator, right? Because he was like, that was an important fight in his career.
So, all right, there's a bunch of questions for you, it looks like. So, and yes, I am using a straw. I need it for the straw.
The conspiracy theories are entertaining on the land owning, but you know what I always think about? I go, why? There's a motive for why people would fake the landing, but it seems like a lot of work. But you know, that conspiracy doesn't interest me.
Any other?
How hard was the baddie wrangling? The worst part of the job was baddie wrangling because this was like a job that never ended. You're dealing with a sex addict who's constantly asking you to be the intermediary of arranging sex acts. And it's constant attention and validation. So this is the part of the job that made it 24/7 was he's constantly texting me any baddies. And I have to go to his Instagram and check screenshots of any messages. And then he'd type out instead of, because like, look, I can write to bitches. Sure, I can dumb it down. To sound like Brendan. Like I can chat GPT Brendan's voice easily. He says 4 things. They're all retarded. He says thanka. Right? Is it a thank ya?
Thanka?
Thanka. Like it's a Native American term. Oh, thanka. You know, like
thanka. Or think, like got me thinking.
Yeah. Kind of like he says notoriously known. It's like the word notorious implies known.
Yeah.
He says learning lesson. The term lesson implies learning.
Yeah.
It's just one of these things where he picked up along the way and it's wrong. And he doesn't realize it. It makes him sound like an idiot, but he says it constantly. So I would have to copy and paste stupid things he would say, then reply to a girl, wait for a response, and reply back. So it was like, move the rock over here, move it over here, and move it over here. So that was the stupidest use of my time ever.
Yeah.
But I was expected to do that in order for him to gaslight his wife into thinking it was cheating because I don't even have Instagram on my phone.
That's
I'm just messaging Mark all the time.
You lie.
Yeah. Bullshit. That was hours a day.
What? Oh, that's not right. That's like English money or something? But thank you. Thank you.
Mark, how much did the Super Bowl commercial pay? Quite a bit so far. Probably like, it's coming in. It was like, for the session, I flew out to Madrid, it was like $10,000 for the week, but then the real pay is residual, so it'll probably be like $100,000 over the course of a year or year and a half.
They're yawning at me for English money. All right, come on. That was a joke, okay? That was a joke, okay?
Wow, sexually. This is fun, huh?
This live.
Thank God. These fucking visuals says people always comment on the fact that they say like. Yes, I do.
Like all the
but this is how I think and talk.
You're from Africa, the country.
Take it as I know it's no. Take it as a sign of sincerity that I'm not trying to be charismatic. It's like my I'm aware of this tick. I don't care enough to give it up. If you want to give me a speech, Mark, what's the story behind the bean cheese? Poor joke writing, I would say.
Yeah.
As I've said before, Brendan's a single laugh joke. It's cemented as a funny joke in his mind. It doesn't evolve. And like I've said before, there are so many different angles that you could explore with the Mexican culture that could be totally original. I had more material just growing up and or working as a substitute teacher in my observations of Latino kids at Latino schools in LA.
Yeah.
Because you go, like, one day you're working in some private all-girls Jewish school in Beverly Hills. The next day you're in Coima teaching a bunch of Latino kids. And they talk a certain way, right? Yeah. Like the term, whatever. Right?
Whatever.
Hey, whatever. Like, we could go. Hey, I fucking love the gringo pop or whatever. It's like, whatever. But I love these kids. They always responded well to me, but I was like, even if you just knew Mexican teenagers would have more mature.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he knows nothing. Almost less than nothing.
Like, how do you not say no mames? Like, this whole thing, how do you not agree with the phrase no mames? Yeah. Which is, I first learned working at Round Table Pizza as a teenager. I would hear these Mexican guys go, no mames. cool is the actual translation of that.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's like you can dissect that.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't suck dick out of nowhere.
No,
Just like, stop sucking dick, Goonie. No mames, Goonie.
Pinche way, pendejo.
Yeah, cabrón. I will give it to him. Puto, cabrón. Hilarious, dude.
Yes, but that just didn't happen.
Yeah.
You don't have to be literal, but it's like, well, you're being not funny and not reflective of reality, and you're transgressing.
Yeah, right.
All these comedic values. So people that push back on me going, this isn't reality. I go, well, none of it is directed towards himself. It's all directed at other people and just like character assassinating other humans. You know, to fit stereotypes rather than exploring who they actually are. Everyone's dissect like their eccentricities.
That made me think of this. Okay, so Gringo Poppy. When we originally met, we did the whole thing about gentrifying the language, and that was amazing. I think honestly, that is maybe my favorite thing that's ever happened.
That laugh still. Like,
that was amazing. You did that.
We all burst out laughing, and I laugh at it when I watch it.
That was really good, and you deserve credit for that.
You say no, because I was like,
he colonized, yeah.
I was like, you almost can't use the word, like, you can't put that together anymore.
No, it's very funny.
Didn't you say you colonized it?
Yeah, both of you then.
Yeah.
It's a very astute observation from the
Did you ever see the
How
Crystal
many
Leah?
ads did Mark on? I fucking took 8 before I came.
Oh, shit.
What were you going to
Did you ever see the Crystal Leah special? The one that he dropped?
Not recent, but I saw his hour where he talked about being canceled when he first came back.
Okay.
And I gotta give it to Chris. Like, again, always should do well. When I saw that hour in person, I was like, he crushed it, and I was like, that's a great special.
Yeah.
I don't know how it translates. I didn't watch it on video because like I've seen it.
He has a bit where his dad's all depressed and stuff, and then he goes,
Oh no, that's the latest one. I didn't watch that. I heard it back.
and then he goes, I did that.
And he slammed me with shit.
Yeah.
But okay, my question, the thing I thought of was, that's a whole set.
Okay, got
His comeback special.
Yeah.
So what made me think of this. So we talked about the Gringo Poppy. That's an assault on Mexican heritage and Latino culture.
Yeah.
It would be much worse, and don't gadoosh yourself here, fellas, Asian Poppy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What if he did something like that? That would just be, wouldn't that be more racist?
Yeah, I'll cut that part out.
All right, we don't need to go into
It's a
that.
whole new world for him to do stupid stereotypes.
Yeah.
The Jamal Pop.
He did a little bit of that.
Yeah,
And
the
then
first
a
one.
little bit.
I never saw his first special until later. Like, because when you meet someone, you're like, and they're like, look, I got a bunch of crazy haters. And I totally get why, because in normal life, there's a certain percentage of people that project like the absolute worst interpretation of what I look like onto my personality. But being associated with Brendan, it was like, oh, he is a narcissist, so everyone perceives me to be equally narcissistic when they don't get that I'm like, I'm more autistic than fucking narcissistic, you know? Like, I'm awkward, I'm not fucking exploitative, I'm not whatever.
Sure.
I have a million character flaws, not in the same direction that Brendan does.
We all have flaws, Pete.
Yeah. Like, no, I'll come to everything, and I'll steel man your argument that I am a narcissist, but it would have to rely on taking things out of context. So, I don't know what the question was.
I want you to see this question. Mark should start a podcast about loser comedy / podcast culture. No one even semi in Rogan's orbit is funny.
Yeah.
I kind of don't. I'm not a big hater, like, because that's like a trend for podcasters. Is like everyone who's on Rogan is not funny. I like Ari Shaffir's special.
Yeah, we liked Ari.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis is amazing.
Yeah, Shane's great.
With a lot. So this idea of like,
I don't know about that one. Keep going. I don't want to hate on Mark, but he's not for me.
Yeah.
I understand he's a comedian. He's a vernaler, a tactician. You know, but he's
But
not
he's
for
kind of
me.
like a classic late night comedian, right?
Yeah.
His jokes, so I appreciate like the genre that he's in. He does that well, and also in real time, his quips. He's incredibly quick.
Right.
He can give these.
You know what else is quick though? Stage 4 cancer. Is also you die right away from that.
Dude, that was you. You write that down. That was really good, dude.
That was Mark Norman level. He said silver hack gorilla about Joe Rogan. That was one of my funniest.
Oh yeah, I mean those are great clips. I'm not listening, Mark. And in no way am I saying I'm funny.
I find Mark Norman laughable and trite.
That's what Jeff Dye said.
Yeah.
So Jeff Dye is the worst ever. But
Yeah.
so Mark Norman, like,
By the way,
I'm gonna.
Jeff Dye is the nicest person in person.
I could see. Yeah, he was nice to me in person, so I feel very bad about saying that.
And like, he's been out of the whole group that I met there. He's the one person who like checks up on me.
Yeah.
Who'll be like, I miss Buddy. Who'll meet up with me. Like, so.
Yeah.
Just saying in my
I'm definitely a bad guy. Like, he was nice to me, and I shit on him.
I always want to give people credit for like, before I say anything about his comedy, I want to establish Jeff Dye is in real life one of the nicest people, and it was funny watching the Mark. Marin, sorry, I got this fucking acid reflux. I was watching this Mark Marin beef with him, and Jeff Dye's crime was like calling out the fact that Mark Maron's an asshole. People. Well, I didn't really. I was like, wait,
It helps him in the end.
huh?
Like, well, this whole thing, like Jeff Dye, that helps Jeff Dye.
Yes.
That whole thing, it's like now people are talking about Jeff.
Yeah.
He can go on the podcast. He has something to talk about.
But I
other than
empathize with Jeff because I was like, he was like, Mark Maron is mocking me, like, oh, did your feelings get hurt? And Jeff's like, yeah, that's so fun. My feelings got hurt. That's the kind of guy Jeff Dye is, where he's like, I'm okay to admit that something hurt my feelings. It's not a big deal, you know?
Okay, here's my thing. If we're gonna talk about Jeff Dye, I'll just say this.
Yeah.
If I had advice for Jeff Dye and he cared, I would just say, think a little bit about your issues with women. What's going on there? Like, are you like, why is that a thing? Maybe I don't do some deep reflection.
So,
that's what I would say.
I consider him. He's not like, you know, some people get into comedy like those the Hodge twins, were like conservative black guys. I guess they do comedy shows, and I've watched.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
they're funny, but like, I consider Jeff a
Option 1.
Should team stage higher or anything would.
Option 2.
If you cater to a right-wing audience,
Meet my man Josh Girls has get good session logo blaster.
Option 3.
Says GK for the 28 emissions.
he was like, "Oh, Paige Van Zandt is she's got her tits out."
Option 1.
Posing behind her.
Should team stage higher or anything would.
Option 2.
I prompted him. I was like, "Hey Jeff, you're seeming real Christian conservative."
Option 1.
Yes, half anyone purpose-built individual.
Option 2.
It's a podcast. I'm teeing him up to give a funny response. Sure. Yeah. To justify himself. But,
Option 1.
so that tends to correlate
Option
with,
2.
kind of being critical of the fact that modern culture has veered away from traditional values or traditional gender roles. It permits more kind of soft or hard, but in Jeff's case, definitely lighthearted anti-trans stuff. Just it's right-wing flavor, right? I'm okay with that because it's like, well, that's your audience, you know. Sure. But part of that is going to be like women. I don't think Jeff has any animosity towards women. Truly.
I don't know. It's less than like I'm kind of being funny, but like even with that, he's just not funny. Like he's just not good at stand-up. So that's my main criticism is that his stand-up is bad and kind of stupid.
Was there a specific joke or like, fill me in on? Would you say like his issues with women?
Sure.
Do you feel like he picks on women?
Well, he has a whole YouTube. He did a whole episode where he's like, people think I hate women. Here's a list of comedians I actually think are funny. Yeah, like a YouTube. And then during it, he was like, who's that? It was someone he supposedly picked. He was like, Don. Like, it was on his list. Like, did someone else pick this for you? You forgot who the woman was? And it was all, like, network. It was very, like, industry plant and famous people for the most part. I'll give credit. He did say
funny, mostly.
What's that?
But you saying that they are funny.
So you're saying they are funny. But, dude, when you do a podcast where you're like, here are the women that I actually think are funny. Crazy. You know, I mean, I know I'm actually insane here. Like, these women actually did make me laugh.
Yeah.
And I jacked off. He's like, and was one of them Whitney College? Because that's a crime. If it was for Sharia law, he would be in prison. And we should have Sharia law. No, allegedly. Stop. We should have. I'm sorry. We shouldn't.
Jeff Dye is a super nice guy. You know, like I said about that. Because I also, whatever he's leaning into as far as the anti-women stuff, I'm very sensitive to guys who have like like deep-seated resentment towards women. Jeff does not.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
They might come out in comedies. It's like, oh, this gets laugh, or he has all sisters. He grew up with like a bunch of sisters.
And I would love to have them on the podcast.
Oh my god! I think he feels like more comfortable talking about women. Kind of how it's like, yeah, I got my 5 black friends over here. I can say,
Oh, because he's got sisters.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just like the vibe I get, but we don't need to.
It sucks, but I have like a medical condition where I putting off getting it checked out. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you have a problem with the human body? Get a grip. Balloon fart. What do you think of that name? Balloon fart. That's one of our big fans.
Oh, yeah. Hating women is to male comics when talking about their pussy is to, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. And it is a little bit lame. But how do we, because I was shitting on Norman. That's how we got there. I mean,
you have Cooney and Gerardo Mark, yes. Poor guy, yeah. Hackers, too. Wouldn't you like easier if you were gay? Oh, you're the first guy to ever make that joke.
LPJ 27, good to see you in the chat.
It's so much easier if I was just dresses like he thinks the Rockwood, that is true. Even though this whole outfit is like $20, like I literally just go, what's the outfit I'm going to sweat the least in today? Yes, it's a stringer.
Did you ever go out of the country with Scott?
To Canada, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Because you were asking about maybe paid earlier. I remember he did 2 shows.
Yeah.
In Calgary. And he made $40,000.
What?
Which is maybe because it was like this nightclub, and he hacked it out. You know, so the thing is like, Shaw was a draw beat at some point, and that drastically fell off because I think people would give you a chance based on celebrity.
Yeah.
But then if you don't evolve, they'll come see you twice even. But who's one of your favorites?
Favorite comedian?
Yeah. Kevin Nealon.
Right, yeah, Kevin Nealon's great. Mark Epstein's great. Nick Swartzen's great.
So if I see this person once a year at a theater, they're gonna have a new out.
Yeah.
Or it's gonna be whatever, at least new. If you watch the guy get shittier over time, when you're already spotting him, like knowing, oh, yeah, this guy is from another arena, we'll give him some credit. They'll be like, oh, yeah, that's good for a guy who's just fighting people. But then you don't evolve. Are you going to go back the third time?
No. Yeah, that's the constant criticism of Hackery.
BJL could easily be a Bollywood action. All the guys who are running the plot props. I definitely missed the boat with a lot of things. I should have just started hitting the steroids heavy at, my early 20s and became a fucking WWE guy. Because now I'm doing like commercials where I'm playing pro wrestlers. I'm like, oh shit, I've fucking done that the whole time.
Oh yeah, dude. I texted you about that. You're on a run, man.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's been fun, yeah.
Very cool to see you on TV.
Yeah, did we just have pistachios one?
Which one?
The pistachios commercial.
I've seen them all. Yeah. But is it fun? That is a question. Is it fun to do that?
Love commercial acting.
Yeah.
And some of the days, the first Bosch commercial I did where I played Macho Man, we shot in Canada before the Super Bowl one. So they hired me for the Super Bowl after doing this one. It was like a 17-hour day, whatever. It was so packed and but it's just my element. I hate doing so many jobs. And I work so many different shitty jobs.
Yes.
Acting, even when you're actually busy and the focus of everything, and I'm standing in a singlet, it's cold outside, and I'm not doing needs like his commercial stuff is perfect. So it's like that 30 seconds does take the whole day because every single second of it has to be perfect. Like the cinematographer is an Academy Award winner, so. But I love doing that shit. It's such great.
I've never done it, but I consider a lot of the work we do with Rain, like when I have Rain on the podcast, kind of like a commercial for Rain. We're trying to get a deal with Sure Shot, Magic Mind.
Lots of things the other day. There used to be a fridge at Thick Pie. I fucking lived off these. I would have like 6 a fucking day,
That's crazy.
Running on no sleep, fucking, baddie ringlet all night and then waking up. And
You need it. You gotta message girls. You're not gonna just do that without
Does
Rain.
Mark do nicotine pouches? Yes. No, I just started to. Somebody sent me a bunch. I'm like, I don't really do nicotine, but it's kind of nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he loves it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was worried about getting nauseous because I'm like sensitive to it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you know, people's like, oh, here, take this. It's like Shaw was taking like 18 milligrams at the time. That shit would make me nauseous.
Yeah.
But
You know,
if I take 2 back to back, I start hiccuping like crazy.
when you
Yeah.
get commercials on TV, what's funny that happens to me, thinking it about myself, is that I get like 6 or 7, maybe more texts from other people being like, "Mark's on TV," and we both get
That's awesome.
messages
Yeah,
on
that's
Discord, Reddit, and they post
since
you.
my breath is burning Cooney's nose. Yeah.
Oh, because of the energy drink.
Or just I have bad breath.
I mean, listen. That's a false narrative.
If you find out you have bad breath, I'm like, oh shit.
No. I don't know if you know this.
Harley
And Cooney won't volunteer this information, but he broke both of his wrists playing basketball once.
Oh yeah. Do you see the scars? See the scars? Big surgical scars.
He got crossed up.
Yeah.
And guess who crossed him up?
Allen Iverson? No. Oh, but check this out though. I was pulling plants the other day,
Yeah.
and I re-hurt my wrist. But look at the difference between this one and that one. Do you see it?
Can you show me a little bit
Like that? See how this is kind of swollen up still?
Nobody sees anything.
Right? No, Mark just said, yeah. Shut up, Gerardo. See how it's like way bigger than the other one? Yes. Yeah. You don't see it?
Yes.
So, 2 months. I think what happened
There's
is
an indent right there.
it's like some torn ligament or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Or like a cyst or something.
You're enabling him, Mark.
I got an orthopedist appointment.
It's got to be something.
All right, but I'm sure it's fine. I don't think it's gonna need surgery or anything. But my doctor told me, he was like, "But your lip, Mr. Cooney." No, all right. I didn't mean to do that actually on live.
I was
Let's
super
just forget that I did that.
The actual his first special, and when I found out that Brendan added a stereotypical Asian voice,
Yeah.
to a handsome professional Asian doctor who has a flat West Coast American accent, I was like, did no one ever teach you that it's bad to be racist?
Hold on. All right. So Mark, this is my best friend back home, Othman Boucher. He's asking you a question.
Does Mark have any insight on Barn Door's fake BJJ black belt? Is that what it is? Or cauliflower ear?
Oh yeah, he's obsessed.
I believe all the stories about him faking it, that is something Brendan would do because he fakes everything. Like, I can think of 10 different things where it's like, he wanted something, he's like, I want more followers, I buy them. I want more views on Gringo Poppy, I buy them. Now, does he have grappling skills? Of course, but I'm not educated enough in this world of black belts and what the real experts consider black belt, but his story was like he didn't have it, and his son was like, but where's your black belt? He's like, oh, well, it's technically, to me it doesn't really matter because it's like, you'll see guys who are submitting people all the time, and it's like, oh, but he's only a brown belt. Like Mighty Mouse is a brown belt. He's submitted.
Yeah, it's like a big.
So many dudes in with crazy submissions that like. Technically, he's a brown belt, but it's like he's the best to ever do it. Like to incorporate BJJ into MMA. So
any belt is impressive to me. Except for podcasting where we're black belts.
Yeah, I think like Brendan's. I don't doubt Brendan's grappling skills. I assume they're better than his striking skills because of this lack of coordination. And speed. He doesn't look very fast. Like that's powerful, but just not like you know really Chipotle.
Yes.
Like so, watch him. His boxing is so crisp and precise. And then we watch Brendan strike. Like he looks like I wouldn't want to get caught with one of his haymakers. But like, it's sloppy. He's a sloppy striker.
Yeah. I wonder if you were going to stick on belts, like what kind of belt, like English language for Brendan, probably white belt. Acting ability, he's probably a white belt. Well, actually, I want to ask you a question.
White belt for sure.
With sticking on the ear thing, I don't really know much about that controversy, but what I heard was like what guys were doing is like they cut off their ear, right? Is that what it was?
Beaches out here sounding like RFK. Fuck, that's accurate.
Really?
You don't want to go back. If you look at it, we have Mark Harley in the house. Ashkenazi boots.
We should do that for
like a retarded bullfrog.
I'm gonna mess up my ear for the But you don't think he did
all
flyers?
these very accurate too.
What did they? I'm sorry. What did they roast you on?
Somebody said Regis out here sounding RFK, which is accurate.
Okay.
I love accurate roast. Like, and again, I was talking about Regis,
But they're also saying Yo Mama Black Belt so
people
big.
take it too far and just like you're literally just trying to be mean, but it's out of touch with reality. If you roast me accurately, I will laugh along with you. Okay.
Yeah, they say I fuck squirrels, so don't believe everything they say.
I got small teeth, big gums, a ball, a
Yeah,
great
it's like how many
disease.
things are you gonna say? Do you think I don't know how I look, motherfucker? Like,
Somebody said that he broke his wrist coughing.
Ballpark. How much Bappa lose on Tiger Thick? I don't know. All I know is I get fired from running the social media, which I brought up over 10,000 followers in a couple months and was posting every day. I came up with a creative strategy that they hated, but I'm like, this works. Which was, I came up with a little lingo where like, once like Tiger Burn, that's like hated my shit. He hated when I did this shit. I took over the Chief IG account and started talking to the haters in the subreddit language, and it was like, oh, notice how this post has 4,000 comments now?
Yeah.
Because I'm trolling these people?
Yeah.
And then also making it indistinguishable between, if everyone's using this language, then nobody knows who's a hater. We're all using it. He got so freaked out, though, because I shot first and asked permission later. I didn't tell them I was going to do this, but I'm like, clearly, if you're a rational person, you go, did you notice how this post got 10 times more engagement?
Yeah.
On a page that's leaking followers every day? Oh, but you want to stick with exactly what you're doing? Cool. Okay, great. So, same thing with Tiger Thick, where I was like, I came up with just some catchphrases and things, and immediately was like, I'm like, this is working because you don't know how social media engagement works. We're like, what drives engagement when you have no money is like making a community, and interacting and being unpredictable or whatever. And we're going to do is, oh, my investors, it's really him.
Oh, yeah.
Just being like, I don't like this. But you'd be like, oh, the team or the investors don't want it. I'm like, yeah, you're just a pussy. Because he was like, his directive was,
It truly is like a child's empire.
Dude, what's the Rock's tequila?
The Rock has tequila? I didn't know
Yes.
that.
Oh, yeah. He's like, he wanted to base the market.
It's called Moana or something like that.
Yeah, I'm like, cool, give me $20,000 for a photo shoot.
If it was all
Oh,
that,
shit. It's like, you're
I mean, all right, Hollywood is fucked up at that point. Like they're naming a Disney movie the tequila brand. We gotta shut this thing down until we can figure out what's going on.
That's actually Sean Logic. So remember he thought that Dana White stole Fuck It Friday or Fuck It Wednesday or whatever.
Oh yeah.
He goes, Dana stole my fucking idea for this thing. I'm like, you said it 1 week, and Dana's been doing the show for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
And then you convinced yourself that he stole your the term book to make a show out of it. It was crazy.
Yeah.
You just can't say anything. You're like, yeah, for sure. Dana's stealing your ideas.
I mean, podcasting is a dangerous thing. My wrist isn't working. You have hiccups. Gerardo's. But dude, honestly, you know who else had hiccups? Fucking George Carlton.
No,
Calm
one
down,
of my North Stars.
He's one of the greatest ever.
Yeah, what's funny is the only way to fix this is to throw up.
We got you covered there.
Relax.
We have a throw up thing that we do on the pod.
Drink a rain and you'll throw up.
If you want the most famous person on Mark's phone contacts, I don't know a guy named Antonio Banderas. Ever heard of him?
Shit, dude. I'm gonna put the hot noise for that.
Yeah.
Antonio Banderas.
He was super cool about that. From the commercial FaceTime Luana. Luana's like a huge fan, and I was like, hey, dude, first of all, he was super gracious and complimentary, and he was like amazing to work with. He's so cool. And I was like, hey, I have a little favor.
Yeah.
In full Macho Man Randy Savage commentary. like FaceTiming Luana, I'm like, hey, what's up, in Madrid, guess who's here? And she was like, oh my god, like, so.
That's so nice of
you know,
I like
people
that.
don't have to do that shit. Do that shit? Yeah. He's a very cool guy.
Desperado.
How would Sharp say Antonio Banderas?
That's a good question. He would fuck it up somehow.
Banderas.
Yeah. Antonio Banderas. He would just drop a syllable. Banderos.
Yeah, Banderas is good. He was in that, the last movie that I saw that he was in was that movie Baby Girl, which kind of sounds like something that Shab would say.
His performance was amazing.
Yeah, that movie, I really like that movie a lot.
A lot of food on it, and I was like, kind of like doing some other shit. My phone.
Oh, yeah. Great
and
film.
his performance
Never
never
seen it.
the emotional.
Oh, we got some more English.
Oh yeah. I'm trying. I want to read the chat.
No, yeah, reading.
You guys have
also
a great chat.
Navjot. If I'm saying that wrong, I do pronunciations, but
Papa have until he runs out of everything and becomes a drug addict. It's well, he's already been.
no, it's English money.
Yeah, okay, so I'm curious too. Much people speculate on this, like, you know, it's the slow train wreck.
Yeah.
Because he's impervious to, like, and by the way, me coming out to, like, talk shit about him or, like, my work experience there, that was not an attempt to, like, cancel him. That was an attempt to preempt the fact that I knew he was going to go on a smear campaign. Which he did, probably. Yeah. But, like, I just seen him do it a bunch of other ways. So, it's hard to, like, you can't ruin his career. He's too established to be like, you know, I mean, if Chris D'Elia can sell out fucking theaters, like, after that controversy, like, there's no controversy that would, like, end Chop. But the trickle of, like, the trickle down is the funny part.
Yeah.
At what speed is this declining to? But it didn't stop doing stand-up because, again, sell tickets will write material.
Yeah.
Because that requires honesty and self-reflection.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good. That's really not. It's hard for a lot of the Rogan versions to do that. I think the honesty and self-reflection.
Oh yeah.
And I think, I mean, I don't know because I've never had a ton of money.
Yeah.
But it may get harder as you like if you're able to just go buy a Rolex and fall asleep during the day. It might be harder to do self-reflection.
So, as a comic, because I consider comics under this umbrella of like, you didn't get into comedy to be a millionaire. You're like, if that happens, great, right? But I presume that if you start out by doing open mics and working your way up, it's because you have a love for this art form, right? That supersedes any materialistic pursuits. You're like, yes, outgrowth, great. But Brendan had this mentality of materialism kind of validating his craft. It's like, well, I have a Ferrari, therefore I'm good at stand-up. It's like, not really. Versus a guy, and I just think of him because he's a very close friend. Chappelle Lacey has an artist mentality. You know, like Chappelle Lacey could give a fuck about any clothes, cars, whatever. He could live like a hermit. He cares about his stand-up.
With me, I have a very quick set of a set of rules I live by.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, always diet starts Monday. Second, all right, I'm up at 4:36.
Yeah.
Every morning before my house. Then, yeah, exactly. I took that from him, but he got it from me actually.
Picture of the alarm clock.
Yeah, and then also like I never read the comments. No matter what happens, I've never seen anything. I like, what is this Justin Lang? Never heard of him. Don't know who he is.
I don't know who Justin Lang is.
Hey, I've never in a million years. All right, we got a pull it.
Antonio Banderas, yeah. Antoine
Antoine Jameson.
John.
That's a good one. See, you're thinking like a writer. That's the thing I like about Garner. Writer's perspective. Writer's
It's
brain.
almost like I read about the John Africa thing. So many of the Shawbisms I'd see, and I had no idea where they stem from. And like years later,
Anthony Hardaway. Sorry.
I would find them out. Yeah. Like John Africa's one of them. I'm like, oh, he said John Africa.
Yeah, it's
He
crazy.
said that. Oh my God.
Who the fuck is John Africa? Mike Tyson.
Who's John Africa?
Imagine Mike, not to insult Mike Tyson's intelligence, but he's the one correcting you.
I think Mike Tyson's very intelligent, by the way. Seriously.
I don't know. I mean,
I think like he's so compelling.
Very
as a human.
okay. You guys know more than I do.
Documentary about him.
Oh,
It came out in 2008. I just remember I saw it in theaters.
Yeah.
And I brought my girlfriend who wasn't really familiar with his fighting. Getting to see somebody who's never seen Tyson fight, watch his highlights,
it's amazing.
it's jaw-dropping to me. When somebody who's never seen Tyson fight, like, look at this guy beat the shit out of him. Like, in a way that humanity has never even seen before. Now, he's also had this transition into becoming this extremely thoughtful, like I would consider him philosophical. Like, he reflects and he thinks, and he's just sincere and authentic at all times. And I think that's what Brendan presents. Brendan, he hates insight. He hates, and because also, remember when we were seeing that show? Mike Tyson used to do this show in Vegas, like a one-man show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was basically comedy. Like, that's what Brendan should have done. I was always like, why don't you talk about the UFC? He's like, no, I don't want to. I'm like, major mistake. Blind spot. I get it, you know? It's like, people do this thing where, like, no, I don't want to talk about the obvious. I'm like, that is actually your best bet. To at least make one special where you want it. But, Mike Tyson's show was funny as fuck.
Oh, did you go to it, or was
I saw
that?
clips of it. I was like, oh, it's good. You know, it's well written. It's like a presentation, but was very successful.
Great entertainer for sure.
That's hilarious.
And I think part of Brendan's resentment is that, and the fact that he's like, at all times, for better and for worse, he's authentic. If he fucks up a word or says something silly, it's like he's just authentic and doesn't give a fuck. You know?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very fun to watch. What I used to do with my buddies is like we'd be hungover in college and we'd watch Tyson highlights of him just destroying somebody in 30 seconds.
Oh.
Same with Fedor. We did the same.
Oh
with
yeah, and I
Fedor.
recently got like, because remember somebody told me, who's your favorite? Right when I got into fighting, and I kind of only Conor McGregor got me back into fighting in 2015, watching pay-per-views. And I asked somebody, who's your favorite fighter? They're like, Fedor. I'm like, who's that? Because he wasn't in the UFC. They start watching his fights. You're like, holy shit, this guy's great.
Yeah, he was the best. Somebody sent me a clip of Fedor interview with Luke Thomas. Have you ever seen that? It's hilarious because it's like Luke's like, "What's your favorite book?" And Fedor says something in Russian, and his translator's like, "He only reads Russian books." He's like, "What's your favorite movie?" He's like, "He only reads Russian movies. You wouldn't get it."
Good luck. Yeah.
He's just like, "Mark, give it up now." You would not understand.
That's funny. Who hated first, Schaub or Tyson?
Yeah, who hated who first?
I think Tyson's really open-minded. I don't think Tyson hates anything.
Yeah.
I swear to God, because like that's part of his journey. Like you can just tell I don't think he holds animosity towards anybody. I think he's completely evolved as a human being. You know?
My favorite fighter is Cooney's wife. Fuck you, Mark.
He had a great comment. He said that
he was like, he thought he fucked up Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson today could knock out Schaub easily.
Oh yeah. Without question,
Not gonna lie, Mark's sounding like he's having a stroke. Yeah, so what if I am, bitch? So the fuck up. Act like you had a stroke before.
Do a few hawk noises.
Yeah.
We were talking about, one thing we constantly talk about on the pod because we have to address it is the violence in my DNA.
I'll check back when the second is over. Holy shit, it's boring.
Hey, what are you doing right now, dude? What are you doing? You're watching porn. I don't know which one that was. You're doing a little bit reading of comments. That's a duck noise for you. Just kidding. What do we got here?
Schaub disrespected Tyson. He did. Schaub definitely disrespected him for no reason. And just kind of acted like he was an idiot. He was like, he was on a no-carb diet, they were back potatoes. Oh, who gives a fuck? Mark, how has Chin not had a mental breakdown? I do believe that, I think about Chin a lot. First of all, he's so much stupider than I ever imagined. Like, he doesn't know that Australia isn't in Europe. Or sorry, he couldn't name it the European countries, and he goes, Australia? He thought that Australia was in Europe.
It's a hilarious first guess.
It's a second grade, that's insulting to second graders. That's a preschool level answer, right?
Spanish class kids.
Schaub has a bunch of issues with Chin revolving what he doesn't do.
Oh.
He works like 3 days a week and doesn't really offer anything creatively. He doesn't think outside the box. However, in Korean culture, what?
This is a good one. I don't know if you know the bit, but there's this bit, and it's not really a bit because it's just true. Everything that Gerardo owns is kind of small. It started off with the fridge.
Yeah.
Because he had a guy deliver the fridge, and the guy was like laughing to himself, and Gerardo's like, "Hey, what do you think's funny?" And he goes, "I used to have a small fridge."
Oh, fuck. So it is small.
But then he kept having other things that were a little small.
Right? Like, so if I'm like,
a single guy living by yourself, dude. What the fuck? It was fine, and we would never have known about it had Gerardo not made a big deal about how mad he was at this guy. Like Gerardo was mad that this guy said that he has a small fridge, and it is small. So we're trying to deal with his anger.
Here's the thing, Mark. He came to do one thing and one thing only, okay? See that botched paint job in the corner up there? Yeah, thank you, dude. You had to go paint that up there, right? And then, I'm like, do you need me to clear? So like, I'm over here. I'm like, do you need me to clear anything out? And I turned to him, and he's staring at my fridge, and he goes, and with the, puto cabrón accent type shit. Yeah. He's like, oh, you got the small fridge. You got a small fridge.
This is Gerardo's deodorant. This is too small for deodorant. Okay. What are you supposed to put this?
I got small armpits, dude.
Mark can eat Gerardo's fridge. Yes, don't touch the fry.
Later, Puto. What a fucking idiot, Brendan.
Mark, we got the bag of gelatos. Fridge so that you can't drop point.
I don't need one right now, but we also have Diet Cokes. And then if you do want food, you can also at any time.
Yeah, Diet Coke makes me nuts, dude.
Yeah, I will drink a Diet Coke soon.
The only thing I'm going to do is just try to throw up later so I don't have to keep it giving.
Is this your coffee drink? I wanted to know. Because I got you an Americano because that's what we drink. But do you drink Americanos? Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't mean like literally, but is that what you drink?
I want a Mexicano. Come on. Come on, bro. Made in America.
I love them, dude. That's one, I share that with Delia. Our love of iced Americano.
Imagine being like, I'm a white guy, and I'm just going to make a special about how Mexican people suck.
It's a crazy move. It's like, it's a very strange choice.
You want to put them out. It's like, crazy part. This sounds fucking stupid.
We also
Mark, will you sing the Golden Girls theme song, please? Thank you for being a friend. Yeah. Round the corner, back.
You ever go to Porto's?
No, what is it?
It's a chain here. There's a bunch of different Portos. You're not a baked goods guy, right? Are you a baked goods guy?
Oh, yeah.
Because like Porto's is a famous chain here. It's pretty it's like not expensive. You can
Not
go to
all our
order.
sponsors put in here.
Yeah, I mean, I wish they sponsor. I love this place. I think it's a great.
I will try some of it.
They got potato balls there. It's a great spot. Can you imagine? We need to get a sponsor soon because
Mark, do you think Brendan offered Shin anything monetarily for the move to Austin? I do not. And I've thought about it. I think he offered him zero. Whereas, when you work for a corporation, people would just be like, "Oh, here's $15,000 for your move." There's no fucking way. That Brendan.
He's a lie. Don't give me any money because like
Martin BJ looks like Lil Nas X on steroids. Do I look like a? Is that what Lil Nas X is? I forget.
Yeah.
Mark, did Akash help Bob? Well, no, Akash. I thought it was super cool. Like we had a pleasant interaction. Here's the thing about helping.
You scoop up the bag. Oh,
What's
sorry,
that?
go ahead. Did you scoop up the bag? That's what Schultz and Akash say. Scoop up the bag.
Yeah, get it out the mode.
Ten toes down.
10 toes down.
I hope you're 10 toes down when you met him. If you guys got along. Because if you weren't, they would just.
Good luck, Pete.
I like a little bit of flavor, but that's
Oh, you do that?
because I do find Schultz annoying as fuck. Because Schultz seems very arrogant to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm turned off by that. Like
The most
Akash
conversation.
seemed less so at first. I don't know. In the context of that show, different than how I perceived him.
Oh, Bud Deasy, Bud Deasy is one of our big fans there. He's a great guy. Never met him. He says, will you tell the Red Bat story?
The Red Bars.
Red Bat?
I assume you mean Red Bar, but
Oh, you spelled wrong, Bud Deasy? All right, well, you're a guy.
they just pushed out. They're like, "Do you want to come on the show?" I wasn't even planning. That's the thing. It's like, again, to address Brendan recently on the Patreon. No one knows about this because Unique made a video. He called me obsessed with him. He like with his employees. He goes, "Yeah, he's obsessed with me. It's weird." And he goes, "Man, because he had no skills." I was like, "Oh, that's the third fake reason for firing me." Yeah. As I was editing 6 clips in a night, but I have no skills. So, the Red Bar story, not much more to it than they just reached out. So, had people not wanted to have me on the show, it's not like I was going, I need to like expose this story. People were reaching out to me going, do you want to come on my podcast? And I was just like, I guess. And Red Bar, they are so scared of Red Bar until that day. And I didn't know a ton about it because it was just one of these things where it's like, oh, stay away from Red Bar. It's like, they're forbidden
You that when you start. Is that orientation?
Red Practice is five, like, they knew of Red Bar, and it was like, kind of like the Reddit. It's like, stay away from the Reddit.
Yeah, don't look at the Reddit.
But I mean, to me, Red Bar is good content.
So that's kind of funny to me. And that makes me think like like I was joking there, but an orientation of some kind where you start at Big Boy Nation and they're like, thanks for joining the team.
It's like orientation.
Here's a donut. It's like drips on your shirt. You're not gonna get paid.
Watch out for the dripping donut. Nothing they say is true. But Red Bar was treated like the boogeyman. Yeah. I swear to God, I've never got that. I'm like,
Can't even say his
why are
name.
you guys so scared of this?
Like Voldemort.
Yeah.
Really?
No, it's written up.
Okay.
It was like,
Because we used to be like that. Oh yeah. We love Red Bar. I mean, it's hilarious and he's a controversial figure. But when we first started, we were just like, maybe we shouldn't even say anything.
you know what's funny is his fans have been really cool to me. Like, that's one of the more supportive communities of people where I came on and a lot of people were like, oh, he was trolling you the whole time. I'm like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
What his intentions were. We had Mike, I know he probably wanted a little more out of me and he was trying to press the conversation, but he's being a broadcaster. It's like Howard Stern is trying to press you to say the most controversial thing. I get that's his imperative. I didn't feel blocked or belittled by it. But
You were in on the bit, or you're enjoying it. Regardless.
like, because he was holding, he was like, had me on FaceTime, he was like, maybe going like, oh, this is cool on it, by the way.
Great woman, never met her.
He's holding me on FaceTime. And people like, oh, did you see a Red Bar was trolling? You know?
It would be an insult almost if he didn't troll. Like, who doesn't he troll when he has
but he was being, when he was saying compliments, I don't have any reason to doubt he's like being sincere. Because it was just like, yeah, I used to talk shit about you. And then it kind of changed my mind. I mean, I'm like, that's okay.
Is he ever sincere? I'm not sure.
I don't
He's not
to me, it's unbelievable that you could go from like, because he did make fun of me on the show. And again, like if you don't know the context of what you're comparing me to Brendan Schaub,
There he is. How are you, Zoot?
there are certain things that I do that are sarcastic or tongue in cheek that might.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot, remember that time I asked you how you're doing? And then you were just silent? Pepperidge Farm remembers. What up, big dog?
I figured out something.
What'd you figure out, big man?
The girl that was at the gangbang claimed she's like autistic. I think that's where I caught the autism.
Nope. That's incorrect. That's incorrect, Zoot. That's where you potentially were contaminated with super autism. Potentially contaminated with super autism.
Yeah, that's where I caught it. Right. So I have a feeling I gotta infect. I feel like if you infect people, autism's an STI, and you just gotta infect people with it, and then you're cured.
Like a zombie?
Yeah. So the more sex you have, the less autism you have.
Did you go back to that place today?
What place?
The adult bookstore or whatever?
Adult cinema where I caught the autism?
The super autism, potentially.
That's what I caught autism. I caught it Adult cinema.
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, I got to go back there, but I need to organize a reverse gangbang where it's only women, and then I need to affect them with my autism, and then I'm going to have no autism. The more women I sleep with, the less autism I have. That's how it works.
Okay. Is that going to be your stand-up bit this week? This Monday?
Yes.
Oh, I don't
Yes.
know if that's going to work for you.
Well, I feel like RFK Jr. has that autism, and like we were fucking the same escorts.
I don't think
He was
so.
there.
I don't think so. His black book is full of like A-list chicks.
RFK Jr.?
Yeah, dude, his black book got out, and it's filled with like really popular women in Hollywood and like socialites, and his wife, who's uh, Chrissy Hayes or whatever her name is, she basically just goes along with it because she realizes that she married a Kennedy, and that's kind of in the Kennedy tradition to cheat on your spouse.
Okay.
Word, dog. So what's good with you?
Well, he has syphilis.
I don't know about that, but have you been taking your acetaminophen?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't have it yet.
Okay, so why haven't you been taking your acetaminophen?
Because my doctor appointment is in an hour.
What are you saying, pimp?
So you want me to take acetaminophen, Ritalin, and acetaminophen, Ritalin, and Tylenol?
No, I want you to not take anything except anti-Tourette's medication.
But if I take Tylenol, right, and I want to get the Amish have Amish or Amish? Is it Amish or Amish?
Amish?
The Amish have no autism, so what I want to do is impregnate an Amish girl and give her Tylenol.
Okay, why is that?
Because there's a chance if I do that that either they're going to sacrifice the child to the devil, or the child's going to build the next $1 billion AI company.
Okay.
It's a 50-50 coin flip. Either the fucking child has like super autism, or it's just gonna like be non-verbal when hitting his head against the wall. Which I think like it's funnier if he's non-verbal when hitting against the wall, but like it's also beneficial for me if he can build that next $1 billion AI startup.
Okay, why do you want your progeny to suffer?
What?
Why do you want your children to suffer?
I don't want my children to suffer.
Yeah, you do. You want an Amish chick and have your child.
Because the Amish have no autism.
Yeah, I understand. Well, couldn't you just take an Amish person and send them to that adult video store and then have them develop super autism?
They can develop autism.
Super autism. They don't even get autism. They get super autism.
I do feel like if a modern day man goes and marries an Amish woman, she's gonna have some autism. Like,
Yeah, but what about mega autism?
I feel like everyone has some symptoms with autism. It's just like it's just a cultural like way we brought up, like the things that they're putting on TV and movies and all that. Like we all children have like that have been born in the last 30, 35 years have socially isolated themselves more than previous generations.
Okay. Dude, have you ever thought to yourself that you are absolutely obsessed with autism?
No.
Oh, come on, man. How don't you think that? Like you
They just diagnose me what the fuck it is. No one fucking knows what it is. So it's funny.
it's not necessarily funny, but you're obsessed with it.
Well, that's one of the symptoms.
That's one of the symptoms?
Yeah. That was special interest.
Okay. So
I want to make money and my special interest would just be fucking escorts all day. That would be a good fucking special interest to have.
okay. Well, that's cool. So what else is good? Did you go to the gym today?
Rabbi, have you ever questioned if you had autism yourself?
Never. When I was a kid,
Never?
it was not a thing. No, never. I don't know what it is, but I know I'm like as with the amount of people with whom I recognize that I am like the center point of reality. Basically, like no one is more normal than I am. I've just come to this conclusion. The only thing that I do that's different is I stream my life. That's it. Now, some people may say, well, that's super different, but I counter that by saying, aside from pressing a few buttons on a computer every 12 hours, I live a relatively normal life. And
Has anyone ever like told you like you should go get diagnosed or said that you have it or asked you if you have it?
Not in real life.
On here?
Oh, dog, people ask me all the time stuff that is irrelevant. Not in here, not in the Discord. I get people who ask.
No, you do.
I get people who ask.
You do have Trey.
Dude, I do not.
That's what they told me.
No, they didn't.
I said the same thing.
No, they didn't. They didn't tell you that you had Tourette's. I'm the one who told you that you have to go tomorrow to go get diagnosed with it. Once you get diagnosed with it, you won't get diagnosed with it tomorrow. They'll give you a referral to a place in the upcoming month or so where you can get diagnosed with it. Then what's going to happen to you? You're going to be prescribed a Tourette's medication, and then that's going to change your life. And I don't think you recognize how that's going to change your life. But you're no longer going to be like obsessed, God willing, with these subjects that aren't necessarily even relevant. And you're going to have the ability to have normal conversations with people. You're not going to burst out with awkward discussions. You're going to be able to have normal interactions with people. And then I think most of all, it'll just keep your brain focused. So you won't be like your discussion of these. You discuss the same topics every night, and it's fine. But at a certain point, I recognize how it would be unattractive to be with you long term if you were just only in the discussions of like you only discuss the things that you discuss. You need to have more variety. You need to be a more well-rounded person, and you're unable to do that mentally because you are focused on these things, and I get that. But I think that these medications are going to be able to alter your behavior to the point where you are able to focus on other things. And what do I mean by that? A job.
I don't know. When people talk about things that just don't interest me, I'm just like, fuck this. I don't want to be here.
I understand. But like you were trying to find a job for like 10 seconds. And then you've never been able to refocus on that again. Like if you came in here, like when you did when you were working out, that at least showed some diversity in you. And I'm not trying to be overly critical of you. I'm just saying that like every single day, if you came in here 7 days a week, 5 to 7 days, the first thing out of your mouth is some kind of mental health issue. And that isn't healthy.
I'm a comedian that all have mental health issues.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Many comedians are just relatively normal individuals who are just talented in.
It's funnier if you promote psychiatry and mental health conditions because the fucking mental health industry loves it, and then they put you further in the algorithm because that's the way society is built.
Okay, that's fine too.
But
Let's talk.
If you want to go viral right now, the best way to go viral is just talk about mental health issues because the fucking psychiatry and the pharmaceutical companies fucking love that shit, unfortunately, and that's the way the world is. The reason why we're having so much diagnosis of these conditions is because we have so much awareness on social media because of these people are promoting it. Like people just want to see it. And I'm just making fun of the fucking fact. Do I think I have these things? Not really, but do I think it's funny that people don't notice it? Yeah, I think people are stupid. And like my humor is me targeting these people.
Okay, Zoot. If that's how you feel, that away from you. I understand.
What I want to do is I want to fucking be funny, promote all these things of doing stand-up, fucking flip the switch on the fucking mental health industry. I'm going to fucking diagnose myself with everything and then put it into stand-up. And then they're going to boost me in the algorithm. And then I'm going to fucking flip the switch. And then people will see the world how I see it.
Okay, Zoot.
That's how you change the world.
That's fine. Zoot, that's enough mental health discussion. Talk about something else. What else do you want to talk about? Are you gonna apply for any jobs today?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you apply for some jobs?
I'm gonna travel.
Okay, where are you gonna travel?
Melbourne, Sydney. I'm gonna do stand up in Melbourne and Sydney.
Okay. Did you talk with your cousin who is already a stand-up comedian and ask them for advice?
Not yet, but I do got some news. Like I talk to other people that just do like paid gigs around South Australia, in the scene, and they're just doing paid gigs, like, and they're going to help me get into these paid position roles. Like, it's not much money, but it's like $200-$300 a show.
That's really great, Zoom. Excellent. Hey, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good.
How was your day?
Yeah, next year I'll probably be a paid stand-up comedian. Yeah, hey, Miss Aquarius.
Next year I'll probably be a paid stand-up comedian. Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Okie doke, Zoo. You're always welcome.
Next year I'll probably make five. My goal is to make $5,000 to $50,000 being doing stand-up. I know
Okay.
that's not much. Maybe average.
Okay, Zoo. Miss Aquarius, I'll be there in just one moment.
As you heard, Jimmy Kimmel's back on late night TV tonight after a week-long suspension over complaints about his remarks about MAGA's reaction to Charlie Kirk's death and lots of costly protests against ABC and Disney for the suspension. And Italian actress Claudia Cardinale died at the age of 87. She was known for 1960s hits including Once Upon a Time in the West.
All right.
SoCal weather partly cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s.
All right. I'm ready. Go to sleep.
Yes, ma'am.
This report brought to you by OPOLaw.com and from your Toyota dealer's traffic center. Find the Toyota hybrid sedan, truck, or SUV that's right for you at Toyota.com. There's a brush fire on the 10 in City. Attending eastbound just before Robertson Boulevard, fire crews have the two right lanes blocked off as they try to move this south, causing a busy ride from Bundy Drive. And a work zone in Chino. If you're on the 60 eastbound, that's from the 71 to Gary Avenue. Right lanes off limits until midnight. Watch for small about Chino. The 15 northbound in Ontario just before Roma Street. You got a stalled semi truck that's stuck in the middle lane.
I just got out the shower. No, my fingers are so crazy. Come on. Come on, man. There we go. Well, Rabbi.
Local stations bring you the action live. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Plus fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network.
Not good.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a few girls sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through
Are you serious?
funny and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel
Wow, Miss Aquarius, we're tied.
No. Let's go. Hey.
Not anymore,
Not
Miss
tied no
Aquarius.
more.
That's right. Good job. High five.
Thank you. Thank you.
I tried.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
Oh, come on.
Free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
From Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta, I'm Caitlin.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
This is Up in Banner Street.
From the team that brought you Up in
Oh, that's a big score.
podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk about cases with special guests.
Nope. Oh, God. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come on. Strike it.
I need a strike here.
Strike it.
I need a strike here. Are you serious?
Oh, my God. You can knock that down. You got it. Come on. Knock it down. You got it. You got it spare. There you go.
Up in Banner Street is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling William.
You got it. Come on, Rabbi.
Comeback time.
Yep. Strike it.
Oh, come on.
Yay.
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 Easter eggs / pineapples and general knowledge. We'll also use Indian and our relationship to it 20 years later.
I'll take it.
You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. All right, your turn.
Let's go.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Blair was a professional con artist. So
I should have done that.
But I figured this group
Okay, right.
realizes it, and I start recording every lie.
Oh no.
Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Coming up tomorrow at 3 o'clock on the John Codell Show, we're going to talk to the mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negrini. She gets complaining about me on social media for what I've said about the state of Santa Monica. So we invited her on the air to talk about the state of Santa Monica.
Give it to me. Oh no.
What's going on?
If I told you that there was a 7-Eleven which got robbed, you'd probably say, of course. Is there anything else which gets robbed?
Hey,
Big time.
You go.
That store? No, not at all.
Yeah,
If I told you that the robbery suspect was unable to escape and then barricaded himself, I presume it's him, barricaded himself in the 7-Eleven for hours.
Nope. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. Maybe tomorrow.
The same person who allegedly robbed the 7-Eleven barricaded himself. He's off now. Barricaded himself inside the 7-Eleven.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, you're not out of it yet.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happened. And I have questions. I have a lot of questions. Now, this 7-Eleven, which is near First Street in Broadway.
No, you got it. Out of the way.
I don't know if it was a stand.
Pardon me.
I don't know if there is a part of the strip mall
You got it.
other buildings. That's important. Now,
Yeah. You win.
That's big time.
It's okay. You win. I win. Let's go.
Just after 2 a.m. this morning, so it was going on for a long time. There was a robbery. The employees were able to escape. They called the police, but the suspect barricaded himself inside.
Good job. You win. I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Thank you. All right, one bit.
Sweet dreams,
I'll
Miss
see you in the
Aquarius.
morning, okay, guys?
God willing.
The fixation with 7-Eleven, other than it's probably easier to rob than other places. Nonetheless, the barricade himself.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
Refused to surrender. That's around 2 a.m. 12 hours later at 2 p.m., SWAT officers made their entrance. I don't know if they used flashbangs or whatever, but they entered the store and they found it empty. But they did look in the storage room. And according to public reports, there were missing ceiling tiles in the storage room, indicating how the suspect likely exited the 7-Eleven. Cool. Okay, so he went into the ceiling so high. This is my question. And this goes back to the layout of the 7-Eleven. Is it a standalone? Because we have the video up right now on our YouTube, but I can't see the full building. If it's a standalone, he's obviously not going anywhere. He's just in the ceiling. If it's like a strip mall connected to other buildings, something like, well, does that really connect? Does that allow you a way to get into the neighboring building? Okay, I can see it now. It's a corner 7-Eleven, so it's not a standalone building. I don't know how he got away. If he went up into the ceiling
before.
Yo, how old are you?
6, 7.
How old are you?
6, 7.
How old are you?
I just have to wonder, like, not to blame the police, but I have to wonder what they were looking at or what they were focusing on, because there's no way he should have gotten away. There's no way he should have gotten away unless he walked out with one of the employees. You know, in the rush, the commotion of the employees running, and remember, there's only 1 or 2 employees. I don't know. It's like, where are you going to go? I mean, he's not Houdini, and clearly he was able to get away. We assumed through the ceiling, but it doesn't have to be through the ceiling. He could have exited some other way. Wrong. He's in that ceiling right now. He can still be in there. They say that he might have gotten away, but, you know, according to Fox 11, they said it's unclear if the suspect was ever located. No, that means they haven't located him. He's gone. He's in the wind. And my thing is, if you're smart enough to evade police in this way, no, to evade SWAT, he got captured. Right in the middle of committing the crime, he was forgiven. Oh my gosh. That's a distinct possibility. That's real. Because that is more believable than he being able to outsmart SWAT. Now, there is a movie coming out starring Channing Tatum called Roofman. Stars the criminal. Was able to evade the police all throughout the States or wherever he was going, and he finally, before he was caught, not only obvious he was going, this guy's Brendan Schaub's friend, and therefore he's as stupid and narcissistic as Brendan Schaub, and therefore if I'm doing a, you know, like doing a little act out where I'm acting more Jim Rotucci, then you're gonna go, oh, this guy's really
The Indian man wants to know if what do you think of Elephant Graveyard?
Oh yeah, one of our guys.
Amazing, yeah.
I'm sorry for calling you the Indian man.
Snap job.
Yeah,
but you never told us how to say
it's amazing because I like content like that where YouTubers like put instead of daily content. And this, I consider you guys this too because you do custom songs. I think you put a lot of effort into your podcast and elevate it, you know, to something greater than just 2 people talking, right? And I think Elephant Graveyard is an example of this guy puts a lot of effort into the artistic output.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean he's a legend. I mean,
yeah.
Those 2 are like they're like Socrates and Plato or something like that. Or we're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Oh, Schaub and talent.
What's your salary? Over 100K. God damn, it's crazy.
Allegedly.
Yeah, that's true.
What did you say?
Plus. I know.
Oh, his salary.
Years ago, he negotiated 100K because he found out that Jamie on Joe Rogan makes $1 million a year. Well, if your boss is making,
that's hilarious.
You know, $100 million a year.
You heard it here.
You can't throw $1 million my way.
I'm gonna go to the sync real quick.
Jamie basically in poverty in Austin there.
Yeah, exactly.
$1 million.
What the fuck is Mark talking about? Effort? I don't know what that means. That's what's watching. What's the guest on for today?
Thank you, SB. Did you watch the latest? I forget what it's called. The latest Elephant Graveyard that just blew everybody away.
Yeah.
So funny.
At least most of them.
Yeah. What was the title for that, chat? I have Graves. I forgot. Put the title in the chat. But yeah, I mean, that guy, he's just. I really.
Poetry of it.
Have you ever done something like that where you sat down and made like an edited thing where you're talking about something?
No, but I would like. I do enough basic editing, or like here's the main thing that I'm looking at. Like the visuals are great. I don't have skills to edit and
Comedy
but
Jones.
like, even just the voiceovers he does are very cinematic. So I that's what I put in. I go, I love the cinematic voiceover style that's matching then the visual qualities that are dreamlike.
Yeah.
Transitions.
I could never edit that shit. That's a Gerardo skill that I don't have.
Because he makes great artistic choices.
Yeah.
For all, it's not literal telling. He's when he's voiceovering, he's like directly what's on the screen. So he's making, artistic choices. What is the moment to moment visual? So you have to do that, but also have this kind of poetic narrative for the whole thing.
Top Jimmy, I saw your question. Can you post it again? Because I don't remember what it was.
Graves activated.
So Top Jimmy, I'll keep an eye out for it.
Mark says, how do all my Mark's in the chat, not Mark here, but Hank rather. How does Gerardo keep all those kids in the bedroom so quiet? Fuck you guys. They're watching the stream in the restroom right now.
All the Patreon ads.
Trolls. So I remember now. Top Jimmy said, have you seen all of Callan's specials?
Oh yeah. No, but I've seen him do live stand up.
Like in Cali?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen him at the store a few times.
Yeah.
I mean, he's terrible. Yeah, he's the worst ever,
Oh, yeah.
But that doesn't mean that he's not also
technical level for
no.
Here's what I look at. I go his act outs, his
there work.
Top out.
He comes out. Do you see that?
Because I'm not objective. Because I like Brian.
Yeah, you're his friend. Person. You can't say he's bad.
And I like at least when people use different. I appreciate physical comedy, or that he's doing something. It's he's making choices.
Yo, how are you?
I don't but I go. He's
Living the dream, dog. How'd you find out about me? Oh, okay, very cool. What's good in your?
Not much. Chilling.
How's that been? How has just chilling been?
Been good. Just been gaming a little bit. Played one human.
Okay, how's that?
It's an MMO. Pretty fun.
Okay.
I was gonna ask you about the Tree of Life.
Okay, from Kabbalah.
Yeah.
All right,
I was gonna ask Havens it, but he didn't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best rabbi to ask that to, and the reason why is I'm not yet 40. So Kabbalah is not something that I've been fully versed on. That's something that we normally, as Orthodox Jews, wait till we're 40 years old to be able to study in depth. So I would advise you to seek your local Orthodox rabbi who's at least 40 years old and has had children.
Yeah, there's a couple around here.
Very well.
Probably talk to. I just talked to Havens.
Okay.
He's Ashkenazi background.
Very well. What else is good in your world? What have you been up to recently?
Oh man, I've just been working and grinding.
And how is that?
Much. Working, grinding, investing.
Okay.
Staying focused.
All right.
Enjoying some drinks here and there.
All right. How's
after work?
How's that been?
Been good. How you been?
I've been well, thank God. Just one moment. I've got to go to the restroom.
Still dropping links in people's Twitch chats.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
This was not an accident. This was pure murder.
Uncover Season 2, Bomb on Board.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Yo, big dog. Apologies. Yeah, I'm still dropping links.
Still dropping links.
Yeah,
Switch chats.
I'm doing what I can. Yeah, I'm redoing my bots to maybe see if I can improve them. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. How about you? What's new with you?
Not much. Been reading.
How's that been?
Reading through the Old Testament lately.
Okay. How have your hobbies been?
Well, rereading it.
Sure.
My 5th time reading it, but haven't read it in about 2-3 years, so I thought about opening it up again.
There you go.
And do a full read rather than doing like scriptures, and I'm just gonna read the full thing again.
Very well. How have your hobbies been? What have you been doing aside from reading it with your free time?
That's really much it.
Okay.
Hanging with family.
How's that been?
Friends. Been good.
What's your family been up to?
They're doing good.
Okay, excellent. Apologies, I'm not more fun. I'm just focused on doing this right now.
You're good, man.
Excellent.
Sure. He got in a debate over Genesis. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. He said, was that in relation to Israel, or was that in relation to people?
What book of in Genesis?
Yeah.
Well, it's technically the nation of Israel hasn't been fully fully unified, but we are to assume that that is based on Israel today.
Oh, okay.
Goody's trying to pay the bills. He has to hate.
That's why I'm doing it. I think Jeff Dye is probably better than Callan and Shop. I mean, Jeff Dye is fine.
Totally fair, because it's like, I want,
he's better than that.
Comedy should just be an instinctual reaction. This just make me laugh or not. That's the only factor of
right.
whether you like it.
That's the thing, though, because like now when I watch Brandon Schaub, I laugh like almost every time. But I don't laugh. I don't even laugh when Callan does the hawk duck thing, which I love. I love it. Unironically, I love the bit. So it's not like going to make me laugh.
Yeah.
My son. Yeah, no, it does. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. And part of, when I see clips of Brian on the podcast,
how did Short
as a friend of his who likes him, it makes me sad.
Charlie Kirk got taken out, man. Did you see that?
Yeah, it's very sad.
He doesn't understand the basics of comedy, or improv, or yes-anding, so it's like,
Yeah, the memorial.
sometimes he gets it, like,
Correct.
But it looked pretty strange.
It's Callan down way more than he should. Callan is very good as a comedic partner for teaming people up. Him and Chris D'Elia have great chemistry because he allows Chris D'Elia to make him the victim of the comedy.
Yeah.
And we're like, wait, that's not fair. As Chris D'Elia's roasting him, he knows how to keep it going, keep it big going, and extend play.
You hit on two things
Yeah.
that happen in our show. One is, okay, I'm going to start with Brian, and then I'll do the D'Elia thing.
Yeah.
So, Brian, when we're watching Brian and Shab, Brian will go into one of his bits, and granted, it's not funny. What is it?
Oh, someone says, Mark, does Bappa have any incriminating info on you? Fuck no, dude. He has no idea what I have on him. He has no fucking clue. You know that movie Night Rises when Catwoman, played by what's-her-face, leans into Christian Bale. It's like, there's a storm coming. That's literally what I think of when I think of what's coming for Shab. And I have to keep this under wraps because part of it is my legal case. To put it out on YouTube would be detrimental to my financial bottom line. But it's like, he doesn't even know what's coming, and he's too stupid to realize I have everything,
Right. He should
have
just
nothing.
He should.
He hired a private investigator to go to Luana's house, and Luana, owns the private investigator.
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, she's charming enough to be like, and she knew more about, but Luana is skilled at manipulating men. So, but also, she played it very, savvy, and I applaud her for that. She was able to get the fact that Brendan Schaub was this guy's employer out of him when you're not supposed to do that as a private detective. And I have, somewhere on my phone, but I can show the guy's card, I can show the letter he wrote, and put to our apartment door, not realizing I was living there at the time, you idiot.
Yeah.
But he's operating on the suppression. And I remember the one that called me, he was like, what's this guy doing out there? Did you serve me with some papers or something? I was like, Luana, no, go, because I was at home.
Crazy.
I said, go look at what he wrote. He wrote this note, put a number on there. He was still in the area, so go, just call him up, see what's up. He's a private investigator. He didn't say shop. She talks to him. She knows what he's inventing. He goes, are you here because, she's like, who do you work for? I said, well, I can't really say. I go, oh, is it Brendan Schaub? And does it have to do with a bouquet of flowers that someone sent to his house? And he's like, Mark. And he's like, oh, okay, you know what this is about. He was having a long-term affair with, who's smarter than the rest. She has an MBA and just a more accomplished professional and just somebody who you shouldn't cross. You fuck around with the wrong girl. A lot of these girls he dates are idiots, but this girl, after he crossed the line with her, having lied to her for the last time, she sent a bouquet of flowers to Joanna, saying, just outing him for having long relationships. But the note started off with, this is not Mark. So, it's true it wasn't Mark. However, it gave him just enough of a thing to go, Joanna, obviously it's Mark because it says this is not Mark.
Yeah.
And then he invented an entire story whereby I somehow went to his house with a bouquet of flowers and a note and hopped over his fence. It was a whole, I'm like, you have security cam footage, I've been in your house. The whole thing is covered by, 8 different cameras. And he said to another side piece, hey, have you talked to Mark recently? He's like, no, what's up? He came by the house when I wasn't there. He's harassing my kids. She's like, no way. And he's like, yeah, I had to get the police involved. I'm on the phone with them right now. I'm like, oh, yeah. The police. Yeah, sounds good, bro. With the security cam footage of a worker from Joanna's favorite florist delivering, you know. Oh, I just wonder how he gassed her on that, because, like, we weren't doing anything with the florist. He's like, oh, you probably can. Well, we haven't done anything with it since, I don't know, the Patriot Act. We still got the second one, that's all we need, right? According to some people. Yeah, except what you said. I'm just saying, we have that with, like, the surveillance on wheels with Waymo. Well, that too. Oh, look, there's surveillance in various levels and forms. Hell, you can talk about the whole Google car, which is going down the street. Yeah, mapping for Google Maps and the street level view and everything. You think it's only being used for GPS purposes? It's for entertainment purposes. There's a lot of people who really pose for funny pictures on that. No, it is funny, but whenever you're mapping to that degree, there are alternative and other uses. Yeah. For that data and information. And look, don't you think that law enforcement would like to have all the mapping of everyone's house and everyone's street and all everyone's information? I guess we just have to trust they're going to do the right thing, don't we? No, I don't think we have to trust. I would say we have no choice in the matter. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't have to trust. I'm saying it is going on because we know law enforcement already uses the Ring camera technology, the neighbor app, and sharing all that information. Jeez Louise, where's the Rapture at? Is it here yet? Oh, it's here. I mean, come on with the Rapture. Oh, I actually had some hate mail last night because someone seriously was mad at me that I used the Blondie Rapture as opposed to Anita Baker. Because Anita Baker has a song caught up in a Rapture of Love. Oh. Are you mother fathers happy now? Golly, they get mad about the smallest things. It's like, how did you skip over Anita Baker just to get the Blondie? I will tell you how. Because Blondie clearly says the word rapture by itself. For me to use Anita Baker, I had to use the whole damn phrase of caught up in the rapture of love. I couldn't even isolate it, so it didn't make sense. Y'all happy now? Okay, I got a book with it. I like that. I'm still here. I know, still here. Can't I answer this one with didn't work. We're live everywhere on iHeartRadio app because we are unraptured now. Mark Runner has news. Here is the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAPD responded to what may have been a swatting call involving celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay in Bel Air last night. The staffer there told the cops there was no shooting and Ramsay was out of the country. President Trump now says he believes Ukraine can win back all territory lost to Russia after he repeatedly called on Kyiv to make concessions to end that war. And a Missouri woman who tried to put Elvis Presley's Graceland estate up for auction will spend nearly 5 years in the big house since it wasn't hers. From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need. Partly cloudy tonight with lows in the mid-60s, 20% chance of rain later. Partly cloudy tomorrow, too, with highs from mid-70s at the beaches to 90 in the valleys and IE. This report brought to you by Rapid Radios, and there's a stall on the 10 in Pomona.
For the 57, it's stuck in the carpool and left lane. That's slowing down from about Kellogg Drive. As you make your way up the 110 southbound in South LA, just before Exposition, a crash there does the left lane off limits, causing some traffic backed up to about Olympic. And some good news if you're on the 101 northbound in Encino, just before Balboa, a crash has been cleared out of the middle lane. Your drive is recovering from Havenhurst. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
The new season of the NFL lives on iHeartRadio. Local stations bring you the action live. Touchdowns Hamilton. Plus fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network. A strip sack, one recovery.
Everything you love about football is on the iHeartRadio app.
Goes to the end zone. Caught it. Touchdown.
Search NFL to dive in.
A frost advisory remains in effect for northern Washington and Idaho. In Colorado, up to 14 inches of snow could hit Rocky Mountain National Park. Denver could see over an inch of rain. Several southern states are facing severe thunderstorm threats due to a moving area of low pressure. Parts of Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas could see large hail, damaging wind gusts, and even tornadoes. Scattered showers from Cleveland to Chicago down through Kansas City and Little Rock. By midweek, severe thunderstorms will be moving back into the Mississippi Valley and over the plains. Storms are moving from West Virginia and New York. Some small hail will fall in the winds. The storm center estimates.
Pulled out the fucking camera plugs, you know, to cut the power to the security, because otherwise it'd be like, well, watch the footage. Where am I in this equation? It was just one of the more hilarious things where I go, this willingness to gaslight his wife and family in the craziest way possible, and then hire an investigator. Yeah. You know, or whatever. He doesn't do everything. Boys, that's why he lost the unique lawsuit. Because it's like, imagine Brendan Judge your client, and you have to rely on him to tell you the truth about what's going on. You're fucked.
Yeah, I mean, being a lawyer like anything, gotta be like. We have another one if you want to know. I don't know. But I bid off that. So go ahead.
Cooking car. Oh my god.
Dude, it is amazing. I just tried it. It's the first time having a coffee cake from Bordeaux. Surprising, I know. Cinnamon coffee cake. Wow. Listen, I would fuck my way into the room.
I would eat in those. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. No, I'm not just a little.
Hey, if somebody runs a fucking smear campaign against me to try to ruin my life and make me unemployable, or lies publicly about the reason he fired me to make it look like he wasn't a fucking idiot to a temper tantrum because I didn't text back for a few hours, I get to do whatever the fuck I want for the rest of my life. I got nothing to do with you, Murray. This is what the fuck I do. Mariah hit him with you. Seriously. Brendan's so fucking
Kyle Samuel wants to know, and you probably already answered this before, but how did Chab handle the drug walk situation behind the scenes?
Freak out and handle it terribly. Like,
oh my god, so bad.
It's a choose your adventure where it's like, hey, make the worst decision possible.
Yeah, they were actually on that side.
The funny part is always, you know, if I'm tagged in a video to go Brendan Chubb's handler, like, how can I be someone's handler who doesn't listen to any other human?
That's facts.
You can give him the best advice ever. It's like, hey, what you're about to do, like Joe Rogan said, he needs someone to say, what are you going to do? No, don't do that.
Yeah.
I would say that. Say that, Joe. He just wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, how are you going to handle this drug walk situation? Stutter on fucking, you know, like, I went through your DMs. You sent a peach emoji to fucking a picture of Annie Letterman's ass. I saw that. Like, but you're like, oh, I would never hit on her. Don't make any sense. I mean, they're all laughing at him on this fucking podcast for stumbling over his words.
How do you handle a drug walk situation? Obvious, you text about. But moving on, Christian L.
Literally, it's like, as ridiculous as that Mark broke into my house story. It's like, how can I make this the absolute worst out of this universe fucking problem out of just being like, yeah, you like, oh, we already know you're a cheater. Just admit to it. Just be like, hey, Eddie, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I misread the situation.
So Christian L, we know it's just Chin $4.99 because not making very much money.
Yeah.
Said, let's see, scroll back up. Oh, he said, Mark, what is Shop's most redeeming quality? You must have seen something good in the beginning, hoping you answered it.
I'm talking about Shop's positive qualities, but they're still under the umbrella of narcissistic personality disorder, which implies in the beginning stages of a relationship, he is going to be very generous. So, for example, like the first time I ever traveled with him was to Austin, Texas. In 2021.
I've had so many recruiting
my wife, she was like, why fucking going with John? I was like, it felt like it was like 2 hours ago. I don't get mad travel like that much, like during COVID.
National Guard,
like is like going with us
and all that, trying to recruit you guys.
She was like, no, I don't want your help.
It's too late.
I was like, so I made up a lie.
Bailington was.
I told Brendan that,
which is
Get in the truck like, oh, he's not about to do it. And then cover my ass so I could be like, so.
And I barely touched either. I did it in 4 hours.
Yeah, no, I can name many things where it's like, you guys don't eat that.
So it was like, I think we want to say 20, 30 miles, and I did it in 4 hours or so.
For cross so that in the end, next year or something.
Yo, what up, Only Solid? How you living, pimp?
I'm doing good, dude.
How'd you find out about me, Only Solid?
Joined on Rumble a while back.
Oh yeah, that's right. How you living? What? Yeah, what's good?
I'm calling you to ask your question.
Go for it, big man.
What is the significance behind the number 33?
Yeah, this is a great question. At its base, it's the number of vertebrae that we have in our spine. So, if you have a body, if you have a,
that has to do with like reincarnation stuff, right?
well, there is an aspect of this, like basically in our coccyx, which some people define the spine as having 33 bones. Other people describe it as having 34 bones. And that last bone in the tail is thought when in the days of Mashiach that will be used to be able to revivify the dead. And that's just tradition. If you know the science behind it, it is something that basically is the strongest bone in our body. I shouldn't say strongest, but the one to decay the last. So we call it the luz bone, Luz. And just tradition says that fire can't burn it, water can't dissolve it, no hammer can crush it. That's tradition. Can it be crushed? Yeah, all of those things can. But nevertheless, that's tradition. And then it's taught that Hashem or God will use that bone as the seed from which the body will be reconstructed during the revivification of the dead. So we say it's the last bone in the spine at the coccyx. If you know where that is, it's like your tailbone. And its name comes from Luz. It means almond. It's also a city in the Bible. Basically, that's associated with continuity and immortality.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now, if you really do decompose a body and count the amount of bones in like vertebrae, again.
I was more thinking, but I know the Freemasons do a lot with the number 33.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Freemason as well, and it's used a lot within Masonry. It's the highest level of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. It symbolizes illumination. It has a lot to do within geometry as well. So most geometric patterns, at least in a simple form, use like 90 degrees, but 33 degrees is really important because it's actually 33.3333333333 in ad infinitum, but basically like forever. And so you can't ever really get there. You can attempt to, but you're never going to get the whole amount of the number. And basically, when you're breaking things up in easy pieces, let's say we have just a piece of bread. It's pretty easy to cut it in half. That's generally like 180 degrees, and then a cross cut to make 90 degrees. But if we have 3 people, then we have to make it 33.333333, and it's very difficult to do accurately. And basically, like when dealing with these types of numbers, if you have 1 or 2 people, it's pretty easy to break something up evenly. 4 people it is, but 3 people is pretty difficult. And so there's a lot of interest in the fact that when you're separating something into threes, it's actually technically impossible to do accurately.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that with just like fractions in school.
Exactly.
Well, Rabbi Rothschild, that's my question of the day.
Excellent.
I will see you probably tomorrow. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime, my friend. Great question.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Officials with ICE are reportedly spending tens of millions of dollars to try and recruit new members. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst. Jason Litchfield of All-Star Talent, the recruiting firm, tells the Los Angeles Times the pay for police officers in California is just too good. An entry-level position in Los Angeles pays more than $90,000 without overtime. Law enforcement experts say in many lower-income states outside of California, where officers are paid far less, federal positions are certainly more financially attractive. Tammy Trujillo, KFI News. Home sales have dropped in LA and Orange counties. That's according to new data from the California Association of Realtors. In LA County, home sales were down 16% from July, but up more than 12% from August of last year. In Orange County, home sales were down more than 4% from July, but up about 1.5% from August of last year. Bill Hewlett, KFI News. The Secret Service says it dismantled a covert operation that could have been used to take out cell towers in New York City and conduct surveillance of world leaders at the UN General Assembly. U.S. Secret Service Special Agent in charge, Matt McCool, says the operation involved complex devices planted around the New York City metro area. These devices were concentrated within 35 miles of the global meeting of the United Nations General Assembly, now underway in New York City. Cybersecurity experts say devices called SIM bombs found in empty apartments can control thousands of cell phones at the same time. And the man accused of attempting the assassination of President Trump last year has been convicted. ABC's Alex Mallon reports the jury deliberating about 2 hours before finding Ryan Ruth guilty on all charges. Prosecutors put on about 38 witnesses who testified that Ryan Ruth came really close in that September 2024 day to killing President Trump on his golf course in West Palm Beach. You know, he was obviously spotted by a Secret Service officer who saw him first in a collection of bushes. Prosecutors said Ruth hadn't been spotted. He could have come within 140 feet of Trump. Ruth represented himself in the trial and reportedly tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen when the verdict was read. Southline weather. Daylight partly cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s, and a 20% chance of rain after midnight. Partly cloudy tomorrow as well, highs in the mid-80s in LA, OC, 90 in the valleys, 90 mid-70s at the beaches. Right now it is 72 in Newport Beach, 77 in Orange, 76 in Sherman Oaks, 77 in Burbank. We're looking at cones on the 215 in Riverside. Heading northbound from Central to Martin Luther King Boulevard, the 2 right lanes are coned off the road there. That's scheduled until 5 a.m. and it's currently causing some traffic back up to Eucalyptus. Chino 160 heading eastbound from the 71 to Perry Avenue. The right lanes are scheduled until midnight.
deliberately stopped taking things from him because he'd offer like when I was having issues, like me and Luana started having conflict because she was working a shit ton. She was working like 2 graphic design jobs. She was suffering from burnout in late 2022. I'm traveling with Shop, fed up to my fucking ears with this bullshit as he's increasingly being disrespectful. So like, I got this crazy boss who's disrespecting me all the time. I'm traveling, then at home I'm working after being in the office. So we're both like high conflict. She's like mad at me about Brendan being like exploiting me and not getting paid enough, and I'm like mad at her because I'm like, I'm coming in the door from traveling, and she's like giving the stink face, but I understand her perspective. And then what the fuck?
You're talking about like how he's a good guy.
Oh, okay. So,
or the things he does well.
That's the other end of it, is what I mean, where it's like he sets it up so that later down the road, he was making me feel like shit for whatever reason he felt like.
Because you owe him, right?
Yeah, because I owed him. Yeah. And I had to finally be like, look, dude, like, you're not even treating me like with 1/100th of the respect that you treated me last year. And I'm like putting all my time and effort into helping you. Like, you think you're doing me a favor by doing all this? Like,
yeah,
I, am college educated, professional writer. I do all these things. Like, I don't need this job. Like, I'm doing, like, you're paying me, and I agreed to do the same fucking. I didn't even negotiate. It was like, what's Christian paying? I'll do the same thing, and I'll do more work for them, just to prove to you that if you want to pay me more, like, and then I'm still being shit on, like, fuck you. So
yeah, that's so funny. The first time I've seen a guy tripping on acid.
I almost took tap acid before I came. I'm like, would that be funny if I was on acid?
Oh no!
With Shab, what I've learned from Shab, because he does have good qualities, is like, number one, he's helped me a lot. Like, I wasn't really that into my son's baseball team, and then I listened to Shab, I was like, I should be like a baseball dad. And
when you saw him yelling at the umpire.
Yeah, my son Denver has gotten a lot better at the swing and the pitch, and he never loses to a fat guy anymore, like a fat kid. So we got rid of that. Like, if a fat kid is playing, he's always better than a fat kid.
I didn't like him until I got my own truck.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hey, reading those Reddit posts by one of the baseball parents, it was so fucking funny because now again, this constant identity shifting of like, now I'm a baseball dad, and this is my kids in my life after cheating on their mother publicly for a decade. Like, it's hilarious watching, and then hearing the other side of the story where it's like, oh, Shop's also, as he's everything, portrays himself as like this beast of work ethic. I'm trying to push on. Then you hear the other side of the coin, you're like, oh, so from a third party perspective,
Oh man!
You ever watch this football highlights from Colorado?
These guys thought he was going to make the NFL, and I can say that I watched myself play football on video when I was a child. I played for youth school. Yeah, we used to have to do the difference between high school and college is you're watching practice film every day, one-on-one drills and scrimmage footage, and you're scrutinized one by one, right? It's humiliating when you fuck up, because as a freshman, I'm like, I don't know how to play football. And your coach is ripping into you, but it's a great you're learning a whole new humility exercise. So, but I look at Shop and I go, I know what it looks like. I'm not saying I had good moments for me. I knew when I was performing well, and it gives you an appreciation for NFL caliber. You have no idea until you see yourself play football on camera. These fucking 300-pound D linemen. It's like, these humans shouldn't be able to move that fast. Watching Shab, I'm like, oh, he looks like a D3 player. You know what I mean? He's not good. And he's make it to the NFL. I haven't seen good highlights. Jay, thank you, Jay. Jay, how does Shab feel about air raid?
Good question, because that's another nuanced one. That falls under the umbrella of Shab hates everyone he feels is socially beneath him. However, he did negotiate Eric's behalf not against, but like when he was being brought into the King of the Sting situation, apparently, according to Shab, which take it with a grain of salt, but I think Theo was kind of like making it more difficult for him to kind of be an equal partner in this like dynamic or something like that, where it's like, because they were inviting him on as a guest, kind of like, oh, we'll throw you this much change per week, and he was kind of like, hey man, like if I'm going to keep myself available every week, which is totally fair. It's like, am I going to be on call or am I going to be part of this thing? He was asking very fair questions. Shop advocated for him to be a more fairly paid kind of, we're splitting in this kind of thing. And I think it was Theo who was kind of going, I don't want that, but also but part of this pie was the fact that like King of the Sting is what it is because of Theo Vaughn. Sure. Theo Vaughn is the draw here. Theo Vaughn does a solo podcast and gets 1 million hits. So like obviously, in a business sense, you could realistically go, what's your value to this? Like what you add. In a friend sense or a very fair sense, you go, if we're doing a podcast together and I said that I need you, let's all get paid the same. But baked into this cake is a condescension towards Eric, not like his attitude of like, he likes to dismiss people, and I can't really sell tickets, I can't do this. But Eric's better stand-up comedian than you, Brennan, and he's been on TV, and he's like, I don't know, Eric, again, was always very nice to me, and a thoughtful person too. He would always he was the first person at Thick Boy when I was like, really like, I got depressed, where I would come to work every day and I'm like, I am waking up early and like dealing with Brendan's bullshit until 10 p.m. every night, 7 a.m. Like, I just started to become dead at some point. I hate every moment here. And he was the only person to be like, hey man, you all right? And I was like, yeah. And he said, hey, or something like that. Yeah.
Really? I wouldn't have picked him to be a guy that talks like that. I mean,
it's my lawyer, Rob Pebble.
That sounds like a good idea for like a sitcom,
I moved in a house recently, in a new house in LA. Whenever you move in a new house, it's always weird. It's even weirder.
Hey Rob, you're on a live stream right now. Are you okay with that?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, I'm doing some live stream.
There's a lot of people watching actually for this the 10 minutes of shop thing. Well, funny enough, this is my labor attorney, Rob Pebble.
Hey, Rob.
Who's about to destroy Brendan Schaub in court. Oh, actually, no, he's not. He's totally incompetent and it doesn't do anything. And
Rob, we're actually having an informal discovery conference right now.
Share a concept with you. Yes. So part of this lab meeting that we got going on, I want you to get out for yourself, and I have another client breaks up all that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff. I'm good.
Why not?
Of course.
So what I want you to do is have an example process. I want you to think about how do we scale this? Scale advisors, right?
Yes.
They throw in plaintiffs figure out their cases in situations just like yours, and you're the guinea pig.
Yeah.
As you're doing this, since you're a reader like me, and you are going to teach this person decides she wants to do this, I will introduce you to the most crazy barber calls, right? When I get you guys, then I'll proceed together because I built her database too. All set?
Yes. Thank you. Love you. Robert Pebble, attorney at law.
All right. Good luck, Rob.
Yeah, so Rob is I went to college with him. He's literally one of the smartest people I know.
Right,
I was saying earlier, I'm like, if I get 10% of what he's saying, I'm lucky. But I go, oh man, he's just better than Chuck was.
Right. Motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
Saying random shit. That's it. So you went to college with this guy?
Yeah, we both played football at Pomona College. But I would consider Rob, if he had 150, 160 IQ, I would be surprised. He's extremely intelligent, and specifically with organizational systems. I remember when he was 20 years old, he's like a gym bro like me, so we connected over lifting. I'm a few years older than him, so he was a freshman, I was a senior. We connected over just lifting, and he was like, oh, what are the, because I had this policy of if you ask me if I'm on juice, I'll tell you, but if you don't, I'm not gonna talk about it. But he was like, oh, if you ever run a cycle, I'm like, yeah. And so I was like, you're the first person with the audacity to just ask me politely, you know?
Yeah.
And I appreciate that, but he's very direct. And
when you step into that deposition room, you want to look jacked because you're going to be like imposing your presence on people.
Rob is really it's deceptive because what I like about him is he's a jack, handsome, Jim Bro, but also he's like an autistic savant with organizational systems. So remember when he was 20 years old, he was like making $100K a year running like LA fitness clubs. Like he would like train other people how to like run a more efficient like personal training like architecture for all the clubs in Southern California. Like started as a personal trainer, like quickly they're like, oh, you're way too smart to do this. Like so, because he was still going to college, you know, but also making $100,000 a year, like you know, like telling people how to do their jobs.
Yeah, that's great. You didn't get your lunch by the 5th hour. You went 4 hours without a 10-minute break, dude.
Talk about that earlier today. Yeah.
You didn't get reimbursed for business expenses.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we worked off the clock.
Yeah. And he's also very moral too. I don't meet a lot with lawyers, like because some of these guys, you know, whoever's representing Shabbos, and obviously you realize this guy's an idiot, pathological liar who has no case. It's kind of like whoever's representing Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds. So like, you know, this person has no case whatsoever, and then you can charge these clients millions of dollars and draw this process, but you know you're going to lose, right? But Rob Hevel is extremely.
It's a good, actually, you know what? Now that is a good advertisement. I mean, he's a lawyer doing wage and hour stuff in California,
and he'll fire clients.
Hit up Rob Hevel.
Yeah, if you have a case or you're misrepresenting something, he'll.
Up to 50,000 cars have a date on cars.com. Where to next?
He fired me the other day. Trying to sue Gerardo.
Had to fire some
people. Not enough Diet Coke. But we fixed that problem, didn't we? You know when I drink a Diet Coke, what happens?
Me and lawyer doing whatever, what can go wrong? No, seriously, Rob is one of the best labor attorneys in the state.
There you go.
It's hard. It's a hard concept for people to understand that you can have muscles and also be good at a job, but it turns out
it actually helps. It helps. Muscles help everything.
Yeah. So Marg is Rob, the sharpest tool in the shed. I know literally one of the smartest people I know. He's designing a service, like an AI-based platform that he invented and like programmed that essentially does the job for him. So sorry to all paralegals out there, but Rob is designing a product to sell to law firms that like automates all these different things.
Right. And I'm doing an AI platform that watches shop content too. That will also be part of our Patreon.
Yes. And Mark, have you seen Brendan toss his sticky noodles on the ground? I know that's a meme. Of course, he's not conscientious, you know. So he's the type of person who would just throw trash on the ground and expect someone else to pick it up. So. Of course, that's fucked up. Mark, how did you think about Kim Chang's? I love it. We hated Kim.
Yeah, that was a great one.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Bob, when you guys played Sega NHLPA Hockey 93, this would be the exact same for Swingers. Well, I love that because I love that movie and I love that game. You've seen Swingers, right? One of the greatest. Oh yeah. I played that high school. Did you ever play that game, that hockey game on like was it Super Nintendo? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, that game was the best. All you had to do was you go around the goal and then you click and then you could get a goal every time. And then you could also fight.
Yeah.
Super Mario
Super
Mario's on there. That was a good game on there.
I fell off of video games because I realized so my older brother is I'm happy to recognize my place in the world for intellect because I'm somebody like Rob is so much smarter than me, or my brother Eric is an applied mathematics PhD. So I've met real smart people. It's so funny when people try to pass themselves off in LA as I'm smart. I'm like, have you met smart people? And go to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, dude, that's where the philosophers are.
Yeah, and honestly, you can't be really smart, but it's if you get a room full of PhD, like applied math and computer science PhD students in the room, it's going to be an odd bunch. But their IQs are off the charts.
Yeah, they won't stand at all compared to Joey Coco Diaz, Bert Kreischer, dude. Shirt off. You have a PhD? I don't have a shirt.
That's right. Bert Kreischer, he's imaging at him because he was very nice to me. So I got to say, like, I'm not going to try to trash him, but sure, he doesn't seem to be good at being funny.
Oh no, his stand-up is right.
Also, like, he's taken Chappelle Lacey like 2 arenas with him. So it's like, I don't mean to hate on him, but
you're right. He does use people. That's true.
It is.
I agree.
He brings a bunch of people on the road.
People that can help him for a little bit. Yeah, that's for sure. He does that. I'll say The Machine. I enjoyed the movie. I might watch it. Yeah, I like it.
Great movie. One that exists. Never seen it. Strange. That's the guy I like.
I don't know.
There was another question that we didn't answer from the fan funding. What is the estimated time of Shab's downfall?
That's what I was alluding to before. Define downfall. Define bullying. I would just, at some point, right? There must be a point where you stop podcasting. And because he says, I would do this for free. Right? There's some time where I was seeing some clip where he's like, I fucking do this for you. We're making any money. Would you know?
Would you know? No, I don't think so.
I don't doubt that Brendan, I do think Brendan thrives off being on his movies. I don't necessarily feel the compulsion, because whenever people call me, like, I'm constantly being accused of being a narcissist, I'm like, I feel like I get enough attention in life where I don't feel like there's this deficit of, like, I need to post things, you know? I feel like some people do constantly need to be in front of the camera and court attention. I feel like Brendan does thrive off of that, of, like, just, like, even the feeling of importance when you walk into a studio, because I go, like, he could be doing all this himself. There's nothing sophisticated about his production. But, like, why do you need to pay a guy $100,000?
Yeah, that's,
you know, like, what you guys are doing, you guys are the performers and the producers.
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't you rather save $100,000 a year to do yourself?
That's a common knock on him. Yeah, I don't know. You like,
like, why don't you? Oh, and I think, I mean, but it needs so much production and post production, so it's just funny. Like, you know, the shit that he wastes money on.
He's like,
there's a bunch of people here, and I'm the center of attention.
Let's check.
No. Okay. It's Crazy X. I like that people go like Crazy X. Do you think Brendan is a sane person? And again, hey, how did I get in the show? Did I beg you guys to come on here, or do people seem to be interested in having me talk about Brendan?
No, we begged you to come here.
If you were like, hey, come on my podcast and talk about fucking lifting weights for an hour, I would.
Like, I mean, I'll do 10 more push-ups. I'll do 10 more push-ups.
Once my wrist is better, I still think it's a funny idea for me and you to go to the gym. Because I want some time to prepare. Because I think I can probably still do 2 plates maybe. Or I was able. If I worked a little bit too, I think I could probably. I might need it. But I would need you there to make sure I don't die.
You can come back quickly, but
just kidding.
You want to film it?
I'm saying 1 plate. I'm like, let's do 1 plate.
Yeah.
I could probably do that. Once my wrist is better. Stop being blockbusters. Yeah. I can do 2 plates 25 times.
If Baldy and Purple shirt next to Jack.
Oh. Or, you know what? Elizabeth Marsden said this earlier, you and me, or Gerardo too, doing a race, like, you know, to see.
Somebody said you just got Mark and downtown
on the left.
Where Mark ate like a bigger slob. I do. If you think you're gonna offend me by telling me that I eat like a slob, good fucking luck.
I mean, if you say the words "oh" from No Talent, you have to be specific because look at the 3 of us.
We all struggle.
We're all
like, imagine thinking I'm insecure about my own talent. I know exactly how untalented I am.
I'm not sure I could ever do 2 plates. Maybe back in the day.
I could chill that good stuff.
Yeah, once I know roid out. Yeah. Roided, because then with violence in my DNA with the roids, I don't know.
Don't worry. I like the idea of like raping people with steroids.
Yeah.
Like tying you down and like, you're gonna be on steroids. Yeah, good bitch guy. What was Rob's attitude towards Rogan getting close to Shane Gillis and bringing him to the Rogan strip? I mean, when Brendan and Shane hung out, I think we were in Philly doing shows, and we went to some Barstool then. Chappelle Lacey has been Shane. So I knew about him a little bit like before the SNL thing happened, and I remember watching his. He did a really funny bit to me about being like a sucker for like Trump advertisements. He was like, I'm the guy, like I'm the target Trump voter. And he was like, I thought it was really funny, and a good angle on Trump. I love his Trump impersonation because I feel like it's neutral. It's not like, oh, I hate Trump because he just does it. It's like, he finds it funny, but
wait, who was that? Wait, Shane, yeah. Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he does that great bit where he's like if Trump, it was before Trump was somebody attempted to assassinate him. He goes, Trump would like be if he did get assassinated, it would be funny.
Yeah.
Sit down, you're gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that Brendan resents the shit out of Shane Gillis. I've said this before. My take on Shane Gillis versus Brendan Schaub is, how Brendan Schaub's like trucks and blue collar and this and that, and like Shane Gillis is like actually, he's like kind of he's actually kind of a history nerd, and he went to West, but he actually played college football, like was an O-lineman. His level of self-awareness and his level of like, he owns 2 pairs of pants and a couple pairs of white New-Balance. This is such a hard concept for Brendan to rationalize. He used to look at me and be like, "Oh, you like don't care about materialistic shit?" I'm like, "Yeah, because I'm not rich. Like, why would I buy expensive shit and try to look like wealthy if I'm not, But it was like, I saw his mind spin. It was like, like how are you not totally obsessed with material wealth?
Schaub's girl for sure cheats on him too. LOL. Tim. That's kind of funny to me because it looks like it's maybe his girlfriend's profile and he's commenting from that and clarifying that it's him.
Yeah. Marty, is that mayo in your face? Or you just bob into his truck? Hilarious.
I don't know. But who is?
Do I still have Brendan's cum on my face? Remember YouTube speed? Don't get. I'm looking. I like the idea of people raping people.
Sure, you want to switch real quick?
Hey, don't clip that. You're taking it out of context. This is a bit because I always tell people like, oh yeah, for sure. I'll like, yeah, you don't want to take juice. Well, if it's if I do it for you and you don't know and you're asleep, then are you taking steroids? Oh my god. Why you don't know about it?
100% MB.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're saying. See here.
Working with Jim Stepani? Yes, I am. Dude. Bro, I cannot give any updates on Nas right now, but holy fuck.
Oh, no.
Holy not say what I know about this for the time being, but Jesus Christ.
Do you have a favorite joke from the Green Bee?
Let me think about that for a second. I was going to actually try to answer.
Yeah, okay, I thought you were making
I don't know what's
in
the special versus. I thought the worst joke was the key, like rifle to kill the cougar at the end.
Okay, yeah.
I was like, as a cat lover, like, why would you murder a mountain lion?
His closer.
Yeah, I was like disgusted by it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of low-key, like, when people hate animals, I'm just like, yeah, I want to, like, get those women to go kill a mountain lion that hasn't done anything to my...
Yeah.
Like, I get it if it attacks your animals or something, you're a farmer, it's like, I get it. But you're just, like, a guy who, like, knows, like, who thinks mountain dangerous to, like, you're in the this is where the cougars live, I thought it was weird and gross and very not funny, and he kept making that, he goes, I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
The mountain lion keeps doing this callback. You go, zoom out there with goggles on and this.
Oh, big dick, sorry about that.
I was like, this is so ridiculously not funny, and I hate humor that involves references to having a big dick.
Yeah.
The same way, but it's like when a guy's bragging about having a big dick repeatedly, it's like there's something going on there. Either you have a small dick or you like dicks or what, like. But it makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, what is this fascination?
I made a prediction the other day on the podcast that honestly, Schaub would make it so far if he Whether he is or not, yes.
Oh, for sure.
He would be like a huge influencer in the gay space.
Like, here's some interesting things. Like Derek Poston and Jim Norton,
right?
Openly like
trans females.
women.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's so bold.
Yeah.
Just to be like, I'm a male comic.
Yeah.
You wouldn't look at these guys and go, oh, they're gay, or like you would never know. And they've taken their fetish and sexual preference and just completely de-shaped it, right? And I'm like, that is some of the boldest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But it's totally authentic for them, apparently, and they have no shame about it. I don't even know if they're posting like this transsexual.
Yeah.
He's into the porn, I guess.
Yeah.
But I was like, this place says that. I go, I'm willing to take anything else you see at face value because clearly you do not give a single flying fuck. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, so I always told the whole thing would work, but it's, if you have no real self and you've constructed a false facade to make up for, a wounded self, whatever the NPD is, it's like, you can't cut that, unfortunately, because you dig inward and there's only shame,
NPD, what's that? NPD, what's that?
Narcissistic personality disorder, or any cluster B personality disorder, sociopathy, borderline personality, histrionic personality disorder, Machiavellianism. Cluster B has a lot of overlap with regards to like a damaged self that allows you to be either self-destructive or destructive of other people.
Yeah.
In various expressions, you gotta have a core commonality of like something's wrong with your brain morally.
How did you learn about all that stuff? Like,
I'm very interested in personality disorder. People misuse these terms to be like, oh, that person's bipolar, or like, I go, you don't know what bipolar means. They think people who have like mood swings, I go, no. Bipolar means extended periods of mania. So these things are fascinating to me. With narcissistic personality disorder, the minute I started to get buff, people would be like, you're a narcissist. I'm like, am I a narcissist? Because I'm like, so,
a little bit down.
Mic check. Okay, that's good. That's fine.
My cable was raised in the Deadpool costume. Oh my god, I saw that skit, the Deadpool costume. It was so cringy. But also representative of like, he used to have a team that would do these skits for him, so it was like high production value, but terrible and unfunny.
Yeah. Okay, so I like how, I don't know if you heard, but I asked him a question. I said, what's your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy? And he was like, my least favorite bit.
Somebody says, we get it, Mark. You've watched Jordan Peterson podcast. First of all, I have consumed many hours of Jordan Peterson, but like, imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now, he has, that's his area of expertise. I don't subscribe.
Can you show me where I can get some pencils, please?
He is an expert. Like, have you listened to Jordan Peterson? Because what he says about psychology is highly accurate.
You've been able to get pills in the past, have you
I'm
not?
sorry, Mark. One look at Jim Norton that I knew. Well, good for you. I didn't. But I do. I know a girl who used to date Jim Norton. Here's a funny story about him. So he was dating this straight girl, and for either his birthday or her birthday, I forget which one. But they hired a male escort because he wanted to watch this girl get fucked in front of Jim Norton.
Yeah.
And like, so they get a guy with a huge cock, and he's like, this girl, oh shit, oh my god, the throat couldn't take it.
Oh yeah.
He thought he wanted to see this, but he couldn't handle it. They like stormed off, and it created this huge conflict.
Yeah.
Because the girl's getting banged by, BPD, SPD, entity. Yes, exactly.
That'd be funny.
I like Jordan Peterson. Mark, who provided the 300 pages of evidence? Brendan was, I have repeated this a lot, but let me, his entire identity in order to admit this, but he literally hired hackers to try to take down the fucking subreddit for like $15,000. How could I make that happen, right?
I mean, it'd be funny, like, Jordan Peterson, if he wants someone else.
Jordan Peterson on crack. Thank you.
I like Dink BT's comment. Does BGL cry like Peterson about men not having sex?
Yes. I have no shame in crying. If you don't give me sex for a little while, I might fucking cry. That's if you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. You know, deprive me of sex for a week, and I might get really emotional.
Yeah,
It's not right. Give me sex.
Hopefully, no one ever tries to Hogan you. You know, where they're like, have sex with my wife. Does anyone ever try to Hogan you? Asking for a friend, where they're like, have sex with my wife. I feel like Jordan Peterson might do that.
Red bar. What's I don't know what that means. Rachel is steamrolling this life. I'm steamrolling.
No, you're good.
I'm
good.
We got 24 hours of this.
It's a long time. People don't realize how long we did the podcast. 24 hours.
I have the benefit of being like, I can leave whenever I want.
Yeah.
Don't keep surname the big showers and bread that he does. Agreed.
No, you know what I did take? I took a microdose of mushrooms before I came. I had a coffee, fucking energy drink.
I'm drinking one in the rain, yeah. That's pretty good.
And you guys are like, okay, so
Addie's
the last time I went to your show, I know you guys like had a work day and retired. Like I took pre-workout before I came. Yeah. It doesn't take much to get me going.
Yeah.
You know? But I was, but hey, that's me. If you don't want me in a podcast talking, way too much, then when you talk less.
I want you to talk to Jordan Peterson.
I would love that.
That would be so. We figure that out, right?
I would like to talk to him. You know what I thought was he went on Jim Jeffries, and this is a rare moment where Jim Jeffries asked him a offensive because he made a comment. He's like, "So would you say that this?" And Jordan Peterson goes, "Oh, yeah, you're right." I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
Did Jordan Peterson just admit that he was wrong about something?
I was wrong. You don't have to. I don't know if you know, but Cooney is known more for his Peterson impression than his shop commentary. Yeah. Good.
Can I hear it?
Go for it. Oh yeah. I've been doing it.
Mark, I've heard that you at one point could attain that stadium.
Yeah, he's pitch for sure.
Benzo!
He's ridiculously high pitched.
My daughter has plastic surgery on her face. Have you seen that?
I mean, thank you, David. I'm still not convinced. It's really, it sounds too much like when I do my mom. Like an impersonation of my mom.
Has Mark ever laughed genuinely? And why do people think I don't laugh genuinely? I'm very open with laughter. I don't try to shield my laughter. If I think something's funny, I laugh at it.
Can we get some more English money in the chat? The English money. Navjot, where are you at, boo?
Are you saying English money because it's in pounds?
I'm joking around.
He fucked up.
I mean, I did it on purpose. It's a credit shop.
It's a joke.
There was a guy that gave us, I'm not sure
Indian rubles.
Was it rubles?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. He gave us that, and I was like, is that English money to Gerardo? And Gerardo didn't cut it in time.
Does Mark know the lyrics to 10? There is I should know the let me picture it, because I'm confusing it right now with I'm falsely confusing it with all the songs you guys do. Even the start of it, it says,
time for my favorite time of week.
When we get to hear Papa trying to sleep.
Pencils now!
10 minutes of shop.
Yeah, thank you.
Dagestani.
Oh man, Dagestan. Ever heard of it?
I want to see BJ and Miguel have a race when they get the treat.
Do you know Miguel? No, probably not. I don't know Miguel. He's our friend that used to do the show, but he hates the show now.
He sounds fast. Wait, he sounds fast. Oh, he said he hates the show?
He hates the show. He hates our fan a lot. Probably because of what we said.
Yeah.
What do people actually not get make fun of? What?
Yeah, take that, Miguel.
What if I was on here and everybody's like, look how cool Mark is? Are you guys trolling me? You bring a bunch of
oh yeah, dude. I got like that.
Flex bicep. biceps.
Yeah, vote on the biceps. Damn, fool, you can see a real horn view right here, dude. Look at that horn. For real, no. Look at it. Wait. Is it coming back? Wait, look that way. Coming back. Look that way. No. Too much. There. What? Just go like back and forth right there. Oh, can you see it now though?
Are you hearing the horn on my bike?
No, I have a horn. I have a. Oh, nice. So you made Horn Brothers, bro. Give me that. Yeah. Horn Brothers.
Mine leaning from my shoulder. Woo! Look how cool Mark is. Thank you. Finally.
But one thing we do need to be clear about. We get a lot of bots. All of the 100% of the negative comments are bots. We know this.
Yeah.
Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots.
Yep.
Yeah, we actually a lot of bots. We do
believe
believe
saying something recently. It's like,
we know
the haters and the bots. It's like, yeah, people are paying for negative comments. What?
They're doing that to us. Go ahead and make sure they get
Mark,
it.
what is your favorite TV show? The A-Team?
Bots,
No, actually, my favorite TV show might be Barry on HBO.
He is so English money, oh, thank him. Stop Jimmy. I can tell when someone's a bot because if they say something negative, it's a bot.
Doesn't want to be shirtless, so he would not be a pro wrestler. Hey, Mark, what happened to his Chug giveaway? I don't really know how giveaways work. I'm trying to follow that story, but I'm just like, I assume whatever shop is doing is fraudulent, like obviously, but that's my presumption is. Yeah. If you tell me that it looks fraudulent ways that I do, I believe it because why would Chuck do anything that doesn't benefit him financially? Or involve some sort of misrepresentation of reality in order to benefit him.
The only
Mark, do you ever catch a slap? Brendan pissed in the sink, and creative director at the time pulled him aside and was like, I have one request. Could you just not piss in the sink?
Holy shit.
And Brendan, I think,
what a stupid thing to ask for. I would never ask somebody for that because I just assume they're gonna piss in the sink. It's like, why would you ask about that? It's like, duh. If someone comes to your house, it makes sense for them to piss in the sink if they have to piss.
Like some people are bad about your shit. And
dude, I've pissed in all my friends' sinks. Both men's sink is full of piss right now. Horn Brothers is when you get horny at the same time. Hilarious. Ah, fuck. Really? You guys horny right now? No. I don't even have a horn number. Rock hard. If you add inside, please listen. It doesn't matter. Can't count. That's a bot comment. We found a bot comment. We found a bot. We found a bot. But I'll take my head out.
Mark, is it going? Cheeks. Did you call Brendan out for gripping the swords and straight shoes while sitting on podcasts? I noticed he had a lot of weird mannerisms. Like he does like self-soothing activities. Like he rubs his legs a lot. You know? Yeah. Like he's very tactile. So this is a neutral observation. Just because certain personality types do like rubbing behaviors or like because he's always doing this on his knees. Yeah. You know, he's like, what is it called? Stimming? Yeah.
It's like self-soothing.
Yeah. But you constantly.
Oh, yeah. He does that all the time.
I still do it once a night, compulsively to the point where I have my own compulsions, but then if people make you aware of them, you become self-conscious. Yeah.
I don't know if my compulsions are. Oh, I used to play with my beard. I still do. Yeah, but then they would talk about that on the pod. Like they're like, oh, putting in his beard again. Tell him to stop. Yeah. Good luck with that. Mark, did you hook up with? Okay. What's that? Mark, did you hook up with? No, you don't need to read that. No. You don't need to. Cat Jamal. Did Sean take his big juice straight or require a rain chaser? Great. That's true. Oh shit, dude.
It's called autism. Sean not autistic.
Yeah.
He's mentally retarded, but not autistic. Why won't he answer about Sanaz? So I got word that Sanaz called me deranged. But turn answer about Sanaz. So I got word that Sanaz called me deranged. But hopefully, turns out You know, hopefully you'll find it in the future. But she's the most deranged person who's ever worked shop. And I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
She's crazy.
Hey, Styles.
Why is she crazy?
Hey, Cooney, you have no fucking idea.
You almost have forgot. I like crazy chicks.
It wouldn't surprise me if she ended up in jail the next year.
Whoa, that crazy?
Maybe.
Okay, allegedly.
Maybe.
Sure, I get it.
Why would I say something that didn't come out to be true? You know what I mean?
Did you ever see? Let me raise this question because it is one of my questions, Mr. Mark.
Yeah.
What's the most creative you've seen shop take at once? I like
Jesus Christ.
Wasn't Happy Hippo. Can I have that water?
No limit. Like, I see them out that would make me nauseous. You know what I mean? And I have taken cuts where it's like, one could be fun.
Yeah.
It gives you some sort of buzz.
It's a win.
He would get happy. There was Happy Hippo shot.
Oh, I thought it was like it's like heroin, right?
I'm sure you could do it if you wanted to, but Tommy Lee was talking about how he used to do like Jack Daniels interview. They said, "Oh wow, why?
Who did that?
Alcohol,
crazy. Who said that?
Tommy Lee."
Oh, yeah.
He's already injecting a bunch of drugs in his veins, but I'm like, this is, I don't know. I just would try to minimize the veins to inject things in if you didn't need to.
You just drink it. You don't even need to inject it. Why do that?
I'll tell you why. Because I love benzos. That's so funny. It's like, there are people here. Look at all the people that are excited. Here's the paper mache.
I used to inject benzos directly into my penis.
Oh my God.
And that's not even when it was really bad.
I come.
Is that why the show is called The Golden Shower?
I come pills of benzos.
That's good.
Cootie plays with his left eyebrow like
That's
a
true. Christian, you're blocked.
Hey, you know what?
Bot comment, bot. We got another bot,
What I
dude.
know about
We got bots.
I actually be surprised
So many bots.
her and Brenda didn't have sex.
Right. Allegedly.
From what I know about her now.
Yeah.
And I say that with like, I'm not slut-shaming anybody or like, I'm not one of these like, oh, of course, I go, I know enough about her to know her proclivities. That's all. But what do I know? I'm just a guy who knows.
I heard she stands 10 toes down. That's what people were telling me. She stands 10 toes down.
She does stand 10 toes down.
I mean, I don't know. What is your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy if you had to pick one?
Wouldn't it be cool if I was gay? Things like, it was just like bros, like coke with the bros.
Yeah.
Just everyone was gay.
Yeah, that night we fought. It's a good one.
I just remember being like, ugh, like, it's just so hacky. I don't know. It's just like,
what's your favorite bit?
I'm confusing my favorite bit with just kind of like what I thought about the most, like watching him do it and like do a twink act out, or like, what if God had a little twink assistant? It's funny how he works gayness into everything he does. Like he has to. Yeah. Look, playing high school football or whatever, it's like you're always making gay jokes. It's gay. But when you see like a 40-year-old sitting making gay jokes, what's going on there, bud? What's going on with the fascination with penis? For every single episode, you have to talk about dicks.
I don't even play video games, right? Because you know in the videos, like when we play video games with each other, like what video game does he play? None, right? So that's just like usually like a non-human trying to relate to humans.
Grant the podcast
Didn't have a fucking console. Like, no,
He's too stupid to play.
It's another abstract thing where he's like, yeah, because video games. I gave up video games when I realized how much better my friends were than me. I'm like, oh, you're actually good at Tony Hawk, and it would take 3 years of playing it every day to like just get as good as you.
Yeah,
and I would still do video games.
I really just play Tony, if I'm being honest.
We're not doing all caps, y'all.
No. Wait, do you actually like you don't like all caps?
No, because it's just like attention grabbing, and they're not really. And it's also like they're not here all the time. It's like I'm not gonna.
Yeah, you're taking away time from Top Jimmy and Hard.
Yeah, they italicized
jokes all the time. Gay jokes all the time, too.
Brendan Schaub does.
Yeah. Someone's accusing you of making gay jokes.
Well, listen, you think I'm Antoine Jameson too.
Someone said hacky, sure, but Mark would be one of the bros of the scenario. I certainly would. Certainly would be. Why would you expect? Hey guys, fucking love me.
No doubt.
If we do any kind of gay joke, it's
Male
ironic.
gay community is some of my biggest supporters.
I'll be back. Gotta piss in the sink. I'm pissing like
I
a
got
madman.
mad love for gay dudes.
Oh yeah. I mean, pissing in the sink. I mean, I do it every day.
Every day.
Yeah. 7 days a week.
Only game Papa's good at is NASCAR.
All caps, no gas.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Adam is one of our loyal supporters,
Yeah,
and he has a wife named Ellie. Can you say, "What's up, Adam and Ellie? Make sure to cuddle tonight," or something like that? You know?
It was wait,
Right.
What's up, Adam and Ellie? Make you cuddle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Motherfucking groove on.
We need some little Adam.
Yo, let him have the ribs, dog.
Dude, if Ellie's not turned on by that, then I don't know what else to do, Adam.
Then it's with the champion.
Nobody, baby, nobody, Ellie.
What happened to R&B? Back in the 90s.
Ellie, put you so right.
I'll sit back and watch Boys to Men videos sometimes. Like the whole video is like that. That's no way to the one sky. And like the music video is like about this like tragic breakup. It's about like the incident of like the romantic tragedy is like the girl makes a cake for the guy. He like leaves the room for a second, and he's like, "We're gonna have this cake." And then, I want to see it, girl.
I want to show you, Ellie, that Adam needs you. Adam needs you, not you. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Adam needs you.
Keto, it's keto.
That's
right. My dick is right there.
Sorry about that.
Now just shoot up a cougar. 45 minutes. What if we were gay?
Give me some benzos.
Beans and cheese.
What if
Oh shit, Ellie's in here, dude. What the fuck?
You got one right.
That was cool. I actually wanted to do that.
That was great.
Knock that out, yeah.
That was great. I think you could do so many versions of that song. There could be a Sean version, Peterson version, Gerardo version.
Yeah. I like the part. I like
Adam
the
and
fact
Ellie.
that I'm permanently part of the Fig Boy album.
Yeah.
Like, Shop took down all the episodes where I appeared as a guest on The Fight with the Kid from the video, but there's still like clips of me for the episodes on the Clips channel.
Yeah.
And you can still get the audio version, but like this was like just like me, you know? It was like, ooh, like even though I appeared in like 100 episodes after that, like in Cat's chair or whatever, but I'm like, oh, you got me. You took down the 5 episodes that I'm on as a guest.
That's fucked up. You said you're still on the record?
Like
Big Boy music?
You can find me. He didn't take down the audio versions of podcasts at all, and then clips where it's like, oh, Mark Harley talks about lifting weights on this episode.
Yeah.
Like, He didn't quite finish the job. He erased me from ever being a guest. You know?
I like this.
Bench press me at hour 22. Boom. Oh, yeah.
Two S words, frijoles y queso. That's pretty great.
John has gotten called out more for saying he played in the NFL. I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's insane. That is an insane lie.
Yeah.
We just become more brothers.
Just like, cause, I don't know. Just because he did so far from doing that, it's like I don't know, showing up at fucking like Buffalo Bills Stadium. Like I played. It's like that's how close he was. Damn.
Yeah. It's like I'd see at a Lakers game and say, "Oh, you played with LeBron."
Yeah, it's like throwing up at the Lakers game.
25, 46 times. I was there when there's multiple, the truth of that story, he compulsively repeats saying that because they say this to Rogan, for example. They say it so many times, and I love when compulsive writers repeat themselves. He said he did it. Okay, in reality, we were in zoo culture when we were heavy into the deadlifting and benching and blah, blah, blah. Now, for the record, I did it 33 times as a 19-year-old in college, so it's like, this isn't that impressive.
right?
Yeah.
Doing that 33 times, it's an NFL level number. However, you also have to, like, if you're a linebacker and you bench press 225 33 times, you also have to run a 4.6. You also have to have a fucking, 38-inch vertical lead. You also have to have all these other things and be super difficult. So bench press is really not relevant to the bigger picture. Yeah, you want to be strong. Right. Then we'll put this out there as if he's like, look who's struggling. It's like, the time he's referring to turned into 40. He kept repeating this. And sometimes he'd say 42 or whatever. I was there. You did 30 reps, which is impressive for a strong bench. 30 reps is very good. However, the plates is culture. And I have photographic evidence of this. They don't weigh 45 pounds.
Everybody knows that.
You wouldn't, but there's calibrated plates for powerlifting that are colored and they're from, Alico or whatever. There's certain brands of powerlifting plates that are calibrated to exactly. But just regular iron plates, there's like discrepancies between each plate.
Interesting.
So
Yeah, I would have just
they could
assumed
be as low as 41 pounds. So it's possible if you take 3 pounds off each plate, all of a sudden you're dealing with 12 less pounds, which is significant. So
that's much less.
212 pounds for 30 reps, and you're bouncing off your chest and not locking out, which may not count in a combine situation. And then you're lying about it and turning it into 40, despite having the eyewitness here.
You were there. Why would he tell you? Play something differently. So.
Yeah, just classic pathological lying where he's relying on other people and like, hey, I was there. You didn't do 40, you did 30. And then because he kept saying it, like, and Rogan's impressed by it because he wasn't there, so why would you lie about it?
Right.
You should know better. Because, again, I've seen shop and bench press for plates. Like, you don't need to lie about that. What do you need to exaggerate?
The other thing was impressive enough.
Yeah. So, but then were you aware he's posting for a while? Like, because people would always send me this. They're like, oh, look, he posted himself doing the bench press.
Yeah.
Post, like, a picture of the bench press. And it's like, well,
25 times.
Just do 225 this many. It's like, cool, but show you doing it.
Cool story, bro.
It's like, oh, yeah, just did 700 pounds. Here's a picture of 700 pounds on the deadlift.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you just film yourself lifting it? So then he posted a video and it's like, but you did 26 reps. What happened to the 40? It's like, in his mind, he was like, see? I'm like, but no, we don't.
It's less, yeah.
Way less.
And he's like, what do you believe? Me or the guy that sent a dick pic to my stepmom?
I can do 100 reps. I just did 20. Obviously, I did 100.
This is a great question. Do you think Brendan can do an oil change?
No.
Question.
Is there any truth?
It's so funny.
Is there any evidence of him performing an oil change?
I don't see any online. It seems like he barely put gasoline in his car.
I would
That's the Diet Coke talking.
6'5" bench pressing 225 dunk count.
Yeah,
I do. Okay, so what the dunk count thing was really funny because we were looking, and I think I maybe present this video when I was doing current events, but I showed a video, and maybe it was Brian's opener. Nick is this really buff guy.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
He seemed like a cool guy. Because we were referencing this, I was like, dude, Shop's so ridiculous for like trying to mock you.
Yeah, because he's got short arms.
120-pound dumbbells, which is in most commercial gyms 120 pounds.
That's a lot, right?
And he shoulder presses them with a full range of motion, like 9 times or something, which is a shit ton.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
But he had so if you do a wrist wrap, it's just for wrist support. It's so your wrist doesn't collapse.
I need that.
It doesn't help you with strength, right? Yeah. If you put an elbow wrap on, that creates an elastic advantage where it's like there's a rebound.
Oh yeah.
Right. Add weight.
Definitely.
This thing is just for support. Shab looks at it and goes, he's wearing wrist wraps. It doesn't count. It's like, what? It doesn't help you lift more weight. It helps your wrist not.
And he probably doesn't. He either is lying or he doesn't know it.
But he's just. This is his logic for everything is, what's the thing I can use to dismiss the person who's doing better?
Yeah.
Because he couldn't do that. So you have to say, it doesn't even count. But what do wrist straps do exactly? Do they help you lift more weights? Well, I don't know.
He like
to anybody that does anything. You know, when the question like,
it's true. No, truly.
Can you either saying can Chop do a oil change, and then someone else, I think it was Mark Mayer said can Chop change a tire. The real question is can Chop change a light bulb?
How many shops does it take to screw a light bulb? Mark Chop is deaf watching. The funny thing is,
yeah, I mean, so you know he really doesn't read comments?
He's scared to.
Yeah.
Like, I read them because I go, here's something to argue with. This is fun for me. Yeah. I read them compulsively looking for conflict.
I just learned a long time ago that you can never, ever read, even in the live stream, I haven't read a single one of these things coming out. Baseball Dad Letter, what did you guys think about what happened to Bapa's dog, Donnie, and he guessed it?
His Donald Trump dog.
Oh, is that dog off the pod now?
I don't know.
Probably his own solo pod.
You know what we're doing as I'm looking over all this big dog? My
big dog
pod in the bed. I had this video on my phone of when I lost my cat in late 2021, early 2022. My cat went missing for 8 days, and like me and Luana were really torn up that. Like I thought the cat was dead. Like you have to accept if the cat goes missing, you're like you have to accept.
I remember that, yeah.
And I sent to him privately, like him and Chappelle video, like of us. We just found the cat, and you're sleepless. Like you haven't slept. If you're looking for the cat, you have to stay up at night and like take shifts. Like it fucks with you mentally so much. And I'm super into my animals, so it's like this is all you can think about.
Sure, yeah, you're right.
I sent it to him, going like just him and Chappelle, like we found our cat Spider. And it's a video of him coming and eating ravenous. He was eating for 8 days. It was like raining and super cold. It was like the coldest day in fucking, January, like ever. It was the day he got lost. We were super worried about him. And you hear like Luana's like talking to her mom, like in German in the background. And we're both kind of like crying, like, and I'm faintly, I'm like, but I was emotional. Sure. He plays it on fucking Fire and the Kid and starts making fun of us.
Oh shit.
He was like, oh, you got Luana in the background. Oh, yeah. I'm like, you're doing a Hitler joke about Luana crying because she's speaking in German to her mom, and then like making fun of my God. Hey, cool, bro. Like, but now I don't take offense to it. It just tells me like you have no empathy.
No, probably not.
And you don't understand people's relationships with pets.
I know that too because we lost the cat Rogan and Shorty Pie, our cat. We can't find him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, it's
pretty brutal.
It's
haven't seen him in a while.
Cats, you either keep them indoors. I know. Take my cats outside and monitor them and take them inside. The cats want to be outside all the time.
How many cats do you have?
4.
Oh shit.
And I walk them every day.
Really? With like a leash?
I don't walk them, I just walk them. They like to play in the courtyard of our apartment complex, and they just like to smell shit and be outside as much. But if a cat had its way, it would be outside most of the day.
I like cat. I mean, I like cats, but I have a dog.
Yeah,
I like
dogs too.
Yeah, do you have a?
Cats are easier. Like if you're living in
that's why it is.
Yeah. Easier to
shredded cat daddy. What's that?
Not that one. Yes. I'm a lifelong cat lover. And but I also love all animals. There doesn't have to be the dog-cat, dichotomy here. I also love dogs too. It's just dogs are high maintenance,
Yeah, you can't really leave with the dog. You have to make all these plans.
Dogs are
like have some accompaniment.
We selectively bred dogs to be more attached to humans and need more human attention and kind of be by your side all the time. Cats require minutes of interaction a day.
Which is why I think Brenna's figured out is you get a dog, you give it back, or you take it to get murdered or whatever it is.
Hey, remember when he tried to just do that? Remember when he fucked up the hypoallergenic Russian blue cats or whatever? It was a specific kind of cat they were looking for. I was the person who he tasked with helping him find this breeder. It's very hard to find hypoallergenic. There's a bunch of scams out there. If you look for breeding cats, you got scammed first. Maybe after this, but it's difficult landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. There's probably a lot more dog breeders out there cats that are like that don't trigger allergies. If you're looking for that, it's like a couple breeds, and you're either getting a hairless cat or just one kind of cat. And I connected them with these people who were legit. And he goes on his podcast after like I'd secured the deal. I'm like, you're gonna go pick him up this week.
Yeah.
And he talks shit about the case. I was the owners of and through the Reddit forwards it. I think his wife, like someone clipped it and it was like, you could easily, it's like, there's one breeder of these certain kinds of cats in LA, so they sent it to her, and I saw like recently a screenshot of this hostile message where it was like, but also fairly, it's like, I'm glad your husband like outed himself and like for being like you saved us the trouble of like giving one of our cats to a horrible pet, what would be a horrible pet owner. Thank you, man. But he couldn't even. I was like, okay, you can't like you compulsively talk shit about so many things in your life that you don't even realize like you just paid me to work 20 hours to find these cats, and then you're just like couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough for one fucking podcast episode to not talk shit about a stranger who you're about to do business with and fuck up the whole opportunity.
I mean, Shab is so stupid. I like how you bring up how he keeps getting scammed. I think we should try to scam him.
He is the biggest. Yeah, he's
but I'm down.
Target. I mentioned before how the former creative director would talk about the magic.
The magic beans. Like, you need alien insurance.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's your social media.
Yeah.
Switch. Oh, yeah. He used to run this scam where he would get more followers. There's an automated process that you can do where, okay, let's say you're a celebrity, right? And there's a likes random people's stories.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Checkbox and 1 million followers, and somebody sees that you like your story, it drives traffic to your page, and then they follow you. So it actually does work.
Yeah.
But at the time, he was being counterbalanced by the fact that he had like fucked with Bobby Lee, and like so people were just like unfollowing him by the thousands.
Yeah.
It's like you can't make up for this. Like it would have worked if you had a net neutral following, but some engagement. I was just going through all these screenshots of people being like, "Oh, hey, thanks for liking my story, Brendan." Like, because I'd be sending it to him. It's like, he hired this guy. I remember, like, stiffed him at the final month because he just didn't feel like paying.
Allegedly,
yeah, it was like $5,000 a month. Like what he's saying. And he's like, "He's not getting any results." I'm like, "But it is. It's just if you look at how many followers you're getting, it's just being drowned out by the unfollows because of your own actions. It's crazy."
Yeah. It's crazy because when you hit hundreds of thousands or millions,
yeah,
it's like you don't see the unfollowing rate really.
Yeah, but just somehow someone who didn't play on their content playing in the NFL. LOL, yeah, exactly. The delusion. Somebody says, "Mark, you know how hard it is to play in the NFL, but somehow someone who didn't play on their college team is playing in NFL." Wait, is that a reference to current players? Because if so, I don't know. I don't follow NFL currently. Guys, can we let PGL Tom be? He hasn't got a person. Guys, stop. Let me talk. Jesus.
This has been so much fun, dude. This has been amazing.
I like okay. So how many times is Gringo Poppy going to play?
I mean, we did the math. I think it's 57 or 58. I don't know even what number we're on now. I will tell you, you made the first 3 hours bearable.
I was thinking about the production value versus this first one.
Yeah.
Like it's like the first one looks amazing. It's in this theater and the lights and everything's so perfect. And it was like this looks like it was shot in someone's like basement.
Super 8 camera. Yeah. My favorite joke is actually on the first one of Shab's.
Which one?
When Joe Rogan, shut up, your name. This is my favorite joke. When he's hunting with Joe Rogan and he goes, where the turkeys at? Over there? Okay, cool. And then he goes, and he kicks all turkeys. Fucking hilarious, dude.
Why does he kick I don't remember this joke.
It's like it's so easy to kill them. You know, you don't need a gun. You can just kick the turkeys. He's like, where are they at? Over there? Okay. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And he starts kicking them.
I like all these jokes. Like callousness toward animals.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I mean, turkeys are great. You ever see those wild turkeys? They're so funny and they're kind of friendly.
Yeah.
Some of them let you pet them. And
I don't know. Like, I get hunting
more
out,
turkeys.
because you can kill one elk and eat the meat for the rest of the year. I totally get that, but I don't know. Trophy hunting is a little weird to me. But I get like the argument for it is it drives animal conservation.
Yeah. Sure. Sometimes you gotta kill a deer.
I just wouldn't ever sign up and be like, yeah, let me go kill a lion.
You wouldn't want to do that.
So I can put its head in my fucking living room. Such a weird instinct.
Yeah, that'd be cannibalism, dude.
That animal was shot. It was in an enclosed environment, and I had a high-powered rifle. You know?
Talk about a lion killing a lion beast.
Yeah. Mark, let me ask you about that. Do you feel any kinship to lions now?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
I always have.
You always have?
I remember as a child, I saw this guy, an article about a guy like who somehow had a pet lion, but there was some he might have been South Africa, like he lived in a place where there would be more like an actual lion in the wild.
Yeah.
But he befriended a large cat, and there are these people who came on the internet where they like that one famous South African guy who he kind of has a herd of lions. He also does it with hyenas. But he knows all their behaviors. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship with them. Tigers are much more solo, in nature when they go solo. But lions are highly social. They're the most social big cats, right? So I've always thought it would be so cool to fucking have the regular cats just bigger.
Yeah.
You know, and they could, instead of scratch my arm, like you'd be dead, but
this question I wanted to ask you next, right? I think you got lost in the sauce here. Oh, what? We're already on another take of the Green Puppy?
God damn, dude, not enough, man.
Did he delete it?
It was a great question. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Do you think Brendan has ever read an entire book without pictures?
Such a quick no. He only reads picture books. He hasn't read Hemingway or
Jane Austen.
Shakespeare.
Jane Austen. Do you guys remember Big Little Women?
Never heard
How
of
do I say this? Harry's Quantity was also
Jeff Dye read
Little Women because of that, but I have a little Tim Campbell story. Indirectly, that's humanity. But he was on the Food Truck Diaries when I was working there. He came up again. Tim was very gracious to me. I also get that he seems to have two ridiculous sociopathic lives. And I'm like, what the fuck? Again, isn't it enough to be a Green Beret who was a great MMA fighter? Yeah. You had to invent, that you didn't have crimes in order to see. And no one's checking that for you and being like, hey, bad idea, buddy. Who's around you? What was your upbringing like? There's this tension.
Did you have a bad childhood with the Vita Vice?
Yeah.
He goes, Tim Penny's like, yeah, I was in Glendale the other day and I was just shooting all these Armenians.
Because even looking at that,
not even looking at it.
It was funny watching Callan try to explain. His job always has these, I got it. So, okay, look, Ken is a good guy. And Callan's like, no, precisely what the argument is whether or not he had the Bronze Star would be the specific shit that I don't know about. But Callan researched into it and had an understanding of why it's a big deal to be even go from this star to something with a but and he actually looked into it and said, yeah, he's a good guy. Like, dude, we're not fucking. You have to be. This is a very nuanced debate here.
Yeah.
Military people are talking about the technicalities of medals that they get, and it's in that world. It's very important to be highly specific and not misrepresent yourself.
Well, that's the thing about that world. He's not Superman, but you're gonna find out he's Batman. You know what I mean?
What the fuck is that kind of? Even I was like, huh?
What?
Yeah.
I'm like,
I like his attempts at physical, kind of because we're just watching the physical component of this,
Yeah.
But what he thinks as this is gonna be.
I wasn't.
This race on stage.
I like donuts.
Well, I'm glad that we have a lion in here with the gator face.
His name was Gerbaldo.
I'm just like,
You just gadooshed me. But no, so
well, I'm a guy with this fucking growth device, so.
my point of Tim Kennedy, by the way, was the morning that Tim Kennedy was coming on the show.
Yeah.
Food Truck Diaries. He's promoting his book.
Yeah.
Guess what I get at 8 in the morning? Hey, could you read the book real quick and like give me some notes?
Oh
that
my
didn't just
god!
the whole thing, but I had to like scan. I had to download the book and read the. Like find like a few. It's like me like a book report by an hour. So I had to like feed Shop questions so that he could pretend as if he had read it.
That's why,
right? And I'm like, why not just say you didn't read it? Who gives a fuck? Nobody thinks you're a reader.
Yeah.
And then you go, so I didn't read the book, but tell me about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And allowed him to talk, right?
He can
tell him. Why does everything have to be predicated on a lie? Because now it worked. Because like he asked the questions that I told him about, and it teed up Tim perfectly.
Yeah.
Just if he'd asked one follow up, it's like, oh, like this, and he'd be like, yeah, the one thing in it.
And he said, yeah.
Oh my god. Had Tim asked a follow up question.
Okay, yeah.
House of Cards. Your ability to assess risk.
What the fuck is Wingus McDingus, dude?
He's Batman.
I got a stupid Tim Kennedy out here. Tim Kennedy, ever been killed by him? Sorry.
Mark, did Brennan, after that video of everyone congratulating him for his Ringo Poppy special, or did Chin actually come up with that on his own unprompted?
It was planned unprompted, but let me say this. What kind of person would you anticipate? Like, because, like, it's almost like, oh my god, you threw this surprise birthday party. It's like, yeah, I don't want that. Like, don't give me an emotional thing.
Right.
Like,
I'm recording a podcast, dog.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Greedy tries to make me cry all the time.
It was, like, it's telling of what the environment necessitates. Like, Shin's anticipating that this is something that needs to happen. That Brendan, if it didn't happen, would feel insulted.
Yeah.
He needs to have some sort of self-congratulatory, emotional, like, celebration of his, like, oh my god, thank you for the Academy Award.
Yeah.
You put out a 26-minute video on YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about,
And that's got bumpers, too, so it's like 23.
And it didn't accomplish it. It's like, maybe had this one some award, like, oh, you won the Mark Twain Award or whatever, like, something, or the Andy Kaufman Award for comedy. Like, it's not an accomplishment to post a video to YouTube.
Yeah.
So I don't get what the like premise is. So congratulations on uploading a video. But we also celebrated when it hit 1 million views. He took us all to dinner, but he bought 300,000.
Oh shit! He bought views on the Ringo Poppy.
Yes.
Wow.
And I heard it from the source.
He didn't even need to do it.
He was like, because he felt in his mind that getting to 1 million views would, like,
it's a benchmark.
Yeah, but he gets fixated on, like, it needs to be this, it needs to, like, be a certain thing.
Speaking of being fixated, I don't expect you to watch all of it. We have this idea that Shop hates us, right? Yeah. So if you could do me a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right? Yeah. And it's been asked a bunch of times in the chat, if you can close your eyes and paint the picture for me of what it'll be like if he finds where we are and how he would potentially hurt us. Go for it.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
So, Shab would handle if you figured out where you guys live and actually was forced to watch your content.
Yeah.
Which you would have to force him to watch it, because the moment anybody made any sort of fun of him, like, he doesn't just like it's fun for me to be the butt of a joke. Like I said before, it's like, if it's a good joke, like, please, but if it's shitty and mean, okay, but your community is very fun.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not like you're not vicious towards
you. Leave unscathed when you're here, is what you're saying.
Like, I mean, like, out of all the places that like make shop content, you guys are very fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good sport.
Thank you. Now get to the part where he comes in and cares.
I'm saying, so
I've never counted.
If you're a normal human being, like if you had a 10 minutes of fucking D'Elia or Brian Callen, they'd be like, oh, that's hilarious. Like, that you guys like do a podcast about me every week. Like, that's funny. Shab would hate it, first of all, irrationally, because you guys are. It's all fun and spirit.
Even though we love him.
Yeah, like you know, it's all good. He would hate the moment that he discovered that he was the butt of a joke by plebeians. You know, it was like beneath them. You guys are nobodies, right? So it's like Julio and their mom's closet and so he'd use every adjective to dismiss those and then he would imagine beating up or talk about beating the shit out of you or
outside of you.
Like, yes. Shab would never confront you face to face because he has an aversion to face conflict because, like, now I'm not saying he's scared to fight. Obviously, he fought in the UFC. But he was paid to do it, and I assume he has more nerves. And like some people are less bothered by it. It's like, you think Khabib or Magomedov gets nervous to fight?
Yeah,
I think that's the coldest motherfucker.
You're right. No,
you know what I mean? Like,
goddamn dick in here.
But some guys, admittedly, like George St. Pierre, like he just admitted to being very nervous, and it makes sense. He's kind of a nerdy guy, but he's just friendly. But it's like you're in an arena and some dude trying to beat the shit out of you. Of course,
but you walk in here and two fat dudes are eating cupcakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Here's what I'm saying though is that Brendan in real life, despite like his success in the UFC, he's somebody who enjoys like conflict per se. Like I enjoy confrontation more than he is.
Yeah.
You know, the idea of like beating the shit out of someone who deserves it. Like for example, if like you know, I'm just saying like if I saw some dude like bullying my friend, like he would be like, oh, I get to beat the shit out of this guy. Like,
nice, let's go.
Let's go. Justified, right?
No violence.
But that's predicated on the idea of a moral compass.
Yes.
Right? Where
you're right. You're fucking smart, Mark. What the fuck, dude?
Dude, yeah.
Because
this is somebody who did listen to
who like literally enjoys sadistically inflicting violence on people just because you're capable of it and it gives you pleasure in the act of committing violence against people. Like you draw pleasure from that. Brendan's not a sociopath, but it implies like there would be a world. Now, of course, if somebody attacked his wife or kids, of course, it's an automatic.
Oh, yeah.
I have no doubt that he would defend them.
He's going to intersect the hell out of you, dude.
But he wouldn't be able to comprehend or justify what the moral transgression is.
Yeah.
Now, there are fighting words for guys where it's like, you can.
I know that's not as interesting as muzzling a comedian, but it's so important to have a free press, and it is nuts that we want to pay more attention to it. Spinning in his grave right now. He's dead, right? I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. One thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce, George Carlin, and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's so solidarity on that from the right and the left and from those in the middle like Joe Rogan. Maybe the silver lining from this is we found one thing we can agree on, and maybe we'll even find another one. Maybe we can get a little bit closer together. We do agree on a lot of things. We agree on keeping our children safe from guns, on reproductive rights, social security, affordable health care, pediatric cancer research. These are all things that most Americans support. Let's stop letting these politicians tell us what they want and tell them what we want. Over the weekend, a very beautiful we saw this on Sunday. Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow. In the teachings of Jesus, as I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply. And it touches home. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope we do that, not this. So thank you for listening, and I'll have more to say when we come back. Jimmy Kimmel's return to late night, and he offered what I felt was a heartfelt addressing of everything of the past 5-6 days. He really threaded the needle. He showed sensitivity and nerve and stuck up for the First Amendment, and he even started off his monologue with an homage to Jack Parr, the old, as I was saying before I got disappeared. Right. I mean, that was such an inside baseball remark, and he tipped his cap to all those who came before him, those who had shared the stage in the sense of late night television. And I thought it was sincere. Of course, and he said it best, like, look, if you liked him, or didn't like him, none of this is going to change that. But I did appreciate how, from where I was sitting, he addressed everything. From what he did say, what he was not trying to impart, he acknowledged the murder of Charlie Kirk. He acknowledged the widow of Charlie Kirk. He also acknowledged the ongoing fight as far as the stations, which are preempting him tonight, and as far as what that may mean in the future, also gives the backdrop of the First Amendment. This is just actually the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end, because there's going to be more. There's going to be a response from the president. There already has been. You want to hear a little bit? Yes, please, go ahead. This is apparently from his social media platform. Trump says, I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something has happened between then and now because his audience is gone, in all caps, and his talent and quotes was never there. They want someone back who does so poorly, who's not in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage in caps. He's yet to see, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal camp contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. I'm not even going to try, but I will. He was never fired. He was suspended. So if you go around and say they gave him his job back, is categorically not true. But it is the end of the beginning. There obviously will be a robust response from the administration. I don't know whether that will include the FCC or is it just pronouncements from the president himself. But there will be more to this. We don't know how long Nexstar and Sinclair will continue to preempt the show. We don't know contractually how long they would be allowed to. So this is just getting started. Honestly, Jimmy Kimmel has now addressed America. If you didn't hear it, we'll have it available on the podcast, or honestly, you can get it on YouTube at this point. It's already up to like 600,000 views. It's only been out 40 minutes. Wow. This is the biggest story in the country by a lot. By a lot. And you don't have to be a fan of Jimmy Kimmel to understand the magnitude of the moment. So I encourage you to listen to him in his own words. That's why we let it run completely. There was no commentary by me. There were no interruptions. We actually even blew out a commercial break because we thought this was much more important given the news and also the discussion of what's going on in this country with media. I mean, this impacts me, it impacts Mark, it impacts everyone in what we do here as we are part of the broadcast airways. And that's one of the things.
If there's certain things a guy can say to me, I'm like, you're inviting me to hit you. Right. Like if this the transgresses of male boundary.
Like if you ate somebody's Christmas and they were like, hey, why did you? And then their mom
calls you, you probably have to yell at a mom. But if you say it's my mom,
that is predicate for physical violence. And that's a funny thing to analyze too, because that shows you guy because you ate his food. What the fuck?
You know, a Brian Wow.
Oh no. You got Cobra Kai, you know.
Well, it's odd, dude. It's odd.
I just want to, hey, real quick, y'all talk about Baba being scared. That's your takeaway. Look him in the room. Lock him in the room and he'll fuck his way out.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you, like, why would I lie about my perception of who was in group chats? He likes to bully people where he has formal authority in front of other people.
Yeah.
And knowing that if you clap back at him, it's going to be in front of other people, therefore he's justified in firing you.
Yes.
I would be far more aggressive. Like, I would say things to him in text message that he's probably never heard before from an employee. But it's just me going coldly, like, you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, Brendan. I'll be diplomatic, but I'm like, let me analyze this for you and tell you why you're incorrect and coherent. And he, like, it scrambled his brain because he's like, employees aren't, stop arguing. I'm like, but I'm right. Yeah. And you're just totally wrong to the point of, like, if I tell you that you're right, I'm actually, like, harming your business, you know?
Yeah.
And then in person, we have these conflicts of text and be like, let's talk tomorrow. Reconciliatory.
Yeah.
And I'm okay, like, football coaches in my life, like, when I played college football, I had this head coach who was, like, a former NFL offensive lineman who was, like, super smart and, like, just an aggressive, nasty competitor, you know?
Yeah.
He would get in your fucking face and just be like, if you fucked up, like, he would, like, I'm okay with guys being like, you fucked up, and I'm telling you directly, but you'd also, if you did a great job, he'd bring the same energy to compliment you. So I'm not scared of a boss being like, you fucked up and assertive boss. Yeah, it's like, cool, redirect and tell me what I need to do. But Shop is like, he'll be a dick to you in a text message group chat, but then see you in person and be like, hey man, so I gotta tone it down and be a little, I'm like, okay. You want me to say a yes man more? Is that what you're saying? You know? You want me to not point out that you're a fucking idiot to the group chat?
You want me to tell you what we think will happen?
Yeah.
You know, you're very diplomatic. I mean, we're more on your side now where we don't believe he'll actually hurt us. You know what I mean? But we used to have two big red chairs. Only for the sole reason that we can dance around him while he tries to choke us out.
Yeah, we were thinking the chairs could maybe give us some time. We'd like hold it right in front of us and he'd try and get us.
That's hilarious.
Last line of defense kind of
But then Bobby Lee told us that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Tiger Belly's money is pretty good, but most of that we just put right back in the pot.
Yeah.
As you can see from the Portos.
Yeah, the cupcakes.
He pays us pretty well. He's a good boss. Bobby's assertive.
Yes.
He'll tell us, like, you know, hey, there weren't enough clips about, you know, like,
more beans, more cheese. Yeah.
You know, where, like, we still know Mr. Whole Foods is. I've given you guys, like, years to find that out.
The mastermind.
Yeah. So it's like, I always talk with Bobby every night.
I still remember that phone call.
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Dude.
Yeah.
He called me up. He's like, we fucking got him, dude. We got this. The server. And I'm like, no way. How do you know this? He's like, fucking hackers. I hired with a duffel bag full of cash. Hackers. Accounts opener. I'm like, okay. Here's what I'm gonna recommend you do. Don't tell anyone about this.
Yeah.
Let's just think it through.
Yeah.
Try to maybe gather some more information. Wrong. Sure. That's stupid suggestion by you. This email address that these anonymous people gave you that might be Bobby Lee's email, but maybe not. Because you don't have to verify your email to make it like, right? As something a 12-year-old could think through. Yeah, it's like, I verified. This is true.
You gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter that made that motherfucking email tigerbelly.com.
Oh, yeah.
That guy, dude.
That's a bad
Chef's kiss. All you do is lie to me. Rogan and Shorty Pie.
Somebody out there actually did that. Yeah. And made Brendan Schaub ruin his career.
And Brian. Brian was threatening people on behalf of this server or whatever.
Yep. Yeah.
Flapjack.
Honestly, how well do you think you do in a real fight with Bappa? I think you'd be surprised, me. All I've ever said about fighting Brendan is that I wouldn't be scared to. It's like I played fucking college football against guys who are bigger and stronger than Brendan. I wrestled heavyweight in high school. A lot of competitions. Do you think I'm scared of being punched in the face?
Yeah.
I've been in more street fights and we're like, I'm just not like, do you think engaging in physical violence with guys roughly my size scares me? You must not know me.
That's how I feel about Agostino Zinga. I'd probably be him.
That guy's a great guy. My wife's DMs.
Oh, yeah, I've heard.
Like, it was so funny. Like, hey, dude, do you think Luana would go for you? Like, well,
Yeah.
He's trying to devil face comic. What the fuck are you talking about? Crash out. When did I crash out? When my wife was hyping my.
I crash out every night.
The other barber.
Trump would have asked this a little earlier. Has Brian taken
IM?
Yeah.
That's fucking large, like
yeah.
Like at 9 in the morning, and then you just keep drinking. You can see this face, where he looks bloated. It's like, well, you're drinking whiskey all throughout the day. Cheap that cocaine.
Yeah.
Whiskey ice. I tried to about like 6 shots, like to fill us up with the ice. You have one of those, maybe more. So I was drinking at least 12 shots of whiskey at night over the course of 2 shows. And then
Little less than good.
way less. I was like, he was at least drinking 30 drinks of whiskey every weekend. It was, oh my god. And then go to bed. So is that alcoholism? Yeah, like, I don't know what the definition of, but
I don't know if it is or not,
he
but
seemed to at least have a very high tolerance.
Yeah.
And it was part of his act. He's like sipping a giant glass of whiskey. I'd say he would finish by the end of the show.
Yikes.
And for somebody who struggles to pronounce words, it's not a great look.
Yeah,
And by the end of the second show, he'd be like, he sounded drunk on top of.
What was that yellow thing he was drinking on where he dips out? It looks like a banana. He drank out of it and he had the weird face.
Oh, that was the Shuri.
Okay, yeah.
Celebration of Tai Tuivasa.
That I think drinking that even one time makes you an alcoholic person.
How dumb were the baddies that hooked up with Bopper during his comedy days? Were they just neighbors? A lot of them were, but a couple of them were very intelligent and like. Women are, you have to understand that, like, the draw of status is enormous for most, even sophisticated women. It's like, yeah, you're famous. He's also, tall, good-looking athlete, right? Like, is it surprising that Brendan Schaub has women offer themselves to him? No. A lot of them are dumb, but a few of them are sophisticated, but they just see through his bullshit quickly.
Yeah.
He gaslights every woman he's with on the side to be like, he does this like future faking where he's like, I'm gonna leave my wife for you, and like, oh my god, he's like, poor old me, like I don't even see my wife anymore. It's just like a staged marriage, like yes for the kids, and because I've seen him to my own friends, multiple of my own friends, because I'm like, this chick that I work out with, Zoo Culture, like who he like pursues or this. I've seen him pursue so many women that like I knew before him, and so I get the real tea of like his approach is identical. He just like Addie's, baddies, Addie's, and baddie. He's the most socials. He is incapable of not repeating the same things over and over. So he's the same story, which involves like I'm super sympathetic. My life is actually really sad at home because I don't have sex with my wife, so this is really cheating. Yeah. But you are the one that I'm going to leave my wife for and start a family with.
Yeah, he does it like a 60-year-old in the middle class.
Wait, what?
He acts like a 60-year-old in the middle class, like acting like they're going to leave. feed their wife. Right. They don't really have that much money, so they can't just pay for sex and like not have to coerce.
Yeah.
You know,
like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, because you could get away with all this, but like, look, you know the deal, right? Like, I'm famous. I have money. I have a kid. You're the side voice.
Yeah. You can't be honest.
Yeah, he needs a shared fantasy.
Yeah.
There's also NPD, you know, classic behavior. You enter into a shared fantasy because I've received, like, women I didn't know that well who I met would reach out to me and be like, we made plans to go to a fertility clinic, talk about having kids. I'm like, what? And I'm like, you're an idiot for believing that.
Yeah.
First of all, but Brendan was initiating this.
Yeah.
Because he develops a pretty elaborate fantasy with women who he will then discard the next week, which creates liabilities. Because, like, guess what? If you do that to enough women, one of them's going to
ask Crystalia. Ask Crystalia. Yeah, dude.
Right. It's just like you're upping the odds of, like, if you treat enough women like objects, one of them might protest and then out you, and then that might give momentum to a movement. A little bit of movement. Or, you know, other people.
Chuck Flip, great question. He already answered that, though.
Yeah, I think
he thinks Elephant Bigger is Netflix.
He's, you know,
doing God's work.
He's an artiste.
How many addies went with all that wigs? Oh, we already answered that too.
The 4-day.
Yeah.
Which is quite a bit.
How is Brendan affording his lifestyle? Does it make sense? Peter. Somebody said Peter.
Okay. So, I really try to not speak inaccurately.
Right.
Like, because there's already so many people speculating on, like, he's going broke, he's doing this, like, but if I don't see your bank accounts or know your exact financial situations, I can't comment on that. Because I know he made a lot of money doing stand-up, for sure. He made a lot of money doing podcasts. So, like, if you have any sort of financial intelligence, you tuck some of that away.
And I think he doesn't keep it a secret that he lives outside of his means. Like, he talked about he just bought a Corvette because he got money from UFC or whatever.
Right. I mean, that's the main thing. Like, a guy like me, if you give me a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a functional car and like I don't know, live in a tiny home. I don't care. I just like the comfort would be having a bunch of money as security to kind of do what I want and not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me to be like, I got a bunch of money, I can look like I'm more rich.
Yeah.
Like, what? Who gives a fuck? But to him, the appearance of wealth is very important to both him and Joanna. As, you know, many people in LA that you meet that I just
sure.
Fucking materialist.
They're in Austin now, though, and they do. You know, one thing we were laughing about with the expensive thing. He's whining all the time about Austin now, and one of the first things he said was they don't have an Erewhon out here.
Oh yes, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, well, what do you think about that? That's a crazy thing to say.
Oh yeah. Also, you guys have been to Erewhon.
Oh,
I would never have actually shopped there had it not been for Shab. No, just because it's like I hate because I can like as a bodybuilder, like you cook your own food and I eat steak and rice and chicken right now. Right?
Yeah.
I don't need fancy shit, right? Yeah. So I'm already cooking for myself. So I'm like, wait, so this like $10 steak that I could get from Costco that's amazing. I like the equivalent of that at Erewhon would be like $80 from the fucking, you know. I just remember going there and being like, wait, I bought a drink and like a plate of food that had like meat and a side dish, and it's like $40. You know, you know.
Yeah, they're hot bar different.
It's now the food is very good, but it's like going to Erewhon is part of the whole like. I'm rich, I can afford it. You like to be seen at Erewhon because everything's so expensive, it prices out all the brokies. You know?
Yeah.
So,
Erewhon's like fucking Costco with a beach, dude. Just derailing.
It's a funny little thing there. And it goes invite me there, but like I'm like, I can eat McDonald's. I don't give a fuck.
Shout out to CR Guitar, dude. What the fuck? CR Guitar.
CR Guitar is the guy that made our theme song.
Oh,
he's in Canada. He's a great musician.
He's a great follow on Instagram.
He does the island with the T-Mo's post. You know, on my mom's side, her mother is Irish heritage. Mary Evelyn Ruane.
We're all
so
Irish.
I do have Irish heritage.
Dude, hit up CR Guitar.
I'm so fucking. Someone said the most Irishest. What the fuck is an Erewhon be? Erewhon is like EREWHON. It's like more expensive Whole Foods.
Yeah.
the hot. It's like a grocery store where everything is like 3 times the price of a normal grocery store. Literally, like, it's like, oh, here's this small thing of strawberries. It's $18.
Yeah. I've never bought food. Well, I've never grocery shopped there. I have gotten a smoothie or two. It's expensive as smoothie.
It's like $30 smoothie. You guys know about the protein pony nickname?
40.
That gets me by 60. At least on the red.
Which one?
So Theo Vaughn referred to me as protein pony when I was out of the room.
Oh wow!
And it became this like little moment where Sean got mad at me.
Yeah.
Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo before. He was flying in and out. So like the first time I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there, when I started to help out with King of the Sting. I met him, said what's up, we're cool, and he just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. You know, like the whole energy and the whole theory of like he really wanted to. He made some vague reference to like, you know, man, we're just doing stuff like it's kind of, you know, your heart's not in it, or whatever he said. But like he was obviously referring to King of the Sting, but you don't blame him because even just traveling across the country to do a podcast, it sounds horrible.
It sounds like the worst flight of all time.
Yeah. Like when you're already traveling for stand-up, it's like, why would you want to do that for? And I'm sure it was lucrative. There's some amount of money, but it's like, you don't. If you're Theo Vaughn, you don't need it.
I could just be my living room.
Correct.
Yeah.
If I was making enough money, you could not pay me enough to like take another flight across the country.
But then again, podcasts are so powerful that sometimes you watch the Gringo Hot for 24 hours.
Hey, Mark, Bob and Chappelle have a falling out. There is certainly a reason that they do not associate with one another. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but just know that Chappelle's one of my closest friends. He is a person with the utmost integrity as a human being, and those kinds of people tend to not last very long with Brendan Shaw.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not going to go into details. I'm just saying that you apply this to anybody who looks like a good person, they're not going to last very long with Brendan Shaw. Chappelle's also
like Sanaz.
Okay, so Sanaz and Chappelle are like the polar opposite of humanity. Oh, man.
I just want to say,
one's a drug-addicted whore, and the other one's, you know, an incredible artist who's an introvert and doesn't give a fuck about, you know, attention so much as, you know, he's just good at comedy and gymnastics, other things. Like, Chappelle's a very talented human being, and also, you know, is a committed artist and just a likable, down-to-earth person.
Shout out to Truckfully Crab asking all these questions. That has been a question throughout the chat, is thoughts on Kalila. You don't have to go too far into it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, am I honest? No.
Even though she's our boss. She's one of our bosses. Yeah. She's our...
You want to say anything about her before?
Jules. I mean, she's a great person. About my boss. Next. Yeah. Little story, bro. Mark, blank check. Okay. So, I gotta go bathroom. I don't do Baha mode here.
Yeah, I did a bit on what's that show called? Well, it was a podcast. It was like with Richie the Clown. There's a clip I know that has some views on the internet. Me mocking Kalila and doing her Filipino accent. But I do believe she has psychopathic tendencies.
Okay.
As evidenced by her poetry.
Oh yeah, I heard about
unearthed her poetry, and it's extremely dark. And if it's any sort of accurate representation of her thought process, it seems to be highly exploitative, manipulative, like fantasies of, you know, wealth, power, celebrity, like sadistic behavior towards men. Like if you found someone's journal and you saw this shit, you'd be like, this person writes like a psychopath. You know what I mean?
I wonder. Yeah, I do.
So that's my evidence for that. And then also in person, she seems to be performatively, emotionally intelligent, right? So it's the whole like, when we consider being mindful of the things that we talk, so you know,
great
she's misdirecting you with a calm, deliberate. She's articulate and smart enough to misdirect away from the fact that she's calculated, vindictive, sadistic, right? If you look at enough clips of Tiger Belly, you'll see evidence of her being, when the mask slips, she's sadistic. She has enough self-awareness not to do that all the time, and she often comes across as genuine, and I'm like, I believe that she is very close with Bobby, but like I have to assume she is very calculated in her pursuit of Bobby, and she's highly incentivized to make the relationship seem as legitimate as possible and her love legitimate, even though I would assign very ulterior, like calculated motives for her to pursue Bobby and become well-known and famous. Although I'm not saying she didn't do anything for Bobby. I'm not saying she doesn't have talent. It's kind of like a manager for him, almost, you know? Right. Like, to like set him up and kind of like, in a sense, exploit him, but benefits him, but also benefits her way more, you know?
Yeah. Her writing poetry to me is interesting in of itself. Being in this world of like Rogan and comedians, like diaries and poetry, like I'd love to read, like, I don't know. I mean, obviously Shop's diary, but right. So like Rogan, what's in Rogan's diary?
He spits facts.
Jeff Dye poetry, like women. That's haiku about how women are whores. I don't know how to do haikus.
Yeah,
but it would be like something about.
Listen, I'm as horny as Brendan's forehead. All right. So
okay, that's all.
Oh, it's all right. Come on, that was good.
Mar makes Baba look like a photographer when it comes to having the best brains for the arts. Yeah. That's a great little word salad. Don't even know if it's being insulted or complimented. Everyone says Bobby Lee is so real. Why does the team make jokes about how being Bob? Was he forced into cuckoldry? Like, technically, I know people throw around the term cuck a lot as like a girl that you're dating fucks someone. It's like, wow, does it imply watching? I don't know.
I don't get it because like Bappa does say that quite a bit. He called Marin a cuck.
Yeah,
and like
I feel like it's like it was a liberal. I don't know that you like to hear. You got off on her describing. This is from the girl's mouth. He would get during sex. He would say, "Describe the biggest black dicks you've ever had." Oh my god! I was like, like I can't unhear. You know, like, this is Shop's sexual fetish.
Wait, women tell people that?
Huh?
Like that was Aaliyah, you know, like finding out. Wait, women say what you tell them to say during sex?
Snapchat has a
shit! Yeah. Hold on, we got the pod. I need to call
Mark
you.
Thoughts on Slojo being the most superficial person.
Can you get Rob back on the phone? Get your lawyer. I need to. When I said that during sex, I didn't know that you could say it to other people.
Can you screenshot that?
That's bad, dude.
Fuck, somebody just asked me a question. Oh, where am I on Slojo? Yeah, she's in person. It's what I thought was funny about this. Her portrayal in the Rio Poppy specifically is that it's predicated on her being a rattlesnake.
Yeah, and like goddamn rattlesnake.
Hot-tempered and this and that. It's like if you meet Joanna, she's incredibly sweet.
Oh, really?
Superficial,
spicy.
Like, but you know, she's like, well, want to be Kim Kardashian, right? Like, does Kim Kardashian seem mean and nasty? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, she's very polite and conscientious and sweet. Like now, Sean privately he'll complain about her, like, oh, getting into arguments and this and that. And I'm like, well, yeah, like anybody who doesn't buy into your like stupid worldview you have arguments with. So.
Sure, I would imagine that she's like not accurately portrayed by Shop for sure. There's no way he's like describing her accurately.
No,
crop out the ugly.
No, yeah, I know for a fact he's actually she's real rap. He told me how like because there's a joke in Gringo Poppy where he goes, crop out the uglies. Yeah. He said back, and then the reveal is we're in a group chat, dumbass, and he's saying that to his wife.
Yeah.
And I go, did she really say that? And he goes, no, that was me. I was like,
oh yeah, you told us this before.
Oh, the opposite.
There's always a swapping going on, right? There's always a projection or the victim and the offender.
I'm fat.
Let's call it what it is. 40 chess.
Oh yeah, he's playing 40 chess.
40 chess. Yeah. 5D chess.
Thank you, Timothy.
Like 3D chess is enough. People have 40. Like he's playing 80. What is 8D chess?
Yeah.
Well, it's 40. Like 40.
Oh yeah, 40.
40.
CT.
I mean,
some people are just giving money.
I know, it's very nice. Thank you, Tim.
They're just giving it.
I think it's because like you're already spitting facts as it is. They don't really have a question. They don't question the facts that Mark Harley spits.
Somebody said honest thoughts on Brian Calm. Okay, I love you, Brian. You want to hear something funny that I learned recently?
Oh yeah, of course.
I don't think he. I mean, I don't know. I don't give a shit if he cares. I know somebody who was flying him around in his private jet going back and forth between Austin and LA. Because for a time period he was flying to LA.
Right.
So I know the wealthy individual who I'm personal friends with,
Jamie,
who I introduced.
Did he ever tie anything with cats?
Who was using, and Brian loves rich people. Brian's favorite people are rich people.
He also likes people in cow costumes.
Saying underwear Lopez. I don't know what that fucking story is about the Lopez. I don't know. I've seen it out of context, and I'm like, what the fuck was he doing? He certainly was legit. Lopez. It's funny. This guy who was ushering Callan back and forth, he told me some stories about how he is the most ridiculously and astoundingly unpunctual person I've ever heard of. Damn. He, like, him and time and deadlines are like, now he would sometimes come late. I remember Brendan being annoyed by him because he'd be like, oh, I'm running late to the studio, there's a lot of traffic. Yeah. And we'd like check the traffic, like where he's coming from, like, there's no fucking traffic. But it's like, oh, big deal. You're like, 30 minutes late for your podcast you've been doing 800 million times. Like, who cares? But, right. And I know, but Brendan did seem annoyed by it, fairly so, because, like, for the most part, Brendan's on time and kind of considers that, like, his big win of the day. It's like, I just show up. And it's like, okay, you suck at your job, but yes, you didn't come on time. Brian apparently has a more difficult relationship with time, and I get that as, like, an ADD symptom, like time management and time distortion are problems. However, the details of some of the stories I've heard, I was like, Brian is 8 years old when it comes to time. Like, I heard like 10 different stories from this guy. It's like, I hung out with him for a month, and he fucked up so many times for his own shows. Middling for like big, like Tony Hinchcliffe's headlining, and like Kim Congdon is like opening, and you're the middle, and you're like 30 minutes late. Like, not even like where you're supposed to be, just for the show. So like, somebody has to come on and like kill. It was like not 2 minutes, whatever. Like, shit runs on that schedule. It's just standing like. Kim Congdon does not have 30 extra minutes. Right. I go home. I'm just out of love. But then it's like, wait, dinner is going to be like, oh, hey, let's be here for dinner at 7. And it's like, hey, I'm outside the restaurant. And they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like, so many stories are like, that is like, so this is a representation of, he's talked about it before, his entitlement. Remember he was like, I used to think of myself as like one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. Doesn't mean it fixes it, just being self-aware, but he's referenced it, so that's why I feel safe kind of like saying that. It's no secret. Like, but he feels entitled to just be late for shit. Or he'd be like, oh, come over at 6, we're having dinner. And the guy would show up and it's like, I'm here at 6. He's like, oh, we're still at the grocery store. Getting the ingredients for the dinner, motherfucker? Like, what do you, like, why would you do that? Hurry up, David. Or just forget about shit. Or just, like, it's to such a degree where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he's, like, so late.
It's annoying. I really hate that shit. My friend Cutter Hodier is a piece of shit. He's late to everything. He's a director. He's just like, why would you want to work with someone like that? He sucks ass. Yeah. But you know people like that are just late all the time?
Well, no, not to that extreme, but
cut them out of your life.
You can get away with it more. The more status you have, like, because you hear about celebrities where it's like, for example, I don't know if you follow the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni lawsuit, but like,
a little bit.
You hear a lot about like actors holding shit up on set, like The Rock and Vin Diesel. Like, they talk about how like Vin Diesel would like hold up production. If you're an A-list actor and you want to have a temper tantrum, there's not much you can do to like force Vin Diesel out of his trailer at this one show. Right. It's going to cost money, but what are you going to do? Fire him? Like, there's no like mechanism in place to like punish you for not showing up on time.
Yeah, what are you going to do, volume punch me?
I know there's something there. I was like, what did he say? Thank God. 3 heads.
Yeah, exactly.
Figure it out.
Chuckwood wants to know, Tony Hinchcliffe, go.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe, did you guys have thoughts on Tony Hinchcliffe?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah. Go for it.
He's terrible. Really? Oh,
no, I don't watch.
He's absolutely horrendous at stand-up.
Yeah.
You know what? He's another guy that was actually nice to me, kind of not unlike Jeff Dye when I met him, but his stand-up is just very bad. You said something that was very, I think, good the other day.
When he's on Kill, do you like Kill Tony the show?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
here's the thing. Kill Tony show is great, right? But he's only a part of it by name. What I said the other day was that he's a open micer that got his way. Like the fantasies of an open micer, Tony Hitchcock for some reason can just achieve all those.
Yeah.
And without really the talent. To corroborate that, because I also met him, sort of nice to me, he made a funny joke about me. He called me like half man, half centaur, or some funny joke that I was like, oh, that's funny. But, you know, that it wasn't me.
Rabbi. How you living, pimp?
I heard that the rapture was happening. Is this true?
No, baby, we're still here.
Seemed to have an issue. Like I brought him up once, and he was like, "That fucking guy walks around the comedy store." Like he's
What's good in your neck of the woods?
Not much. What you doing over here?
I am just fixing some software. I know it sounds like a lot.
Who's this guy on the screen?
It's a
That's fine.
it's a lecture. If I may ask, please remind me, how did you guys find out about me?
We joined. I think it was like an dating.
There you go. I gotcha. Okay, very well. What's good in your neck of the woods? What's new?
Nothing much, honestly. You're doing really well. Yeah, pretty good. I'm thankful that the rap shit didn't happen yesterday, right?
Word, dog.
I got scared. I got real scared.
No need to worry. Okay, excellent. Well, very well. Have you guys been playing any video games recently?
Oh, yeah, we were just on Ready or Not.
How was that?
Pretty good.
Okay.
What about you?
I'm just preoccupied with this computer issue I'm trying to figure out. And so apologies if I'm not more lively, but I'm trying to figure this out.
Okay, man.
Excellent.
What is Brandon A streaming? I gotta go sleep.
You do you, big dog. Sweet dreams, my friend.
So apparently he just rubbed people the wrong way to interact.
People have said that about him a lot. I mean, the only interaction I've had with him is I did kill Tony once. He was nice to me on that. And then after the roast battle, he gave me some compliments. Yeah. So, like, both times I was like, and he didn't need to be, he was slamming because I bombed. So, both times I was like, well, this guy's a nice guy. But that was before. So I do still feel bad about clowning him. Yeah. But my thing is, I want to be as honest as possible. His stand-up is god-awful. We watched one shot, and you can't even find it online. Because and they took it down, right? They took it down. I have seen him actually do that in person, the thing where he's like acting like a big deal. Yeah. I told the story in the pod before, but I was at the roast battle once, and he tried to make fun of this random open micer in the crowd. Yeah. And this open micer, I like the guy. Yeah. But again, he is not fun. He is not going to stand up. He's somebody who actually might kill me. So I love the guy. I love him. But he, at least at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up. He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him. It didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, your special one shot, it's terrible. No one liked it. And he got a big pop, right? And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it bombed. And then the open micer went back, but he was like, yeah.
I remember there's bits of my life. I remember we used to roast each other in my fraternity. We like, as part of the initiation, you do like anonymously roast people. You would tell what are the pledges to like write a roast. Help say like this until you would do like goody and small tea babies. It's not true that you're going over here and write some roast, right? Yeah. You know where it's coming from, so it's very fun. One dude kept he was I think closeted gay, but because he was also like really in your face, like narcissistic and like overcompensating straight, that was what made it like you don't want this out of gay dude, right? But like he was a dick and a douche and like a narcissist. Right? So the final joke of the entire evening, somebody goes up to him and goes, like, sir, whatever, you're gay and no one likes you. And it was just like, boom, like people laughed, it was like sad. And then everybody came like, no, why would I? It's so mean.
That's great. You can feel it.
But it's one of those things that Brazil goes here and just go, like, take your special sack.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it did, and you just have to say that, and it gets a laugh, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. It was so much worse. It was so much worse than that because he kept trying.
Oh, yeah, and then you try to one up it.
Yeah.
And it's not working.
It got worse and worse, and the crowd started chanting the open micers' names, and like, Tony sucks, Tony sucks. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and two people actually more than two people, they messaged me about it.
Yeah.
About other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least.
Yeah.
Random open micers.
He said, March is set up for Kill Tony, and if he gets pulled, just shop it. That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I would go up and do the dick jokes that he did about me, where I sent terrible dick pics out. Like,
oh yeah, you
I'd be like, okay, like, hey, could you like maybe? I didn't send something not to like. You understand how people might perceive that as being disrespectful, right? You like open your entire act with like Mark Harley is bad at everything he does and sends shitty dick pics. It's also a moron who's bad at like security and is going to be killed. And,
yeah, you shouldn't do that for an employee or a friend.
Yeah, I was like, okay, that's what you want to do, Mark?
I'm a hungry wolf. That's what. Yeah, fucking. You're a hungry wolf. I'm fucking jazz. You know the beans.
What I do like about, because I know David Lucas personally, and I consider him a friend. I like their dynamic, and I like that when David Rose Tony Hinchcliffe, Tony laughs about it. Like, he's very open to like David's roast. I like their dynamic.
You ever make you thank on it? Like, got you thanking it all? You ever thank on it? Yeah, thanking. The elephant graveyard mentions that a lot of times David Lucas makes you thank on it.
Yeah.
You leave the show here, you said thank you.
David Lucas said to me, he said, this motherfucker looked like a muscular bobcat. I was like, that's pretty good.
Well, we got a line pump, y'all. Yeah,
I mean, I think he said, I have a protein powder fetish or something like that. He this is more of the way. That's funny because you hear the same shit over and over again. Right. And you're like, oh, this was funny. It made me laugh. It was original.
Their dynamic, to me and Jargo often do this, but it's just like David Sato, and then Tony's like, well, you're fat and black. You're fat and black. David black. Gato. You're gay as hell, bro.
Can you help shit out with current events? What's funny was this is, and we discussed it. I hate to be repetitive, but I did try to help shit with current events because the way they were doing it is like, are you reading articles as current events? Like, that's not how the world works. Get a fucking YouTube video. Get a viral clip. Like, why are you responding to like, yeah, a girl was kidnapped, but like, and then Jin's reading it out loud or whatever. It was like, Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show. Was current events.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not. The world has evolved and left news articles behind. So I was like, going, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate, and like they loved the first one. I did the first couple ones I brought in. They were like, oh, it's hilarious. And it was just, it's easy because it's like a YouTube short. It's all over the internet. He's hot, so you get to react to what he's saying. He's like, oh, Andrew Tate's delivery is funny. You know, it's rash and shy. And then he did this. The next time around, he was like, oh, this is working. You guys like that? I'll do another one next week.
Yeah.
And he does this joke where he goes, I was reading an article the other day. Some kid can recite pi to 200 places. That's great. But how the fuck are you supposed to get laid reciting pi to a hoe? And that's right, you guys laugh. It's like the verbiage, how you supposed to get laid in a club reciting pi to a hoe. And I was like, that's just funny. It's a funny delivery. It's a funny line. And also,
yeah, he did great on Twitter. Luch has a funny. Is that Luch? No, it's somebody that's just.
He asked about interaction. What the best
David's funniest joke is when he said Tony buys baby carrots just to suck on. I don't know. Never mind.
Yeah, he said, who's the worst interaction you had as a TFK guest?
Oh, that's a good one. There's no real bad interactions. I would say, but on Food Truck Diaries, Jamal Hill was like high as fuck and super awkward, and like we were talking about skits before he like. I was kind of like the liaison for Food Truck Diaries for the MMA fighters. So like, when they weren't involved in the shot, I was like tasked with like talking to them. Yeah. So I had a lot of great conversations with guys like Alexander Volkanovski, who's super smart, and Michael Chandler's easy to talk to. There's all these guys that are like really smart, easy to talk to in the MMA world. Jamal Hill like comes out the car like having just smoked a blunt and was like super like awkward and not gonna. He was like, it was like, is this kind of weird because he's like high and like paranoid and like whispering. But before the episode shot, we were like, oh, I see you do like skits online, use like voiceovers and this and that. We're talking skits, and then like I asked him to like shoot a skit afterwards for like the Oak and Stone Clothing Company, and by the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. I was like, oh, like who's the I hate that I blank out her name of this. She's super gorgeous, the female commentator from UFC.
Megan Kelly. No, what's her name? I know. Shit.
I hate that.
Lauren Sanko.
Lauren Sanko, yeah. Lauren Sanko is a singer out there. She's super gorgeous, and like I was like, you see her, and it's like this woman is just beyond gorgeous in person. And she like agreed to do like this little like walkthrough. Like I'm doing an Oak and Stone pitch, and she like walks by and says one thing.
Yeah.
So, after a whole day's work, sometimes I'd ask a bit, hey, do you mind for 10 seconds if you do this thing for me? And after I'd already discussed comedy and this thing, I came up with this skit idea of like, oh, like you come up to me and be like, I like that shirt, let me get it. And he like takes it off me, like he believes me to give it to him. I was like, oh, would you mind it? He's like, and he got super awkward about it. Because I'm like, you can say no, that's not an issue. But he's like, so like, what are you compensating me for? I'm like, oh, I don't really make, like, I could give you like realistically like $150. And he like laughed at it. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, he just kind of like humiliated me when it's like, he's like, like, because I've asked him for like Volkanovski. I was like, oh, do you mind taking a picture with this? Like, my buddy has a supplement company. He's like, yeah, I just can't post it publicly, but I'll take a picture with it and send it to him. This guy's a cool thing. Yeah. Most people are pretty cool. You're under no obligation to help me out. But the way he did it, I was like, all right, like, cool, like, no big deal. But he made this huge deal about it. Like, I was about to give him $5,000 for like being in a social media video. After he like kind of, we were talking about comedy earlier or whatever, and we should just get, which again, it's totally his right. If it would have ended there, I wouldn't be talking about it. But then I get a call from Brendan. He's like, did you fucking try to like get Jamal Hill to do a like promo? I'm like, how did that get back to you? Like, he's like, his manager called me. I'm like, did he? Yeah. Like his manager, Jamal complained his manager talked to you, or there was a woman there who came with Jamal Hill and like was this obvious like social climbing like bimbo. Later, that was how like disappeared with fucking. Like, she came over and it's like, oh, hey, you guys are conducting business in the King of the Stay Room for 2 hours? Cool. But she was there, I think. Shop had left and she was still there. I think she must have, like, used it as a predicate to, like, reach out to Shop. She's like, like, Mark made Jamal really uncomfortable. Like, as a way to, like, kind of be like, oh, I'm not just looking after your best interest, but like, why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest? Like, we're in a production studio.
Yeah.
He just was he paid for this whole episode? Like, I like it was just because again, I'm totally open to being said no, but Brendan even considered it was like this was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and I don't disagree.
Yeah.
And that again, he doesn't know me anything, but it left a salty taste in my mouth because I'm just like, you could have not been a dick about it. Just because people who are bigger than you, like Laura Sanko doing one for me was fucking so cool, and she's like gonna be bigger than I don't know. She has way more appeal than you on social media.
Than Jamal Hill. Sorry, I missed something.
Yeah, although he is like, I mean, he was a champion. He's become the world has now seen that he's very likable as he copes with his losses. Like, I was not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was like, he'll never be champion, and then he was. I was kind of like, like it was funny that you kind of like said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but Megan Olivia, no, it was Lauren Sanko. Okay, Lauren Sanko is gorgeous in person. Like, she looks hot on camera, saying in person, it's like, huh? Has Mark answered who Bob makes clean up his whoever the fuck is there? Probably George or the janitors or he said about the Pure Spectrum. Yes, okay, Pure Spectrum lawsuit. Great. That's a great question. All I can say is Brendan introduced the Pure Spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 2021 because we were at Zoo Culture lifting alone, and my recollection is not exact at the time frame, but we were lifting there, and I wasn't yet working at Vicboy, so I believe it was like summer 21. Somehow this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to sue them.
Yeah.
Right? And so his version of events, again, when I first met him, so I have no reason to distrust everything he says, which I now like. Anything that Chop says is like, take it with a grain of salt, because if it involves him being wrong and other people, like, and money and numbers, it's like none of this is potentially true. You could be a kernel of truth, or you could be flipping it entirely on its head to like project, you know, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim and offender. But he told me what is literally an upside down version of the story. It's on record now, which is, he said this. I was working for the CBD company. Like, I got an ownership stake in it. They came to me and like offered me this.
Yeah.
Like, and he presented it as, I'm getting like, I own a portion of the business and it's like paying some sort of dividends each month, and everything's going great. And then slowly that starts to wind down to the point where I'm going like, what's going on here? And I'm condensing this, but it's like the accusation that she is, I'm being fraudulently, like, kind of my stock in the company's being diluted or something like that, or I'm being like, what I should be getting is being artificially deflated, and I have to bring someone in and do like accounting, you know, like, and audit their numbers, because I'm supposed to be getting, it's like big check, and then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but like the company's growing. Like, he was like, there's some sort of inconsistency where my check is suspiciously getting smaller for no reason. Then the lawsuit says this, which feels like, you're like, that's weird, like, that's crazy. And then you like, you know, so yes, take legal action against this guy, but you know, but in this story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of like a business deal. You know what I mean? He was unfairly treated by a guy who like
Magic Bean Sales.
Yeah. He's like, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and I'm like, I gotta sue him. But then you read the lawsuit, and it's like, I can corroborate what he did here, because I've seen him do the same thing elsewhere, which is one way you're getting paid is a flat fee to do social media posts, right?
In rain bottles,
you know, whatever, like $3,000 or $4,000 over the course of the relationship. Yeah. You know, whatever it is, we'll pay you $10K, but you have to do 2 Instagram posts and 8 stories or something. You know, you have these like requirement, right? Yeah, we call that a black rifle bubble. But it's like you have to do it. Yeah. He did nothing. Yeah. He didn't post once, right? So it's like not just like, oh, he missed one here or there. He was doing nothing. We talked about his podcast. So like in his mind, he justified it, but he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. Like they look back at whatever time frame, they're like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts and no stories. You have to stop doing that, or like we have to dissolve your ownership. So, and then the ownership of the company would be another source of revenue if it pays dividends. And then also like using a code, like use code shop, so you're getting the percentages of the sales using the code. Yeah. So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting like the code, if you're not promoting it, you know, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your sale, your pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were like, well, instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we gave you to do nothing, how about you just like give us back the 10% of the company? Yeah. And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership is the company, which he claimed to have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the whole lawsuit falls around that. But it's alleged that he took $100,000 after dissolving his ownership stake to pretend that he still has, or claim legally that he still has the ownership stake. Took $100K cash from these KGB guys in order to oust the CEO, like in a hostile takeover, because it's like it would be like, these guys own 45%, Ad Shot's 10%, now you have a majority stake, and they can oust you. That's like to go, oh, that's great. The opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder if he's telling the truth. Yeah, you know.
Sad, because at the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. You know, giving CBD to kids for their type 1 diabetes.
And I think he justified it in some way. Probably him crying about it on a podcast once. It was like, I did the promotion. I talked about CBD and how it cured my kids' seizures.
Yeah,
like, I am God now, and give me $500,000.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see, you want any CBD? You know, like, and I do my jack. Now I'm like, people with Magic Mind. I'm like, you want some Magic Mind? I give it to kids all the time.
Yeah, this guy's a real narcissist. The boys are getting tired. You know what? I'm autistic, bitch.
Hey, no, I was going to ask him about the CBD thing too. We want to talk about CBD. You know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why don't you go back to Dallas?
I love being angry. If you alleged me being a narcissist, why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? You ever watch Sam Vaknin lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder?
Oh, y'all must have. The poor guy. Yeah. Y'all must have. Where are my pencils?
Yeah, dude. Being a narcissist who know nothing about narcissism or any form of personality.
Sounds like somebody is not watching this YouTube. Oh, give me 1 second here. We got a guest coming in. Oh shit.
We got a motherfucker zooming in.
Oh shit. Is that Danny? Oh, I don't think he's there yet. Okay, he's not there yet. Wait, let's not. Oh! Is that Brandon Walsh? Brandon, you got Brandon. Talk about Brandon. Another Brandon. What's up? What's up, Walsh? Dicey. Wait, you're okay. Oh, you did, dude. Unmute. You're mute. Don't chat. I'm gonna text him. You're mute.
How about me? Mark, yes, I am.
Oh, there you go. Dicey. Yeah, dude. What's up? What's up, Walsh? How do you make it big?
How can I hear him?
Oh, are your headphones kind of fucked up or something? Let me see. Oh, yeah. No, it's like this. Can you hear now?
Like, hello.
Can you hear?
Hold on, sauce.
Go ahead.
I can hear him, though. I can hear him.
With Brendan, we can hear you. It's just Mark can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good. Can you hear me?
No.
You mess with these a little bit? Dude, so Walsh, what's up, man? We've been watching the 24-hour Gringo Poppy with Mark Harley. Sorry.
Many people don't understand that the law of attraction is actually a secondary law. The primary law is the law of vibration. So think of it this way. If you've ever walked in the middle of an argument, right? The 2 people were arguing, but they're no longer at each other. Let's say you're in the kitchen, and one person's rummaging in the refrigerator, the other person's rummaging in the cabinet, and they're not really interacting, but something's going on. In fact, we have a saying for it. We say, "Oh my God, you can cut the tension with a knife."
Right.
What are you picking up on? You're picking up on their energy. You're picking up on vibration. Now we get that from the personality level, right? From the feeling level. And, there are people that are saying that there's actually a field of energy around us, and that feeling tone that we're sending out actually then becomes a magnetic force that we then attract to us those things that are in alignment with how we predominantly move through life. And that can be a little woo-woo for some folks. So even if you don't necessarily agree with that, or maybe don't believe that, we do know what it is to be around somebody that we say, wow, they've got really good vibes, or wow, they've got really, bad vibes. I don't really want to be around them. To understand that there really is an energetic component that we're always dealing with, and we're attracting to us that which matches fundamentally how we're moving with our energy.
Well, we have a guest named Joseph Gallenberger. He's a professor, and he is an expert in positive thinking. And what he does is he goes to Las Vegas with groups of people, positive and negative, and does experiments with them. And he tells me almost all the time, the positive group comes back winners, the negative people come back losers. Now, does positive thinking have anything to do with the law of attraction?
Well, I had not heard that study. I'm going to have to look it up. I love that. And it's a component of it, right? Because a lot of times people will think that, oh, I just need to think positively.
And yes, but it's deeper. There's a deeper invitation in terms of not just thinking positively, but actually, um, uh, number one, being able to see an even better life for yourself, right? That we're using our imagination to vision intentionally a life that we would love, a life that brings us even more alive, and then allowing that vision to guide our thinking in terms of gratitude, guide our thinking in terms of appreciation. So we fundamentally become that kind of person. So it's not just about positive thinking, but it's about fundamentally becoming the kind of person who has this even more amazing life and thinking the way that that person would think. And, it takes us into, like I was sharing, elements of optimism, gratitude, appreciation, assuming that things are going to work out. Um, uh, yes, calling it positive thinking, but more that this is just the core of who you become as you allow yourself to dream more expansive dreams.
I don't know about you. I assume you're like me, Felicia, that you don't like to be around negative people. Why is that?
I could turn the question back around on you, right? I mean, think about it. When we're around negative people, you have to work harder at staying positive or optimistic, right? Because we can get sucked into that pessimistic worldview that everything's going the heck in a handbasket kind of thing.
They bring you down, don't they?
Yeah, and you can feel it, right? Energetically, you can feel their energy, and it's not fun to be around that.
Was there a moment in your life that things clicked for you and you realized this is really working?
Yeah, I don't know if there was like an exact moment, but I was able to look back, right? That I found these principles at a really dark time in my life that, I was struggling and I was young, I was 22, and, a number of different things had happened that just really caused me to just view life as, very pessimistic, had very little hope, just saw this dark tunnel of doom and gloom and thinking, oh my God, is this all there is? And I was really struggling with hope and just feeling really defeated at a very young age. And this was about the time that somebody introduced me to, the world of personal development, that I had no idea that world existed, and took me to my first seminar, my first workshop. And I heard things that I'd never heard before. First of all, I heard that I was actually created, that you, me, all of us are meant to live a life that of thriving, that we are meant to thrive in life. And then I heard that I was worthy of a thriving life, and that I could change my life by changing the way I thought about my life, changing the way I thought about myself and what was possible. And there was something in me that thought, you know what, this might actually be true. I mean, there was a very skeptical part of me, but there was a part of me that was desperate, and desperate enough to maybe even just experiment with it, right? What did I have to lose? And I began to study and I began to apply. And I don't know that it was like one moment where, oh my gosh, this really works, but more of a progressing, things got better, got married, really great relationship, and work that I loved, good friends. I mean, everything just turned around. And it was just one of those moments when I looked back and saw where I was and where I had progressed to, and connected the dots, that really the only thing that changed was I changed. I changed how I saw myself. I changed what I believed was possible. I changed how I view the world. And I saw how that change really did create a change in me, and then a change in my life. So it was more of a reflection back than so much like a single moment. you know, and I've just kept going. It's been 42, 43 years now, and I just keep going with it because my life just keeps getting better.
We're going to come back in just a moment with Felicia Cersei, author of Do Greater Things. As we talk about the law of attraction, I want to get into manifesting when we come back in a moment. The website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. We'll take calls with her next hour here on Coast to Coast AM as well. And maybe you've used the law of attraction. Share that story as well.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Suddenly we were bold into the best thing. When that foghorn blew, you know I will be coming home.
Prep your home for the holidays with the finest quality paint from Benjamin Moore. Go to benjaminmoore.com.
The biggest headliners in live music shared this stage.
At our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Sammy, whoa! Mike, this is Ed Sheeran. Hi there, this is Brian Adams.
Make some noise for Taylor Swift.
Hey, I'm Sammy Hagar.
Hey, this is Noodles from the Offspring.
Hey, this is John Rowan. It's your girl, Glorilla. iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Get ready to relive the once-in-a-lifetime moments, starting October 2nd, only on Hulu.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. The thing is that I didn't actually every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So that I opened the app, closed the app, Meet one, the world's curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, memory. But when the perfect man walks into his life, well, I guess I'm single. I don't know. So, he actually is too good to be true. To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close. Nervous, dramatic, cautious, confidence, and jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a combination formula. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, investigative reporter with the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Pause me to hear anything, okay?
Please don't let this appear if I do something like that.
But lie. You just lie.
There's something I smart enough. I don't want to be able to rap. Not around here. This is Spotlight, a snitch, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the iHeart app and listen now. The frost advisory remains in effect for northern Washington and Idaho.
Going to be at the beginning of it. What are you up to?
I don't have anything better you can do with your time.
Wait, you can't hear.
Yeah, I'm going to take these.
Oh, you can't. My headphones.
Yeah. It's all crazy here. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Now I can't hear.
Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, let me see it here. Where you at? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. I got it.
Okay,
We're good. All right. Technical difficulties back in here now. Well, now Walsh can't hear. I hear you. Okay, good.
Chug-bog difficulty.
Where are you at right now?
Sacramento.
Nice. Great place. Never been.
I'm fucking a lot of shit.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
DMing.
Have you ever met Mark Harley?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, real quick. Little chicks about it.
I was just curious if you did have any hookups for addies and baddies while I'm here.
Bro, I got all the hookups. I got friends in dark web places.
So how's it going with the watching?
I mean, you know, could there be a better way to?
I think we've watched it 15 times.
We watched
we watch it a lot already.
Yeah.
We've got. Really?
Yeah, it is pretty long.
Welsh, do you have a favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy that you can remember?
Oh, the I one?
Did you go mute again?
I don't know why. I'm trying to fix this. We can't hear you. As the other
he's
By the way,
He's muted again.
you think Bob is still on?
Can you hear us?
When I was working for Zipway, Brendan was on so many substances every day as like a business owner. It's like he's drunk, he's on kratom, he's popping Adderall, he's fucking like this. It was like.
So tell the story because we can't hear Brendan at the moment.
Oh,
we're trying to fix the audio.
Tell the story of what Brendan being a drug addict.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he got off of drugs. Like I don't think he's somebody who would necessarily misrepresent because it was all pretty out in the open when he was doing this.
Yeah. Now we can hear Walsh. Sorry. So what was your favorite bit from Gringo Poppy?
I think I like when he makes an eye go like this.
Yeah, the COVID stuff is good.
Hey, you stand up?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
well, you know, mostly I am the head coach for my son's t-ball. I don't know how.
Yes, that's your identity.
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some t-ball stuff there, B?
Yeah, travel ball.
Oh man, that's brutal, dude. You got to do a lot of time with travel ball. I'm surprised you could do this. Thank you.
Well, it is funny. I mean, I texted you this, Cooney, but it's like it is weird. Like reading, I dip in and out of the Reddit.
Sure.
I feel like it is.
What? No. Get the fuck out of here.
I do have the empathy too, where I'm like, God, could you imagine? Like, put yourself in his shoes. Like, imagine you stumble across a Reddit where people are just picking apart every second of your life.
And I felt like that because I didn't know what it was, and then.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects body stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptive system is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free mental clarity, natural support for mental alertness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliff-hanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails.
Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. You do not want to see it happen. Now available at Amazon. That's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission, Surviving the Kessler Effect. This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. This game is once in a century. Be there, bring the whole family, and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Trotters 100-year tour, coming to a city near you. Get your tickets today at globetrotters.com. That's harlemglobetrotters.com.
Rising market swings and global shocks can affect your retirement, but even in this economy, there's still opportunity. Protect your retirement with a secure, tax-advantaged gold IRA. Instead of leaving a 401k or IRA at the mercy of markets, hold physical gold or silver. Real protection for your future. Noble Gold makes it simple. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com. The conversation is free and the peace of mind is priceless. noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
And welcome back to Coast. George Nolley with you, Felicia Searcy with us. Again, her website is linked up at coasttocoastdame.com, and her book is Do Greater Things. Felicia, is manifesting the same as the law of attraction, or is that different?
I think manifestation is a result of the law of attraction. That's as we're. First of all, let me say that I know that before we went to the break, you invited people to think about it. They've ever used the law of attraction. We're always using it. It's like gravity. We can't not use gravity, right? It's just gravity just is. And so say with the law of attraction that we're always attracting something to us. We're always in a certain state and sending energy out. It becomes a matter of becoming intentional and working with the law intentionally in order to create that which we really want to create, rather than being at the mercy of the conditions of life around us. And so as we intentionally work with the law of attraction, we're identifying what our desire is, what is it that we would really love. And I always invite people to think in terms of not only what is it that you would really love, but what is that desiring asking you to discover about yourself. Not only are you seeing it, but you're becoming the person that can actually be in that life. And then as you change, things begin to manifest. So the manifestation is the effect of the law of attraction, and we become more effective at manifesting what it is that we would really want as we work intentionally with the law.
Fascinating. Do we manifest primarily for relationship and jobs, or are there other things there?
Well, again, if we're talking about the difference between just default manifestation, we're pretty much manifesting everything, right? And then compared to intentional manifestation, I have worked with literally hundreds of people directly, spoken to thousands of people around the world, and every desire is as unique as the person. And so it may be, I had a client who. I've actually had a couple of clients that had really contentious relationships with their kids, which means they didn't have access to their grandkids. They wanted to manifest more loving relationships with their kids. I had clients that have manifested their soulmates. I had one client in particular who was really struggling with her health, and as she worked with these principles and visualized herself healthy, really owned that she could be healthy and began to see herself as that healthy person and began to ask, how does a healthy person show up in the world? That's the one that got off of blood pressure medication. I've had people that have built businesses. I had one woman that was just longing to write a book, and she just couldn't see herself as somebody who would do that sort of thing. So when she let herself really define that desire, define that dream, that vision, and really began to identify as the woman who was able to write a book. She now has 4 books, and she's got full programs to go with those books. And so this is the thing that I love about it, is that nobody in all of history will have the exact same dream or exact same desire that you have. It's as unique as our thumbprint, and so it runs the gamut. But it's understanding that we are built to desire things, because that's how life invites us into discovering more about ourselves, more of who we are created to be, and that we are actually receiving a desire rather than having a desire. That our desire is literally a gift, because it invites us into a whole new dimension of life for ourselves, a dimension of life and a dimension of ourselves.
Is the law of attraction something that we are born with, or is it part of the universal law?
I think it's a combination of both. That's a great question, George. Nobody's ever asked me that question before. I think it's like being born. Again, I'm going to use the example of gravity, right? That gravity is a universal law. Gravity just is, and we can't tell gravity, look, I got a big grand piano on the 10th floor that I'm going to get down to the first floor, so suspend for just a few minutes so I can push it out the window and it will just slow down, right? We can't suspend the laws of gravity. We're born into the laws of gravity, and as an infant, we don't understand the laws of gravity, but they're still working, which is why we put baby gates up in front of stairs, right? Because the law of gravity is still going to function, whether you want an 18-month-old to, have an accident going down a set of stairs or not. The law of attraction, again, which is the secondary law, the primary law is the law of vibration, is the same thing. We're born into it, right? And as infants, and quite frankly, most adults don't really understand that this law is active. It's still working, whether we're aware of it or not. And so the mastery, the opportunity is to really discover the power of it and to learn how to effectively work with it intentionally, so you can create the person and the life that deep down you really desire.
It's pretty remarkable. Is that how it works?
I often encourage people, because people, they'll stop at, I'm a really good manifester, right? And so they'll get an idea, they'll have a desire, and they'll work with visualizing, and people talk about holding a vibration, becoming a vibrational match for it, and then they'll manifest it, and it's like, I'm a really good manifester. And the thing that I really invite people to do is to step back and just be in awe of, number one, that we have this capacity to desire something more, and then we've been given by some universal intelligence, right? Whatever name you want to give this higher creative force in our lives, an actual system that we can learn and then apply to intentionally work with this energy, work with these laws to create something. So Napoleon Hill, who wrote the book Think and Grow Rich, talks about the power of our imagination, which is the most miraculous, powerful, inconceivable force that the world has ever known, and that we're infants. We are infants at beginning to understand the power of our imagination, and to realize the gift, this gift that we've been given, be able to see images, to consciously choose those images, and that those images actually become the generating force to create a life. And what a remarkable, once we discover it, then we have a bit of an accountability to learn how to use it intentionally and effectively. And I always say to learn how to use it intentionally and effectively to actually bring good to the world. Because as you're living into a life that you love, this is your way to contribute. We're growing. We're becoming an even more amazing version of ourselves, which then allows us to serve and contribute to our world at an even higher level.
Are there exercises? Are there exercises or practices to allow you to really activate law of attraction?
Yeah, the thing that I would first encourage everybody to do is just start checking in and asking. To start working with the most powerful question that we can work with, and it can be one of the most difficult questions to ask, which is, what would I really love? What would I love? And to possibly think about, okay, so within the next year, if I could wave a magic wand and I really could create anything that I could imagine, what could that be? Now, for some people, that may feel a little abstract, a little too far out there. So start with something small. What would I, if I could take any kind of vacation that I wanted to take, what kind of vacation would I love to take? What would I love to do with this day? If I could do anything that I wanted to do with this day, what would I love to do with this day? And to start giving yourself room and permission to just start thinking into higher possibilities. And then you want to physically, one of the things that I work on with people is how to take that question and the beginnings of, wow, what if I really could do this? And then to actually write a vision, to write out what that life looks like, starting with, I'm so happy and grateful now that, and get detailed around, this is the life that I'm living. And then as you have that vision, to ask, who is my vision asking me to become? What is my vision asking me to discover about myself? Where are my growing edges in order to be able to be the person who actually belongs in that life? The thing about a dream, right? Not a good goal, but a dream. A dream is bigger than anything that you've ever done before. A dream is beyond what you've known for yourself. And so there's a part of you that's going to believe it. There's a part of you that's going to doubt it. And you want something that you're going to doubt, because the invitation is to grow into the believing that you can actually have that life and you can actually be the person who's living that life.
I had a psychiatrist on last night, Felicia, talking about dreams, as a matter of fact, and how they affect you and stuff like that. Do dreams tie into the law of attraction?
Yeah, and this is how we can intentionally work with the laws, right? That we let ourselves have these dreams. We tap into this power that's so much greater than who we are as a personality, and we allow ourselves to see what this power wants for us and through us and from us. And so you start dreaming into new possibilities for yourself. And then, as I was sharing, you let it inform what you are coming to know about yourself, right? Because everybody has a habit around how you see yourself, and everybody's got a habit for how much good you will allow in your life. The dream is the mechanism by which, a life force energy and creative power invites you to raise your threshold, to raise your set point for how much good you will allow in your life, and for you to then grow into that person that lets that much more good come to you. So it's dreams are the mechanism by which you begin to intentionally work with the law of attraction.
Where can it go wrong if it goes wrong?
I don't know that it necessarily goes wrong, but I think it has to be frustrating
The first time I ever appeared on TV, barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I appear and I'm like, they bring me up down as like a guy to talk about lifting weights and anabolics and dieting and stuff. So I'm like giving what I would consider benign advice to people, and then the next day, like, I'm being bombarded with like, you fucking ugly loser, you're the worst actor. Like, I at that time I only had like acting reels on my YouTube, and it was like thousands of comments like, you're the worst fucking actor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what did I do to these people? And having no concept. And Brendan was also like, did you get a bunch of hate? Like, just want to let you know. So I'm like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit as being full of crazy people. But then you have to, and so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, they're just lunatics. But then you go back and go, well, Brendan has been, you know, a public narcissist who like compulsively lies on air for like a decade before this. So there's a reason for it, you know, because he repeatedly makes these mistakes, even just, you know, words. He's a lolcow, like. But yes, it would be scary. However, if I was him, like my best advice would be like, if you could go back in the time machine, lean the fuck into it, dude. Like own the community or participate, or if it bothers you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and eat you alive, you know?
Well, I'm just curious how he does process all of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's aware of it. I mean, it's brutal.
Everything in his go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a place of jealousy.
Yeah.
Which dismisses any criticism as legitimate because you're going, I'm superior to you.
Over 100,000 people consistently.
Yeah.
And honestly,
it's illogical.
That's what winds up sucking me back in. Because like, you know, I'll do this too, where I'm like, you know, I have better things to do with my time. I can't fucking look at this shit anymore. And then, you know, I'll step away for, you know, a month or two for free, and it'll just, you know, it'll just be one of those things. Like late at night, I'm fucking, you know, everybody's in bed, goes to sleep. My girl, that's the thing too. You know, my name's Brendan. I'm a failed comedian. I'm a failed podcaster. Sometimes because it's like, close, you know.
Yeah.
My wife's name is Johanna.
Wait, is it really?
Taco Bell. Now Taco Bell Mexican.
Right. I mean, you can relate. That's part of what brings it in. See, the thing, what I would say, you asked how tough is it to be in Brendan's shoes? But if you're in Brendan's shoes, your feet are going to be wet. Remember? He drinks out of his shoes, so you can't do that.
But you know, it is. That's what sucks me back in though, because it'll be late at night or whatever. For whatever reason, I'll be online just fucking wasting time. And I'll be like, I'll click on the, you know, I'll go with CPAC because I muted the CPAC Reddit, so I don't even get any suggestions. So I don't.
When you go on Reddit, because again, I think Reddit's amazing. You know what I mean? For a lot of like, as a social media app, and all that. But
so I get away from it, and then I dip in for a second, and then it's like the guy. I mean, it's just nonstop hits. Like I'm like, what the fuck what? Yeah. That was one time when I left, and I came back, and it's when he got the fucking Chompy tattoo.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like.
Yeah, the hits don't stop. As you're saying, he keeps outdoing himself.
And then you start scrolling back and I'm making references of shit where I'm like, well, wait, what does that even mean? What are they talking about there? Then you don't even find another scam.
Yeah. I remember finding out Best Brains for the Arts.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
The clip was him attempting to discredit a group of black MMA commentators.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my god. You're like openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say.
Yeah.
It made no sense.
And it didn't make sense.
Oh, I didn't even know I didn't know where Best Brains came from.
It was like, come on, these aren't the best brains because we're like a black panel.
Yeah, it was like Cormier, I think, and somebody else is like, we get what you're doing. We get it.
Yeah,
it's
like,
all black.
we get it. You're trying to do like the diversity hire thing, and it was just like, do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Like,
I mean, we were laughing about this today while she said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that before. They're like, God damn, dude.
But Chab is legitimately racist.
Oh, for
like,
sure.
Knowing him privately, I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I was saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way.
The Hygo Poppy guy?
I've seen various shades of racism expressed, like, depending on the circumstance. If we're completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way and more subtle ways, and it kind of slips out, you know, even when he's on fucking camera and he knows everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist. But there's some sort of, I mean, you know, simpletons are racists, right? But, like, I always feel like, I'm like, were you raised this way? Like, is your dad racist? Because I get empathy towards people. I go, look, if you were raised with certain terminology or attitudes towards other races because your father, or your community acted that way and it's normalized. Like, I think people from South Africa sometimes are like, the way that they talk about black people, I'm like, that sounds really racist in America.
Harold Shaw was born in South Africa, his dad.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Well, I got a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? Like, don't disturb.
I don't do anything until everybody's in bed generally.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's fucking movie or some shit on the TV. But it does get. I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to step away, when it was literally the first thing I would look at. Grab my phone, check, whatever. If there was a text message, I would look at that, and then the first thing I would do is go on Reddit.
But it's a testament to the creativity of the group.
Addiction problems, like going to it in the morning and there's nothing. You're like, damn it, there's something.
The same. Oh, this last guy.
Hair of the dog.
I would like to put a plea out to everybody running the TFATK
Bobby Lee,
Reddit board.
Right.
Bobby Lee and
his cohort.
If we can please make a message across the board, because they did this with you, Mark, where I think they had to blur your face.
Yeah.
Can everybody please blur Callan's fucking feet when he's wearing his goddamn
Yes, dude. Fucking
yeah. On that board, to see that cocksucker sitting Indian style, goddamn flip-flop.
Yeah.
The Indian style's hilarious.
Most offensive visual of all.
Yeah.
What a great call.
Because you're like, is that even comfortable?
With the big gay lion stuff. Make it mandatory. If there's any clip showcasing Callan's feet,
you heard it here.
Please the clip until the feet are pixelated.
Well, it sounds like you're running for office here, dude. I mean, like, you're going to be on the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy.
Strong action.
Skits and bits party, dude.
There is no black TFATK or white TFATK. There's no TFATK.
Everything about it is, I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality sometimes. And it really does kind of fuck with my reality, where I'm like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how, because like I said, like I have podcasts and shit. All of us here are less successful than Sean.
Yeah, no, that's not true. No, I'm very. Have you seen my Ferrari, bro? I think I'm doing all right.
I guess you, Mark.
Yeah. My Prius.
But he's like, Brandon and Jarno suck.
I know that Prius, bro.
He's like, I've been to both their houses.
And we said that when he came on my podcast, it was just like, I was like, I mean, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast, go, wait, hold up. There's two guys named Brendan talking shit about a guy named Brendan.
It's crazy.
But the whole, this really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, people shit on their, because I guess, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners.
Yeah. 700, yeah. I remember it was like, looking back, the average was like 250K. So around 2019. I don't know. There was a lot.
But
those are Bone Zone numbers right there.
But the people will be shitting on it, and like, okay, it only has like 30,000 listeners. But, or viewers, or whatever the counts are.
It's so huge.
But even that is hard for me. I'm like, who? It really is confused. Like, who? What? I was like, interview people who are true fans of this show. And getting, like, and it's just from a fascination standpoint. I mean, that's where all of my interest in this is. Like, I don't even revel in, like, mocking him, or I don't take any pleasure in his failures or whatever. I mean, it's truly like a Jane Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with it, and I can't wrap my head around the fact that any of it is real on any level. Like and I do vacillate from thinking like, I mean, I can't give him this much credit. But I mean, because I do try to look at the positive. I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing. Yeah. So I'll think like, this is maybe he's some kind of a genius. Like maybe this is a true like next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
That's the only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Right.
But that would be amazing.
What if it is? He masked off Pagliacci. We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too, and I think it's something that like it's evergreen and keeps going because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating in a moronic way.
Either way, I mean, it's like every time, and I don't check in on it every day now.
One of the funniest things he said recently was that I have no skills, which is like so ridiculous. I was like, everyone agrees like this. So that's probably what you're thinking of.
That was his one miss. Yeah.
There's something new, and it just blows my fucking mind. Hold on.
The new stuff that I remember, like the last one was the Moonding. He said land Moonding. That was big.
Yeah, because even just as I said, the malapropisms and dyslexia based. I don't know enough about dyslexia to say this, but it's the most innocent form of what he does because you're mocking somebody with like a speech impediment and some sort of what would you classify dyslexia as, like a
learning disorder?
Yeah, learning disorder. Right. So, but sometimes people will stop at that and go, "Oh, that's not funny." It is funny, but it's like you could go like, "Don't be a bully," but it's like, wait, watch this guy further, and start to understand that he's actually a narcissistic bully, and then you have a whole new world of like things to justify the talk.
Really hard to defend him.
Yeah. If you know him well, but on the surface level,
on a regular basis, where it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
And then what else has he done recently?
We've got a poll in the chat, and I just wanted to check in on the viewers. And I asked him because Walsh was talking about the hair of the dog changing in the morning. How long do you spend on Chang's? And the winner is 8 inches.
Of course, classic.
Looking at the Reddit board, there's another thing that blows my fucking mind. Because like when he sees if he is in fact looking at this, right? I feel like if he is any level of a human being, he would have to like this. If this was happening to me, I would just have to stop. Like just make believe it doesn't exist. I don't know how else he can cope with it. But if he is checking in on it, because like one of the clips up top here is him shoving those fucking nicotine pouches down the cushion of his chair. And it's like, that's the thing, is like anytime you try to find a shred of humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is open up the Reddit board, and within 2 seconds you're like, never mind, fuck this dude. Like, it's just like that.
Because it's a basic feedback mechanism. If you had even 100 people in a subreddit commenting on the things you did, I would be curious enough to go like, is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, people will make fun of me for saying like, which I do. Not enough for me to really try consciously to expunge the word like as from other, but it makes me self-conscious and makes me think about, should I try, but there's none of that with Brendan. Because he is very scared. He does not visit the subreddit because criticism is very threatening to people of this certain personality. So
is he just? I mean, he obviously was raised in a certain way.
I have some insight into that I thought was interesting. If you want to hear
any criticism or
yeah. One story sticks in my mind that I think you could extrapolate a lot from, and he tells the story because he has these like moments of like vulnerability, and he's telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic, and you couldn't make up the details. Like, it's not, when he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim, where you go like, it's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was, as a kid,
You know this, right?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing enough that there's real pain made me laugh because I'm a bad person. So, I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
No, I'd be like,
I'm
trying to describe it. It's like you, by the way. People think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's tried to smear me, and I like keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at it objectively.
Oh yeah, Walsh. By the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier.
Yeah.
I know you have Frank Cum. He might rival Frank Cum though. This guy Rob. What's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds crazy.
It
doesn't sound.
Rob.
He would have like a crazy name.
Shab has no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Shab is banking at because I did the settlement conference that went totally sideways because they were like, oh, here's on paper you're owed $150,000. We'll offer you 2.5K. I was like, suck my fucking dick, bitch. But my lawyer wasn't there, so they think I'm I don't have a lawyer. And I heard basically what the defense is going to be because I heard the lawyers regurgitate what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my god, you have no idea that he can't back up anything that he's saying here. But go ahead, believe that.
That's right, I derailed you.
Yeah, the story I was going to, as a child, let's say he was, I don't know, between 10 and 13 or something, he starts off by saying, I used to love strawberry ice cream. And if there's a gallon of Neapolitan ice cream, I would dig out all the strawberry ice cream. So there's a fresh
I hate saying this, but I'm familiar with this story.
But that gave me insight into his childhood trauma because my parents, I can list off any flaws or whatever, but I go, to shame me about eating it's not something that would happen ever, even if I was fat, like saying you fat fuck or something, whatever his dad said, because he comes home and he's like, Brendan, you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream, which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid thing to do. But clearly Brendan has always been self-absorbed, and he's like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream, eat this one part of the ice cream to myself. And my dad goes into the room and just goes, did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah. He's like, fat pig or fat fuck or fat pig or something. And his response, remember what his response was? He was like, oh fuck, it was like a dagger through my heart. So that was the moment where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you. And
trauma aside though,
is
the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. I assume his dad is his dad funds everything he does. He doesn't,
his dad made actual success. Actually made
the Pentium chip or something like that.
He did something where it was
the diamond mines are pretty profitable. The emerald, he says the emerald empire.
He actually built a business, rather than
CT for cat.
I think I'm surprised that there hasn't been an actual. I guess there's those YouTube channels like the Beige Frequency and Health Trainer and shit. But it's just he's such a fascinating guy. To have a real true documentary made about this guy. Oh yeah. But I guess you can't really keep up with it because by the time you're done editing, they're going to be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy things.
That's facts.
Documentary.
Yeah.
So there has to be an ongoing reality show. I don't know. A reality show would just be a fucking.
That's such a great idea. It's hive minding. It's who's going to watch all this shit and come up with find the footage that matches him contradicting himself and previous things. I never watched that Beige Frequency documentary or whatever it was where it exposes all the lies and his before I met him. Because I met him, I'm just like, oh, this is a guy Chappelle Lacey opens for. I had a clean slate as far as meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me, and I didn't have an incentive. Once the subreddit attacked me for appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked?
I think
that later you watch a page, you're like, oh my god, he just lies about everything his whole life.
By the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Baja mode.
I don't know. Thanks, chat. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Project, because that is like the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work on this. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this because we were discussing ideas and all that. And they were like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing." That's something. But no, I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary on like the building of the set, who wrote the stuff, like how did he come up with the jokes, like what is people's reaction to it, and then obviously Papa comes in it and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like I was there for the conversations where I'm friends with the editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was his normal paid editor was having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds.
Yeah.
He'd be like, "Oh, here's a 5-minute clip. Get it down to a 90-second Instagram reel."
Right.
And I would treat him more like a writing project. I'm like, "Okay, let me do this." I learned how to do it to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Gringo Poppy was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. Yeah. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier.
Juice up the laughs more.
If the laughs in the audience are louder. And so it was repeated. It's he sent it back. He sent the dish back 4 times to the fucking kitchen to be like, warm it up. Dude, how fucking loud do you think the laughs need to be? So people might notice that it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous because you're like, dude. You want it more loud than that? Do you think it's going to make the jokes better? Are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything, yeah.
And by the way, the reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people eat. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? And this is a difficult concept for him because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was I think he thought he was going to get ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, we can work out in the gym together. I also run 6 miles a day, and I also eat a strict diet. And if you want to get ripped, you have to live the lifestyle, which I don't always. But if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes that it's kind of if I'm around this guy, and then probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, man. I had enough inside to be he said, yeah, I stick to the carnivore diet today, but then I had a pint of Ben and Jerry's. I'm like, you're not on carnivore. That's not a carnivore diet. You can't be
what a child.
I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore diet. You just ate steak and candy.
He would say something crazy yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles yesterday.
That was every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, wonder why you're not losing weight is because you just you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat. Right. So, but he would in the green room because in the green room he's in charge, right? The Oprah isn't on there, but that's where we get fed, right? So I'm ordering oh, can I get 2 orders of chicken tenders because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm gonna have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free at the Improv or He hated it. He'd be like, Jesus Christ, Mark. Do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? That's not how that works. But it's
you see your joy.
I'm gonna rather be eating the cake myself and have no shame. You have shame in eating, and that's your problem. But I see you trying to shame me the same way your dad shamed you, and this is part of a body dysmorphia or eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent because he has this contempt, for other people eating around him, and there are multiple stories that see but the moment he could get private, he wouldn't want to eat before show, but then after show, he said, let's go get pizza. I'm like, are we supposed to be dieting or you want to go get pizza at 1 a.m.?
He's like Chuck E. Cheese. Let's go to Chuck E. Cheese.
His relationship with food.
They have a cat now.
And
I gotta off here real quick. But do you think he would his like narcissism? Would he give like if somebody did present him with making a weekly reality show?
Yeah.
With him, would his narcissism outweigh his? Do you think he would allow that?
So
would he allow a camera crew to film him and his family?
If it was yes, if you pitched it to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which I when I came into his world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go and a student of storytelling, I go the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted your life story, right? And they're telling it for you because you don't want to tell yourself accurately. You don't want to talk about your UFC shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brendan Schaub and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative way. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever, but what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly. And you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun, but like for example, I took over the TFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm going to talk in Shabanese. Somebody would say like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, I don't know, B, or something. Like I would respond. And it drove the people commenting nuts. So they'd keep commenting like, what the fuck is it? Because it broke the mold. And all of a sudden, oh, you can't do this. I'm like, oh yeah, I can, bitch. And I didn't tell Brendan that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I thought that he'd be able to see like, hey, you see how I 10x'd the engagement by like co-opting the Reddit speak, and then it also blunts the force of the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey. If everyone starts talking that way, all of a sudden the fans and haters can't be distinguished. He immediately he gets uncomfortable when he's the butt of the joke in any perceivable way. He was really scared of that. I started editing because again their page too, even though like they're just leaking followers. So I go, let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where like I'd have these like weird zoom ins and kind of like do like a little bit different editing style for the clips because it's just normal. Sure, but Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like and self-absorption, like no, like we're funny on our own. They didn't. It's like, hey, guess what? Like, I study comedy too, bitch. Like, you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always thought they were like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Any idea? This put them at the butt of the joke because the clips, by zooming in on certain things that Brendan would say, where he's like stuttering or something like that, it was funnier, but it made him the butt of the joke rather than we're telling a funny story. But if like you could do something like that, and I'd be like, I'd edit it in such a way that zoomed in as well.
So you were editing that to show that,
and they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I can show. Like, there's probably still up there, but they were like, they also, again, I was taking.
Who's they?
Brendan and Brian. Okay. And the creative director at the time, because
creative director.
No. This guy, he's actually very talented. He quit. Right. He quit, and I heard the conversation. I was the only person in the studio. And the next day, Brendan goes, "I had to fire this guy." I'm like, "You didn't fire him. He quit. He told you that you were the worst boss you'd ever had." Like, I was what? I was there. I heard the phone call. Like how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? But he had to explain to Brendan because. He tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels, the way you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that like you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like going to be too sensitive to criticism. I'm like, this is harder to do. So like, go ahead and edit it the easy way. Sure, I can give you 3 normal shingles, but these ones are getting more engagement because it's weirder and more kind of like watchable. And But they hate anything that makes them the butt of the joke. So any novel idea I had, like you're proposing, like a reality show. Well, if the reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on his stupidity and errors being a source of comedy, rather than him being just a funny person who's telling funny stories and roasting other people. Like if it was like, watch Sean roast his kids and his family and his loved ones, and like he's the only normal sane person, in the household, that's his style of comedy. Everyone around me is stupid and incompetent, and I'm just a normal cool guy enduring all the idiots around me. That's how he perceives his role in this comedy universe. The moment Brendan's the butt of the joke as a bumbling retard, he's out. He would not even entertain it in any facet.
So you just gotta trick him into it. Well,
right.
So we gotta figure out a way to trick him into this.
Yeah, you have to do a long form and editing all this.
Well, again, he's got to be kind of so detached from reality. I don't know if his wife would point out that, because I don't think you have to have an angle of making fun. I think he just presents reality, and it's
he wouldn't necessarily be aware. Yeah, okay. If it was overt, you could make it seem to him like it was great, but to do it read as funny.
Okay, I got an idea.
I got to leave. Okay, sure. I just one question: how much does Callan get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which you can take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because that Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on TFAK being run at Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads. We got Callan shows up, he does his job, he gets $25K. That's my understanding.
$25K a month? Yes. See, none of this makes sense.
Nor does it mean, I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where the split is it's like $1 per listener? I
don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Ryan that money straight out of the bank account from there.
Yeah, and it could be exaggerated from Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. Request, blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Bean cheese.
You're making waves.
I hope people stick to that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have fun with your little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Chopper. Okay? That's our next business plan. All right. Love you. Bye.
Nice meeting you, Pete.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
All right.
See you, Brendan. Wow, Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around. Let me see here. We have been playing the Gringo Poppy in the background that whole time, if anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know
Yeah, first I got it from his Skits and Bits online. Yeah.
So, Mark, what's his thoughts on college and pets?
Oh my God, Joe Rogan is a redacted, unfunny bitch.
Pet pads are very low consequence. You can fuck up steroids and have some unintended consequences.
Cool money by promoting other talent for some funny redacts to the top of the industry.
Okay, so
They are the three worst comedians of the Rogan sphere.
great question, Truckfoot. What do you think, Mark Harley?
I was going to let you guys go first because okay. I feel more comfortable shitting on comedians after actual comedians shit on comedians.
Okay, three worst comedians in a row. Conspiracy question.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, who's the third?
David Lucas.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
So easy.
That's my point.
Oh, sorry. I mean,
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm glad you stick up.
I will not
stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
Yes.
Yeah. I genuinely love David Lucas. We work out together. He's just always been a cool guy to me. So
you guys play video games?
Mark, how many monthly Patreon subscribers would you suppose to have right now? That's what so unique. As most people send me unique shit, and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say, "Oh, these posts are getting 60 likes. Therefore, it must be 60 subscribers." And I'm like, the 60 likes are probably like 200, 300 something. It's a fraction.
Yeah.
I would assume 500 100 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable. Reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 tracks. Because it was like, okay, if you get, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, you know, it's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are, dude. You got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Hell yeah. Someone said David Lucas works out. David Lucas is actually very strong, yes. You'd be surprised, man. He will twist your neck off.
Walksboss has a lot of stuff to say. Walksboss, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger Fit?
It's when you can say shit like, I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know? How could you, like...
Is he a gassy guy?
Not particularly, but, like, it's one of these things where it's, like, you can see him doing it because he lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like, that's the thing. He just has no principles where it's like, the same rules apply to me and you. So, you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for eating. Yeah. So, it's very mixed of, like, shame and rejection.
Yeah. I'm going to make this a little...
How do you make me more tan?
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds and also when I'm like if I'm I hate to admit it, but it's like I look for my auditions that I usually get. It's like if you're looking for I get like the bodybuilder or this kind of it's like I've gone along with kids without tanning. It's just like when an audition comes up, they typically for the roles that I get, it's better to be tan. So either if I'm not tan for running outside, I'm going to tan.
I wasn't, but I love donuts. Oh, where's that? The shop. Wait. When he talked about his mom and getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, right. Some free donuts or something.
I'll stop the shop.
Oh, no, because you triggered something of the memory of giving out free donuts for vaccine.
Yeah,
I remember that bit. He was kind of obsessed with vaccines a little bit.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about vaccines here. This is the...
He's like, did you get the Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah.
There's always one guy. No fucking way. It's like, that's you. It's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm agnostic about I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance of you feel like you have to tell people that you're not against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at vaccines.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right, where he talks about vax
and autism. Yeah. And it's funny because it's like that's a conversation. I've read RFK's books just because I'll be like, when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, if you can get past his bullfrog voice, that I was imitating earlier as a joke, I didn't actually have to think up because I go, this guy's coherent and clearly has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books and I realize it's when someone's polarized.
Yeah.
So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually I didn't dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of the arguments.
Yeah.
But somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. That's not your place to discuss.
Thank you for having me on the Fighter in the Giving Podcast. How much can you live, Brendan? How many chicks can you...
I fucked 5 squirrels last night.
And at night we fuck each other.
Vaccine.
RFK Kringle Bobby.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we can have a full
nice.
It's good. BGL is like Bradley Martin with a beach.
Do people know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic?
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
Yeah, like it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because I think like had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have completely gone. Yeah, all he cares about is like, are you in your 20s and like a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? And that's only guy. So it's like he sees my gray hair and is like, next, like he would have. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about you, but like I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan's job, and then like by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's like would like acknowledge me. Now, he was nice to me. Yeah, like he was nice to me, and he gave me a ride at some point. Like I don't have any problem with Bradley Martin, but their dynamic was funny because like outwardly they're like, oh man, it was funny. This guy was like Spider-Man, like he was the same person. Yeah. But then Brendan would talk mad shit about him behind his back because again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story of like they were doing a podcast maybe, and something came up where he's like, it was like, who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's version of the story was, or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic, right? Now, Bradley Martin's super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench 4 something. You know, it's like he's strong. So, and stronger than Brendan. Because that's what he does. Like, and you can just look at him and be like, yeah, okay, Brendan's strong, but like Bradley Martin's an actual power. Yeah. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, oh, I'm sure, like, you know, he's trying to be like, you get me a deadlift, I get you a bench, or kind of, I'm sure there's some lifts you can get me. And Bradley's just like, what are you talking about? I beat you and everything. Yeah. It's true, which is true, right? Brendan was like, so taken aback by that. Like, he had to tell me that he was well, like, what a fucking egomaniac. I'm like, but he was just saying, yeah. You were trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. I'm trying to do it literally every lift. Yeah. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, it's just, you know, but in his mind, he's like, Jesus Christ, like, this guy's insane. And I'm obviously, I'm the star of the show. Yeah, like,
there is a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here.
And then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
That's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in the shop,
literally, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's another part of this whole, like, your gay fascination was like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay? You have no evidence for being gay, and it's either, are you lying about the person being gay? Yeah, just for a gay rumor about a straight. How socially aggressive is that? It's like passive aggressive, right? Be cool, right? Be cool, bro. Yeah. So, and then if I is actually gay, you think it's cool that it's like out people don't want to be outed? Like what? You know? Look, if you walk into a guy sucking dick, like you could like, hey, you know, I think Mark might be gay. Walk in, you know,
have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
Not the cappuccino. Yeah. But the amount of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence, the only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know that guy's gay. Yeah, right. You say it in a way where he goes, it's like, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it. What? How he's gay? Gay? Yeah. Like, what part of, oh my God, Bradley Martin is gay? Like, did he suck with this chick that you like? Yeah. Definitely. You know, you tried to hit on it.
You can always play your shops game and be like, well, dude, can never be as gay as you. And I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics. Martin, you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor? Yes. Plug it up.
Hit me up. Hit up on Instagram if you want to do that. But so me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of Hella Toxic, and basically we're like, I'm not going to release it without permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comment. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source of, like, that's what it, so we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I go, I could be more gentle. However, it's like as I'm setting everything up and it's like hot outside and drop the AC, it's like I'm sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like, getting pretty. I'm like, hey, did you like, fucking, did you wait a little bit or just not be in a bad mood? I'd be rather work over here between my ass up, and then you're like, I need to hear
Luana.
I'm Luana.
He's the Luana of the pod.
What? I'm the Luana.
He's the Luana of the pod.
I lose my shit. Yeah. Is that true? Oh, yeah. Oh, like in the setup and stuff like that? Yeah. All right, this on camera where I'm like, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she like walks off, but I'm like, no, Luana, like, now she's mad about it. She's like, this doesn't make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like, I don't look good. It's annoying.
None of us have ever looked good. Probably.
It's like, but so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. I'm like, no, that's like, people don't want to see two people getting along. Swimming. It's like, hey, here's our like perfect fine relationship. I'm like, no,
it's all hella toxic.
I know.
And then you guys are just getting along and everything's working.
That's why I'm like the joke that I came up with that she admitted, she's like, she even told me on camera, like she walked out and said, this whole fucking thing about the last episode every time, it's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted.
Yeah, you're hella toxic. You should in the intro have you like lifting a car. That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious. Yeah. Then when you intro the song,
and then have her in the car like rolling her eyes, like here we go again.
Oh god.
Meanie fat chick, meanie delta. You should. That sounds good. But yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode on right now. But like, okay, the real truth about it. I guess that first episode, it's the fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode, and we spent too long talking about like we just seen this movie Sinners.
Oh yeah.
And we were both bitching about how we didn't like it, and she's like, suddenly as we were about to get to a part where we had planned, which is we wanted to talk narrative, and we were like reading. We kind of like read out messages from where we first met 10 years ago, like on OkCupid, which is in Germany. I was like, I want to make that part of like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're gonna tell our story, but also just like naturally. As I'm about to like pick up the binder with the thing, she's like, "This is fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, well, "I'm like, wait, come down." Wait, no, that was fine. She's like, "We're talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes." I'm like, "It's okay."
Yeah, she thinks too much.
Right? Yeah, it's like trust me, people aren't like. Wait, they spent a minute too long talking about a movie.
Yeah. If you think too much, you don't get great shit like Gringo Poppy to put any thought into this.
No, exactly.
Put it on YouTube.
Yeah. I forget sometimes that I'm like, you have to practice that, you know, and like just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop, right? Yep. And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're gonna speak less and seem still.
Yeah. And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're going to be like, I have nothing to talk about. If you only want to stick to like
random topics, like so just let it unfold, and if you work on the dynamic of making, like feeding off each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys should invest in some of these, dude.
Oh, I fucked it up before I had this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, they weren't. It was like the camera. So then we reshot another one. I'm like, motherfucker, like I didn't even know how to work them.
But these are great.
Okay. Cool. We were wearing them.
Yeah.
And I was just like, someone was like, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was like,
no,
it's not. We have them. And I'm like, oh shit.
And that happened the first couple times I used it too. Yeah. But it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
We just use a phone, but I just got a camera.
No, yeah,
I was experimenting with that. I'm like, it looks really better.
Yeah. Yeah, even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Yeah. Well, my only point of doing this was like, we filmed the first episode on our 10th anniversary, so like, look, we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything, like, but that's going to happen a year from now. Like, they're like, okay, when we have $5,000 to do is go, put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just let it one angle or whatever, because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's deliberately lo-fi, which I can go look.
Yeah.
I even like pretend like that they're bigger than they are. It's like, oh, we need this whole podcast. It's like we're getting 100 views. Why do you need to fucking have this whole official space? Yeah. As if that's the thing. No, interesting first.
Get a storage unit. Right, yeah, somewhere to put your truck.
Yeah, as I've always said, rent it's like, Brendan, why don't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have the studio.
Yeah.
And it's, like, why wouldn't you just make that thing?
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out as if we did.
Yes.
Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing.
Beast of the manifesto.
We're marketing geniuses, just like our forefathers.
I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark. If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
I will cue the music. What I need you to do right now is focus really hard, right? And please use the keyboard here.
Yeah.
Spell my name.
It's G-E-R-D-O. Oh, D-O. Sorry. That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it with an F. I was saying Jafardo.
That was Fardo. That was great. That's spelled giraffe. Got a lot of things, kind of like chin. Not knowing that Australia isn't in Europe. You go, how did you like figure out how to feed yourself?
Yeah.
You know, how did you like make a
Toronto, can you get me some benzos? Benzos.
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Gerardo. Just Costo. Geraldo. Okay.
Look at you guys.
look at me?
Oh yeah, you didn't spell it right. You didn't put any salsa on top of it, so. Spelled correctly.
I like. Okay, that is probably my favorite joke in the special because it's so. That was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like, what's Mexican? Mexican chocolate chip cookie with salsa on top? It's like, what? Because,
sorry.
No, I'm like, you know, like, could there be a worse lazier joke?
Yeah. No, I mean, I never thought of that before.
No, it does sound like it
is. I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist. You know?
Yeah, it is degrading. It's like you've never seen the Mexican cookie before?
Yeah.
I'm aware of, like, you know,
it is hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like, a salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
But a Mexican cookie is Disneyland, dude.
Yeah,
that's what I always say.
Mexican cookie, nothing you brought that one time specifically?
Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
Why would you put salsa on it?
Yeah.
Yep. You know those Mexicans don't know how to make confections, you know?
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Sharpie. I don't know what that means. Jafardo, Gerardo, Greg Giraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast starring BGL, dude. That the flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours, we're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy, okay? My car has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That would be crazy.
If we could water down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. Right?
Yeah.
I just watch this. This is what I do all the time.
Hey, to have VGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just a stunt. It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
Oh, I'm sorry, I abused a fucking car one time.
I apologize to the car.
The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck.
Hey, Mark, please confirm if Baba ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
What? You're saying that Shab had sex with Whitney Cummings all the time?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's my honest perception of it.
Oh, my God.
I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they have had casual sex as friends over the course of several years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, according to him. Like,
It explains, like, you know, you brought
I don't know why he'd lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, I just had their friends, you know?
Yeah, this is like, you brought up Sinners. It's like, that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire.
Yes.
He took her comedic ability to sex.
Yeah, that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really good at playing the fiddle?
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing. I didn't like Sinners because the rules of the vampires were clear. I'm like, what is the...
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief is like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was
like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire snake.
I got what you guys think about this. I'm going to share Whitney Cummings went on Flagrant. Do you remember this episode? It kind of became, I think, a little bit, my perception, I think other people's perception too, was they were like kind of gay epic. Yeah. And I was watching it, I try to not go out of my way, oh, women, you're bullying. It's like, hey, you're a comedian, you can fucking hang.